Hi everyone, and welcome to Gateless parking or smart parking. So what is gateless parking? Well, the idea behind this is that there are no gates. There's actually machine vision that's going to scan your license plate and let you in. With traditional parking, you basically pay for the parking. You'll get a code in a text message or email or a barcode. You show up at the destination, you scan that, a gate will open for you, and then you drive in. With this method, there are no gates. It calls for a smooth flow, especially in busy areas. So the camera will detect your license plate, check it against the system, and it will make sure that you've paid. But how do we enforce it? Well, I'll show you guys how we are going to catch violators. So let's start with the demo. So let's say I am going somewhere to downtown and I'm going to punch in the address. So I'm going to say 34 Spadina Avenue. And what this will do, the system is going to find parking spots close to this location based on the date, the time, and so that you basically get a parking spot. So let's say I'm just going to go for tomorrow 29th, and I'm going to pick, let's say 7 a.m. and then I'm going to be parking for say 2 hours. Let's hit search. Cool. So as you can see, it found 2 spots close to that location, and as you can see, this is the boundary, and that's my destination, the red icon, and these 2 are actually within my circle. So there's a certain radius that you can say, half a kilometer, whatever it is, you can change that, and it's going to show you those spots. So let's say I like this one. As you can see, I'm seeing the hourly price, that's $10. There are 4 spots available, and I have the other one, that's this one, and that's number 2. So we have highlighted them, and I can basically, let's say, go with this one. I'll say book. Right, so at this point the system is going to ask me to either create an account or sign in, because we want to know who you are so that we can send you an email address. And so I'm going to quickly do that. Cool. So as you can see, the system brought me to the booking page, and as you can see, this is my date, the time I selected, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., and it's on June 29. All right, so it's going to say the address, the hourly rate, and I'm parked for 2 hours, so that's $36. So now I'm going to enter my license plate here, and let's say I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do proceed to payment. All right, so here, as you can see, I'll be paying $36. I'll be parking at this location, and let's quickly fill this in. Book. Splendid. As you can see, I got a thank you confirmation. It says the booking has been confirmed, and here's your booking details. So I'll be parking at this location, date, time, this is my plate number, and then we also have a friendly message that says we have sent you an email with the details. So let's check out that email. Cool. So here's the email. It says your booking has been confirmed. It's a nicely formatted email. Here's my name, and then it says thank you for booking with us. Here's the location, the booking date. We'll be arriving on this, we'll be leaving on that, and then the plate number. Now here's a cool thing. You can actually check your booking if you just click on my bookings. So as you can see, it's going to ask me to log in. So since I'm on a different browser, that's why it's asking me to do that. But if I go back to my original browser where I was already logged in, I can hit my bookings. And as you can see, so these are from before, but as you can see, that's my actual booking that I just did now for June 29, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Now I can edit this where I say, let's say I want to change the date, the time, or I can cancel this booking. Like, let's say I change my mind, I don't want to book anymore. All right, so I'm going to cancel this now, and we're going to go back here. All right, so this is the rest of the page, by the way. Now, how do we actually enforce this? Well, so we have built a very nice simulator, so I'm going to bring that. All right, cool. So here's the gateless parking ALPR, or automatic license plate recognition. So this is basically simulating a parking spot where you're going to have a camera and that's going to scan the plate. So I'm just going to do scan plate, and now it's going to ask me to select the image. So let's say that's the plate that I used, and I'm going to say open, and it's going to do processing on it, and boom. So as you can see, it says OK, and XLLN 999, that was actually recognized because we just registered. But let's say I'm a violator and I'm going to go with this plate, and I'm going to say scan it, There you go. So let's say I enter this location and with this plate, and as you can see, the system reported a violation for this plate. But what would happen actually? Now the system is going to send an email to an enforcement officer with the details of where this occurred with what plate, so they can go and ticket this person. So let's check that email. All right, here it is. So as you can see, it says violation reported, and it's going to say violation at 32 Spadina Avenue. This is the plate number and the date and the time that occurred on 2024-28 at this time. Cool. Now let's check out the admin dashboard on what the admin will see when they actually see somebody books parking. All right, so here I am on this, and I'm gonna hit the come here. We're gonna sign out. Now we're gonna hit admin, and I'm gonna log in as an admin. Nice. So as you can see, I'm logged in as the admin now, and these are all the parking spots that the admin has actually registered. So we can turn off a parking spot. That means it will not be available for booking, or we can turn it on. You can also edit a parking spot, or you can delete a parking spot. We're just gonna keep that as is. All right, so these are all my locations. I can also go to bookings, and this is where I can see all the bookings that have been done by a user. So let's say the one we just did. So I'm going to go to 29th, and these are all my locations. So it was done as Spadina. So let's select that, and boom, you get a nice graphical interface where you can see the booking was from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. All right, and then we can also see the revenue generated from these different bookings that we have done. So as you can see from Spadina, I did one before, and as you can see, I've done 2 bookings, 1 cancellation, and a total revenue $96. And I have one from this one. This was $40, and you can quickly see that at a glance. Now there's other cool feature that we have. Also, if I go to location, I can add a location, right? So you can enter the address and go through the steps. So let's say I'm going to do 32 Spadina Avenue. Or let's say I just do a popular destination, CN Tower. So it's going to come up here. I'm going to do next, and you can enter the number of spots, however many spots you have. I'm going to hit next, then the rate. So let's say $23. As you can see, you will see all of this, and I can just hit submit, and parking spot created. So you can do list another. That's going to bring you back. But as you can see, that's the spot that we just added. All right, so then also you have a map view. So if I click here, boom, I can see all my parking spots on a map. Let's say I'm the admin. I just want to see what spots we have available. You can even click on them. It will tell you that this is the parking spot at this location. I can click on this one. That's the Lakeshore one. And let's see, that's the one we just added. I think the CN Tower. And I think we have also probably one here, and this is the West Mall. So pretty cool. I can go back to the list view, and as you can see, these are appearing here. Now I can also edit a parking spot, so I can hit here, and as you can see, we can change the number of spots. So let's say instead of 4, I'm going to say 8. We can change the hourly rate, and I can hit save. If I go back, and as you can see, number of spots available is 8. These spots booked and available are just fillers, so we just added them here. So I can also just come here and log out, and let's see, we log out. Boom, we're back on the front page, and this is your Gateless parking system. All right, so thank you for watching the Gateless parking system. If you guys have any questions or comments, please let me know. Now, what you can do is go ahead to my GitHub repo and grab the starting code. So this is basically just I created a NextJS project with shardcn already in. So you can go ahead from here and just do a git clone and clone this. As you can see in the public folder, I have put the images that we'll be needing. If you don't want to do that, then the other way is basically you can go ahead, and that's what I've done. Basically executed this command, right, to create the my NextJS project with TypeScript, Tailwind, and all. So that's all I've done. Nothing fancy here. Anyways, with that done, I'm gonna put this right here. Okay, and let me minimize this. All right, cool. So now it says run the CLI. So we're gonna add the shardcn UI, and what I will do is I'll come here and we're going to do npx shadcn -ui. Actually, I want to copy the npm, so I'll just come here and paste this. Okay, so that's going to add the shadcn latest. So I'm just going to do default, and let's go with, yeah, we're just going to go with Slate and just hit the defaults. Cool, so that's been added, and now it's going to basically just do the configuration. We did that already, and then here's the font thingy. So let's go ahead and do that. So for that one, we need to go to the root, I guess, file. So let's open. So I'm going to close this, and we're going to go ahead and open the, let's see, the layout right here. Cool. So let's just see. I'm going to basically just copy this from here, font sans, and what we can do is, first of all, let's import cn from @lib, and it's going to be utils. So that's that. Then I'm going to copy this. We're going to paste this after, like that. And also saying what font sans. So we're just going to copy this line, and it's going to go right here. Cool. So that takes care of that. And then for the body, so you know what I'll do? I'll just copy this whole body thingy, and then we're just going to come here. I'm going to bring this on next line, and like that. Cool. So now I'm going to save it. So that takes care of that. All right, so then they're saying to do the theme extend family, blah, blah, blah. All right, so let's go ahead to the here, tailwind config.ts. Let's close this, and then let's go to theme, and then we're going to go to extend. All right, so then there's a font family. Do I see font family here? Maybe not. So let's copy this. All right, and then I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so it's saying what font family. So let's just copy this line. Right. Okay, so that's it. So that takes care of that, and then app structure, blah blah blah. All right, so let's go ahead and add a button, because that's the first thing you do. And I'm gonna close this. We're gonna close that, and let's add a button. So if you've already done these things, by the way, shadcn, then you can skip all that. But just in case somebody wants to know this, so we're doing it for them. All right, so if I come here to components, right here, UI button, and we have the same structure. So why don't we go ahead, fire this up. So I'm gonna bring in my terminal, and let's clear this. And we're gonna do npm run dev. Cool, so that's our dev server running. Let's expand this all the way. And I'm gonna go ahead and go to localhost 3000. Right, so this is our NextJS project. Let's go to page.ts. And how about we just get rid of everything? Okay, I like so. And then what I can do is, let's just copy their example. So if I come here, I'm gonna do div. Let's close this so we have more space. And then I will do button. Okay, so it's coming from component, and I will do click me. Cool. Let's save it and see what happens. Aha. All right, so shadcn is fine. Everything is working. Now one thing we need to do is configure the colors. So let's go to themes. I like this blue color thingy, so I want to do that. So you can just do customize blue right here. But I'm going to copy code, and it's all this code right here. So let's copy that. And this is going to go in your global.css file. So you're going to come to here and then find that global.css file right here. I'm going to close this. So as you can see, it's starting from this at layer base. So this is what we need to target. So I'm going to basically, let's see, all the way to dark. Okay, so I'm going to paste this here. We're going to save it, and let's see what happens. Aha, so now we have blue color. Cool. So theme has been set up. All right, so I don't need this. I'm going to get rid of that. All right, so in this first session, we're just going to cover the home screen. Hopefully we'll get that done, and then we'll see how far we go. So let's go over here and let's create some structure. So in here, I'm going to create a kind of container folder, and we're going to call it guest. So this app will have an admin portion as well. So that's why I'm just keeping things a little bit separate like that. I'll take this page and I'll put it into the guest and we'll say move. Okay, and we'll just say yes. And let's just make sure it compiles and works. Okay, I don't need to do anything here. I don't know why it's asking me to save that, but anyways. So I'm going to refresh. This is still working. Let's make sure there's no errors. Cool, console is clean. That's great. Okay, so this is my global layout file, but for each portion we're going to have its own layout file. So what I will do is I'll come here and we will create a new layout.tsx file like that. And then what I will do is I'll say RFCE and I'll say guest layout. Okay, and I'm going to save it. So there you go, that's your guest layout. Okay, and then what we will do in this one is basically I'm going to come here and what I will need is a banner. So I'm just going to type banner for now and we'll get to it, and then the children. Let's close this. Okay, and children, I always spell this incorrectly like that. So what's children? Well, we need to come here. It's a parameter. If you know Next.js, you know, I mean React, we just need to pass that is. And then since we're doing TypeScript, so we need to tell it what children is. It's basically a React.React node like that. So there you go, that's happy. I'm gonna hit save. So there you go, now the button is coming. All right, so what's a banner? Well, we need to create that. So for that, I will come here in my component, not the UI, but the component, and I'll create a new file. And we're going to call it banner.tsx. Since we'll be using this across different pages, so that's why I'm just going to create it here. And then it's going to be like that. Let's close this and let's create a React function component, and we're going to call it a banner like that. All right, so I'm going to go back here and I'm going to import this so that we can see the changes we will be making. Okay, let's hit save, and nothing happened. That's okay, because it's banner. Let's just do banners. Cool, so there you go, that's coming here. Awesome. All right, so what I will do is I'm just going to get rid of this and I will do div.width-full. Okay, and mx-auto. Okay, and then I'm going to do bg-blue-500, or actually just go with 600, and text-white. Cool, so that will take care of that. So if you have nothing in a div, it's just gonna basically show nothing. So we need to start putting stuff in it. So I'm gonna create another div. It's gonna be a flex, and we're gonna center the items. Okay, and justify, I'm gonna do a between like that, and padding x of 8 and padding y of 4. Okay, so I'm gonna save that. Cool. Okay, maybe I should just do a little bit of that. All right, then I'm going to create a header. That's just the HTML tag header like that. This one is wrong. All right, so then what I need to do, I'm going to create h1 with a class name of text.2xl and font-bold and tracking of tight. Okay, and then on small and above, we're just going to do text of 4xl like that. And in here, I'm just going to do a link. So this will be next link. Okay, and this is basically our, as you can see, you can put a logo here or whatever you want, but this is the name of the app. So it will be Gateless parking. And there we go, the first proper item of the app. So Gateless parking right here. So as you can see, the font changes for different screens like that. Awesome. All right, so we have that. And then what I will do is after the header, I'm going to create another div like that, and another div. And then, so this is now we're going to create that menu item so that we can sign out, sign in, and all that stuff. All right. So for that, I will do a div, and small and above, it'll be hidden, but otherwise it's flex and space dash x dash 2 and items dash baseline. Okay, like that. Now, so for this one, we would need to install the drop-down menu from ShadCN. So what you can do is come here, and we're going to go to components. You're going to then go over to drop-down menu, and that's the one I'm talking about. All right, so I'm just going to copy this, npm it. I'll come here and paste, and bam. Cool, so that's done. I'm going to close this, and then what I can do is I'm going to copy all this. And so if something is there already, don't waste time on it. I'm going to save it, and then we're going to come here and I'm going to copy all this, okay, and we're going to put it right here. So I'm going to hit Control AK and then F just to format the code, and let's see what we got. Okay, so since it's hidden or not visible, anyways, we'll deal with this, don't worry about it. So I'm just going to close this, and let's see what's going on. So I got the drop down menu, I got the drop down trigger of open, and then I have the drop down content, okay, my account and blah blah blah. And let's see why it's not showing up. Okay, because it's hidden on small and above, but it's only visible on small screens. So I need to go here. There you go. Aha, as you can see, now things are coming up. All right, so I don't need all of them, but we just need some of them. So first of all, for this menu icon, trigger, sorry, I'm going to put a menu icon from Lucid React. So that's the icons. Okay, and let's see. So that's number one. So as you can see. All right, so then, okay, and then what we need is we have a drop down content. Okay, and so for here, actually, we will be putting a when we do the authentication, then we can add it at that time. But for now, what I will do is I'm just going to do a drop down item like that, and then in here we're going to have a button, and we're just going to call it, let's say, sign out or sign in, sign out or sign in button. So that will be that. So for example, when I come here, I have sign out or sign in. So for now, I've hard coded it, but as I said, when we get to authentication, then we're going to have a proper sign in, sign out thing happening. Anyway, so I'm gonna then what I will do is I'll get rid of this separator. I don't need it here, and I think what I will do is I will put it on, well, I'll just leave it. Okay, so the other thing I need is, I don't need these. I'm gonna save it. What I need here is, let's just bring this here. I need a link here. Okay, and for now I'll just put a link to my bookings. So this doesn't exist yet, we'll create it, but I will say my bookings like that. So that's that, and then I will copy this, and I'm going to paste this one, and this one I'll call dashboard, and we will say dashboard or admin. So we're gonna of course prevent this, like lock it so that only admins can access this. So we're gonna have roles. Actually, you will see how we can create roles, and then that will be accessed like that. So after this div, now we need to do something for big screens, right? Desktops. As you can see, currently I don't have anything, so let's take care of that. So what I will do is after this div, I'm going to create another div, and this will be hidden by default, but on small and above it's going to be visible. Gap-x-4 and items-center like that. Okay, so I am going to create have a link. So what I'll do is I'll copy this link, the bookings one, and I'll paste it here, and let's see what we get. Cool, so there you go. So that's coming up, and I'm just going to copy this, and then this is going to go to the dashboard. I'm going to do dashboard, and we're going to do admin like that. All right, so that's coming. All right, okay, and then after that, definitely we will need the sign in and sign out. So I'll just do, let's say, sign out. Okay, and then obviously you need a sign in button, so whoop, and I will do sign in. So the idea is when you're signed out, you're going to need a sign in button. When you are signed in, you're going to see the sign out button. But for now, I'm just going to display them like that. And actually what I should do is probably have it here also for the small screens. Okay, sign out, sign in. So we'll get to it when we do the authentication. I'm just going to leave it here for now, just a placeholder, so I remember we need to do that. Okay, and I would like to extend this a little bit. So then what I will do is I'll come down, and then right below this div, I will do a div of bg-blue-600 width-full, and then we're going to do height-20. Let's see what that does. So there you go. So I was kind of looking for this extended kind of, you can say, the banner. Cool. So I think we're done with the banner, and I can close this for now. We'll come back to it, and we can now start working on the front page. All right. So in here, I'm just going to get rid of all of this, and I'll create a main, and we will call it on small and above. It's going to be a container like that. All right. So I'm going to save. All right, and so what we will need here, let me just make a comment, is the main search form, right? So this is where the user, if you've watched the demo, this is where the user is going to enter the address, the date, the time, and then they're going to see a map and all. So this will be, that's basically the main component we have. But for now, I'm going to put a placeholder, and let's just call it search form. Okay, so that's our search form, and I'll leave it for now. We're going to get back to it, but let's go ahead and build the rest of the page, and we will come back to it. Okay, so I'm going to create an h3. Okay, and it's going to be text-2xl, and on small and above it's going to be text-4xl, font-bold, text-slate-500, padding top of 16, oops, and padding bottom of 16. Okay, and I'm going to do text-center and uppercase and tracking of wide like that. Okay, that's a long list of class names actually, but what I want to type here is I can say there is always a spot available. Cool, so that's what I want to type. There is always a spot available. We're telling people you'll be never left behind. Let's create a section. Okay, and then it's going to be hidden. We don't want to show this on mobiles, just on large devices. And I'm just going to do block and padding top of 16 and padding bottom of 32. Okay, so that's that. All right, so then what I want to do is I'm going to create a class. It's going to be grid. And then I'll do grid and grid dash calls, 3 columns I'm going to be creating. And then I'll do place dash items dash sender. Like that. All right. So you know what I'll do? I'm going to expand this a bit. And so you can see it in more action like that. All right. So then what we have inside is I'm going to do a div flex dash column. Okay, and items dash center like that. Okay, and then another div. It's going to be a lot of divs, by the way, so I hope you're ready for that. Okay, and that's going to be flex dash column. Okay, for this one I'm going to do bg blue 500 text dash white. Whoop. Okay, and it's going to be a relative. Okay, and justify dash center and items dash center and rounded dash full. You will know why. It's going to be have a width of 12 and height of 12 like that. Okay, and then what we will do inside of it is I'm going to put a p, and let's just call it 1. Okay, and let's do a refresh. Now it's not going to show anything here because remember we said this should only be visible on, let's see, large. So if I change this to, let's say, medium, then there you go. So we can see it. But we'll change it for now. I'm just going to leave it at that so we can see what the heck is going on. So this is your that. So now what I want to do is I want to have like a nice halo kind of effect. Well, not a halo, but like some kind of white border. And you will see there's a reason for it, very specific reason for it. When I do it, I'll show you guys. So now I'm going to show you guys how we can do this pseudo class name thingy in Tailwind. It's kind of painful actually, if you ask me. And you will know why. Okay, so anyway, so let's do font dash bold, like so, nice and bold. All right, and then what I will do is I'm going to start with the pseudo class thingy. As I said, it's painful because you got to do this after with every kind of style you have to do. So I'm going to do content dash like that. Whoop, you need to do single dash. Okay. All right, and then what we're gonna do is you do after, and it's gonna be an absolute. So I will do the absolute, and then what you do after, and I will do minus left. So basically minus from left, we're gonna do 2, and then what I will also do is after and minus top dash 2, like that. So I'm gonna refresh just to make sure everything is okay, and then after I will do width dash 16, okay, and then after height dash 16, like that, and after then I'm just going to do a -1. There's a reason why we're giving it a negative z index, which will be apparent when we do this. So I'm going to go to the next line so we can see what the heck is going on, and then I will do rounded dash full, like that, and after finally bg dash gray, and I have chosen 100, like that. So that's what, so this, all this after that we did was for this ring right here, right? So if I make it more apparent, let's say 600, you can see it's more darker, but 100 actually works well. Whoop. Works well for us. Cool. So now that we have that, so that gets us the 1, and I will come to next line, and then I will create a p and padding top of 2, text dash slate dash 500, like that, text dash large, okay, and tracking dash wide. Okay, and what do we put inside of here? I'll say enter your destination. So that's that. So we have entered your destination thingy. All right, so that takes care of this one div. And then what I will do is I will copy this whole thing and I will just paste it. All right, and then we will come here and let's see. So that was 1. This will become 2, and this will be pick date and time, like that. So there you go, that's that. And I will copy this thing now one more time. I'll bring it down here. This will be 3 now, okay, and we will call it pick a spot, like that. So we want to tell people how easy it is to basically book this, use this system. So enter your destination, pick date and time, and pick a spot. Now we would like to now have a line that kind of goes across, and that's exactly what we're going to do here. So the way we do this is you can have a line after each one, but it's going to be very complicated, I guess. So the easiest way is you just do it on this one, last one, kind of shift it, and that'll work. So I'll show you guys how we can do this now. For that, we're going to use the before pseudo class. So I will do content like that. I always put this one. All right, and then what I will do is before I will do absolute, okay, and then before I will do a width of 1000 pixel, like that. Okay, so far nothing will happen because we need to color it and all. Then what I will do is I will do before -z -10. I will do that, and before I will do top dash a half, and before I will do height dash 2 pixel. Okay, like that. And then also what I will do is I'll do before minus left -9 20 pixel, Finally, we're just going to give it a color so we can see what the heck is going on. Blue dash 500. All right, so you're gonna have this, but if I go to large screen, it's fine. That's why I was hiding it on. I was only showing this on large screens, and I was hiding it on small screens or mediums. But one thing you can do is, since you're using Tailwind CSS and you have the power of breakpoints, so what you can do is, let's say this will only apply on medium and above, right? Like that. Actually, yeah. And then what I will do is for anything smaller than that, we're just gonna go with, let's say, 720. I don't know if that helps. And let's see, how about 700? Let's do refresh. Okay, so that's fine on large. It's not working on this. Let's see why. And I think we need to do this. Yes, right. So on large and above, we're doing a 920, but on anything below that, we're just doing that. But see, if I go large screens, I'm here, but anything below that, we hide on mobile, but on tablets at least you can see the full line. So you can also, if you want, change the width. So for example, here is 1,000 we did. So if I do 800, but then you would have to shift this also. So you get the idea. Anyway, so I'm going to leave it like that. And what I will do is I am going to do this. And what I will also do is, remember how we had before here the large and medium. So let's see, it was, if I can only find it, sorry, it was right here. So I'm going to do large. Cool. So there you go. So now this will only be visible on desktops, and we don't want to show this on tablets or anything below that. All right, so that takes care of this one. And now what we need is the stuff after this. So that's this section. I'm going to hide it, and then let me close this here. What I will do is I'm going to come here and we're going to create h2 and text dash 2 XL, and small and above I'm going to have text of 5 XL and text dash center and padding bottom of 32 and text dash slate dash 500. Okay, and then it's going to be no more running around looking for a parking spot. Cool, so that's that. So let's expand this and see. Cool, so no more running around looking for a parking spot. I hope I didn't make a spelling mistake. If I did, please yell at me in the comment section. All right, so then we're going to have one more section, if I can spell. Okay, and then in this section, I'm going to create a div. Oops, sorry, I should be clicking the right place. I'm going to create a div. Okay, I'm not going to now type the class name because you guys got the hang of it. So maybe I'll just take it from my notes, because honestly, I think it's boring just watching somebody typing a bunch of class name. But all I'm doing is padding bottom, padding top of 16, full width, absolute, left 0, small and above. We have a background, a map. I'm going to show you guys what this is. So it's all the properties on an image basically, and 600 opacity and blah blah blah. That's what we have. So now what the heck is this BG map? So for that, we're gonna go to our, so remember, as I said, if you guys get the code from the GitHub, or if you just go to GitHub repo, I have this map BG, right, background. So you guys can get that from there, put it in the public folder. Okay, and then you're gonna basically come to your tailwind.config.ts, and then in the extend, what I will do is I will come here and I'll say background image like that, and we're going to create map, and I will do URL, and it's going to be map-bg.png like that. And let's not forget to put a comma here. So map-bg.png, that's the same file that I have here. So I just want to make sure name is same. I'm going to close this, and that's why I'm saying bg-map. So background, and map is the name that I used here. I'm calling it map. All right, so that's all it is. All right, so I'm going to save this, and as you can see, it's coming. Okay, and there's a nice hint of blue or tint of blue on top. I'm going to close this. Then within here, what I'll do is I'll create a div, and it's going to be a grid dash column z dash 1. And let me just quickly type this. Okay, like that. And then what I have is another div. I am not typing this because at this point it's just repetitive. So it's basically a div with a zinc text zinc of 600. It's a flex, and I should be doing this text center and text dash left. Okay. Oops. So what I will do is I'm going to put this here, and then inside of it I'm going to put a p, and I will say fully responsive. Okay, so that's what I have here, fully responsive. And then of course we need to beautify this. I'm going to copy this once, not thrice, and we can say something like it feels just like a mobile app. Okay, so of course we need to just work on this text a little bit. So I will add some class names here, and we can do like this. So all I'm saying is basically 3XL, on small and above is 4XL, font of bold. Then for the one below it, what we can do is just say, just give it some padding, tracking tight, and that's all we have. So let's format this. Okay, and then I have this, and what I will do is in here, okay, since we're creating a grid, so within this grid is what I will do is I will create a div and padding top of 8, and then small and above padding top of 0. So what do we put inside? I'm going to put an image. Make sure you put the next image like that, and let's give it an alt. Okay, and we'll say mobile screenshot like that. I'm gonna give it a width of, let's say, 320. Okay, and height of 400. Okay, and we need to give it a source. So the source will be Gateless parking mobile.png. Okay, whoa, this should be a self-closing one. You don't need to put an image end tag like that. I'm gonna save it, and let's see. All right, something happened. So let's take a look. So that's for mobile, and as you can see, that's our desktop. Let's make sure. Okay, so that's our desktop view right there. So that's, I wanted this to expand the full width of our viewport or browser window. And then when we go mobile, that's mobile. Okay, so one thing I see is that it's not center. So what I would like this to be is in the center. So let's see where the problem is. Let's expand this, and let's see where we made a mistake. Can I do items dash center? Sorry, it should be place item center. Place items center. Cool, so there you go. So that places it in the center. And if I go here, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now I want this only to be on small and above. So actually no, small and below. So what I will do is by default should be this, but then on small and above, on small and above, place items, let's say start. Let's see what that does for us. Cool, that's correct. Okay, so on small and above on desktop, I am here, but when I go, let's say mobile, then it's in the center. I like it. As you can see, we remove the background also. I don't want that. So cool. So that's that, and let's add that footer now. So I think that footer we can add it probably just right here. So if I come here, I can add the footer here. Now for the footer, what we can do is create another component. So not in the UI, but we'll create a new file, and I will do RFCE, and I'm just gonna say footer, and then in here let's just bring in the footer from here like that. Save it. There you go. That's my footer. And let's close this, and let's go back to the footer, and let's get cracking. All right, so we have a div. It's going to be padding top of 16 and padding bottom of 16 and bg dash black. Okay, and padding bottom, padding dash 4 overall, and text dash white like that. Close it. Okay, and then what I will do is I'll create a div. Now I'm going to create a grid because we just want to place the items in a grid. So if I come here, basically I have a grid. I have 2 columns on mobile, but on anything above I'm creating 3 columns, and on small and above screens I'm placing item center with a gap of 2. So that's that, and then I will come here and do flex and flex dash column, okay, and gap dash y dash 1, and small and above I'm doing a gap of y dash 2 like that. And then I'll create a p tag, and let's just call it contact us. So let's see if we have something. Here we go. So that's the footer, contact us. That's coming nicely. One thing I will do for this one is I will create, no, not that, class name, and I will do font dash bold. Okay, so there you go. That's a little bit of bold, and text dash large. All right, there you go. So that's a bit of a nice text. And what I will do is I'm going to copy this, but I don't need all of this, right? So we're going to get rid of this and this. So for this one, I will say, let's say about us. And for this one, what I will say is support. There you go. So that's coming there. And then what I can do is I'm going to copy this. Now, why is it giving error? Because, you know, sometimes VS Code has this weird thing. So if you just do, I do Command Shift P on Windows, you have to do Control Shift P. And if you just do a reload window, that goes away. Okay, so we're going to duplicate this. Okay, and let's just see. So there you go. That's coming there. For this one, what I will do is I'm going to say resources. Okay, I want to make sure this is like a complete web app, so that's why I'm doing all these for you guys, and I hope you guys are appreciating this by liking, subscribing, and sharing, I guess. Privacy policy. There we go. So that's that, and we're gonna dupe this one, and let's just call it terms of services or something like that. Okay, so that's coming here. Now, what about the third one? We need one more. So I'm going to duplicate this. Okay, and so this one, I'm just gonna do basically sign up for news. Okay, and we will do the and ampersand offers. Okay, so there you go. That's coming here. And for this one, we need the input. So how do we get the input? So you go to ShatCN, and let's expand this. So we're gonna come to input. So that's the input I'm talking about. I'm gonna copy this, and we're gonna install it or add it. All right, with that done, I'm gonna close it. We're gonna come back here, and let's go back to here, and then I am going to take all of this, and I'm gonna do input. So remember to get the right one. So UI input, okay, and just give it a placeholder of email, and this is self-closing. And then here I will do a button, UI button, and let's just do subscribe. Cool. So there you go. So that's the footer. If I expand it, then as you can see, it beautifully lines up and it looks good on all screens, so fully responsive. Cool. All right, so with that done, let's actually what we can do is I think we can create a placeholder for the search form to finish this front page. So let's lay out the groundwork that we need here, right? All right, so let's close the footer. We're done with this. And let's see. So here's the search form that we were talking about. And let's tackle that. All right, so what I can do is I can come here and to the components, and we'll create a new file. And I will call it search-component.tsx. Like that, and let's just do this, and I will say search component, okay, like that. And then what I will do immediately is come here and I'll say search component so that we can see the changes. All right, so that should have, there you go. So search component is here. Let's just bring this here. I'm going to bring this here so we can see what's going on. All right, so in the search component, I'm gonna jump in right here and we're gonna get cracking. So first things first, this thing will be a client component because you just cannot do search on the server. Why? Because we need interactivity. We need to be able to capture the inputs and blah, blah, blah. All right, so what I will do is I will create a div and it's gonna be flex dash column, and I'm gonna push this up a little bit. And just for aesthetics, nothing fancy, I need to do a dot here, dot here. Okay, and then width dash full. And what I will do is padding dash 4, padding y dash 10, item start, and gap dash x dash 2, rounded, a little bit of rounded, sprinkle a little bit of rounded, bg dash gray dash 50. I like a so. And also what I will do is I will do ring dash 1, just give it a ring, and ring inset, okay, and ring dash gray dash 900 over 5, like that. So let's save it, and this is basically what I'm after, this whole thing. Cool. And let's just make sure I'm gonna come here. And then what we need here is the search form. So the way we're going to do this, we're going to come here and I am going to create a new component, a new file, sorry, and I'm going to call it search form.tsx, like that. And then I will do RFCE and we will say search form, save it, and I'll come back here and I'll do search form. Cool, so search form is here, and let's get cracking at this search form. All right, so for this we will need to install form and all that, but we'll install it as we go along. Let's not jump ahead. Cool. So let's come here and let's lay it on the foundation. Okay, so it's gonna be a div flex. Okay, and I want to have everything in a column, and on large and above it's gonna be flex dash row, like that. Okay, and then what I will do is I'll create another div grid gap dash y dash 1.5, large and above I'm just gonna do 1.5, like that. All right, so that's that. Okay, I need a label. Now what the heck is a label? We need to install it. So what I will do is actually come here, and if I go to form comes with a lot of stuff. Okay, so first of all I'll come here and I will install form, and let's see what this brings for us. Okay, I don't know if there was a label thingy, but if I come here to my component UI, as you can see, install label, form, and all that. So that's exactly what we need. And I'm gonna close this, close this, and then I can come here, and now if I come here now do label, aha, there you go, now label is coming for me. And what I will do is I'll say address. Okay, there we go, and we will do HTML4, let's be nice, and we say parking at. All right, and then I need an input. Okay, it's coming from UI component, and we will call ID of, let's say, parking at. Okay, and placeholder, I'll say address. Just say address. That's enough. Don't need to be too fancy. So there you go. That's our, if I click here, that's what HTML4 is for. So that's that. All right, so now we need a form, and where we can put the different fields, actually the date and all that. So what I can do is I can create a form. Okay, UI form. We will be installing React hook forms and all, and that's how it's going to take care of that. So you know what, while we are here, how about we install that? So how about we come here and we do React hook form. Forms or from, I don't know, getting started, I guess. Okay, here. So npm install, copy it, come here, open, install. Boom. So that installs React hook form. And I think with that, we should also install Zod and zoo stand and all that. So what I will do is also npm install Zod and zoo stand, and what else? I think that's it. So let's just see. Cool. So that have been installed, and now we can close this. I can close this. Go back here, and then we can basically get cracking. So let's come here and create the schema and all. All right, so to create the schema, one thing I'm realizing, this should be dot. Yeah, there you go, that subtle thing. So we need to import Z from Zod. Okay, one thing I like is this should go on a shirt, actually. That'll look pretty cool, actually. Anyway, so what I can do is I can create the schema, and we can say const type to quick form schema is equal to z.object. Now, mind you, I'm creating this for now for the placeholder. We're going to change this later a little bit. So I can skip the address for now, but what I can add is arriving on. And for now, I'm going to make it a string. Okay, and we will call required error to be date is required. So for now, this is string, but later on, we're going to change this to a date, because ideally it should be a date. And arriving time, z.string. Okay, and then a required error will be time is required. Okay, and then what I will do is I'm going to copy this, we're going to just duplicate it, and then this is going to be called leaving time, and it's the same thing, time is required. So we will also need one more thing, which is the GPS codes. You know what, while I'm here, I can just do GPS codes for now. This is going to be an object, and it's going to have a latitude, which is z.number, and a longitude z.number. So when we integrate the Google Maps, the address autocomplete, we're going to get the GPS codes, and this is where we're going to do the address search, the geo coordinate, geofencing and all. So that's what we're using this here. So for now, what I'll do is comment this so we don't get any issues. All right, so that's that. And then what I can do is I can come here. I can say const form is equal to use form, and I will do basically z.infer type of, no, it should be type of, should be form schema, like that. Okay, and then the resolver will be zod resolver. Okay, and it's going to be on this form schema. And what I can do for now is just give default values. Leaving time, I'm going to set that to empty. Save that. Let's come here and spread this on this guy so that we get this guy satisfied. Let's create this form. All right, so that takes care of that. I will also create a onSubmit function, and form data is going to be type of form schema, like that. And what I will do for now, for starters, let's just console log it form data, right? So I want to see what we're submitting. So let's refresh and make sure this is okay. All right, and one thing I will do is I'll say form.handle. I think it should be on submit. Yes, should be form.handle submit, and we pass our submit function like that. So now on this form, I just would like to add a little bit of CSS class, and it's basically all I'm saying. Just give it a gap, make it a grid. On mobiles, it's going to be one column, but on above, screen large and above, it's going to be 4 columns, and just some gap and items are to the end. All right, so we're going to come here, and I'm going to create the form field, okay, like that. And this is self-closing, so we can do that. And you want to give it the control, so this is going to be form.control like that. Okay, and then what we can do is we give it a name. That's important. So this will be arriving on. Okay, that's how it knows which field we're talking about. And finally, a render function. And for this render function, you give it a param of field. Okay, and then the function. And what you want to do is I'm going to create a form item. Okay, and just give it a class name, and on large and above I want to give a width of 250 pixels. So 250 pixel like that, and let's just make it grid. All right, and then I will also give it a form label, and I will call it arriving on. Okay, and then don't forget your form control. Okay, and then in here I'm going to put an input, and you want to spread the field on it. Okay, and for placeholder, let's just say date. Okay, so there you go. So arriving on is here. Let's just expand this. So that's there, that's that. So that's coming nice. Let's just go and inspect this to make sure there are no errors. So far, no errors. And what I will do is I'm going to copy this. So this for the time, and that's for arriving time, and this will be leaving time. Okay, so there you go. So this is our that, and this will be start. I'm going to call this end. Cool. Okay, and one thing we should do is just add a button. Let's call it submit. And I think it doesn't know where to bring the button from, so here. And what I will do is I'll give it a type of submit. I'm going to save it. Let's see. Cool. So that there you go. So that's working. Arriving on. We need to. Okay. We're getting this error. A component is changing. Blah blah blah. Okay. So in this case, what we can do is, let's see. For now, what I will do is I am going to arriving on. I'm going to give it a default value. Arriving time. I'm going to give that a default value. I'm going to save this. I'm going to refresh. Let's see. Cool. So that's good. So I'm going to say date, start, end. All right, cool. So there you go. So the form is working, and we're getting our values. So as I said later on, this will be a completely custom component because we want to do the Google address autocomplete. So that's going to be that. And that's what's separate out of the form. We're going to add the GPS coordinates, and then this date field will be a custom component, and by the way, this start and end time will also be custom time select components. But at least now we have the framework in place, and as you can see, the form is coming in nicely. And let me just expand this. So this will basically, as you can see, the home page is done. Then we can move on to the next part of it. And now what we're going to do is we're going to move on to the admin dashboard. So I was thinking if we do the admin dashboard, then we can start adding the places and the parking locations, and then that way we can then start booking them from the guest side. So now what we will be doing is we're going to create the sidebar. And so the sidebar, as you can see right here, that's the VS Code sidebar. So I'm just going to use this as an example. So you have a sidebar, then you have the main content, then the sidebar in itself has content in it. So we're going to go kind of from inside out. We're going to create the content, the active link, then the sidebar, then wrap the content, the main content around it. And that's how it's going to make more sense. So without wasting time, I'm going to come here to my app folder, and we're going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it dashboard, like that. And then within this, I'm going to create a page.tsx file, and I'm going to create a layout.tsx file, like that. So let's close everything so that we don't get confused. All right, so I'm gonna open the page.tsx right here, and what I will do is I will do this, and we will say dashboard page, like that. So that's my dashboard page, and then I'm gonna go to my layer.tsx file, and then we're gonna do dashboard. So I'll just copy this, and we'll say dashboard layout, like that. So now what we can do is we need to pass in the children here, like how you do and with any layout, and then we need to tell it what children is. So I'll say children is a react.react node, like that. And then in here I'll come here and I will do children, like that. All right, so let's save this, and let's actually just go ahead and go to dashboard, and there we go. So our dashboard is coming, so that's pretty cool. All right, so as I said, we're going to go from inside out. So for that, what we will do is the first thing, I will come over here to components and I'll create a new file, and I'm going to call it active link.tsx, like that. And then immediately we will call it active link, like that. All right, cool. With that done, then we need to pass it two things. And first is the children, and the second is href. Now this has to be a client component because we need to be able to read the URL so that we know should we activate this or not. So for that, I will come here and I'll do use client, like that. All right, so now we need to tell this thing what the parameters are. So for that, I can do like this, props. Okay, and then I'm going to do children. So we know this is a react node, and then for href, right, it's just going to be simply a string. And then what you do here is I can just do maybe okay, and maybe I can I do just do props, like that. No, sorry, actually what am I doing? I need to come here and do props of type props. Cool. So now we have this, and then what I can do here is, first of all, I'll get the path name. So I'll do path name. Let me close this. Okay, and I will do use path name. So this comes from next navigation, like that. So I have that, and then what I will also do is I'll do const is active. Okay, and I'll do path name is equal to. So I'm going to use the ternary operator. And if it's active, then what we just do is give it a blue color, like that. Otherwise, just nothing. Okay, so it's complaining. So what I will do, sorry, is props. You know what I should do? I should actually do this, make my life easier. I'm gonna do children, and I will do href. Okay, and then I can do href, like that. So that'll take care of that. And then what I need to do here is I'm going to get rid of all of this. And since this is a link, so we'll be using the link from next link, like that. All right, so then let's close that off. Okay, so we need to give this a href. So that's going to be this href. And then class name, what I will do is I will basically come here, do the ticks, and then I'm going to do is active, right? So it's going to be basically this class. And finally, what we will do is within it, I am going to give it a class name, and I'm going to use the cn function. So you get that from Shartian. We did that in the first part. And I'll do padding x04, padding y-2, rounded-md. And on hover, what I want to do is I'm going to give it a bg blue of 800 like that. Okay, and then on top of that, I'm going to pass is active. And then finally, what I will do is I am going to pass in the children like that. So that's my active, basically, as you can say, link. All right, so we're done with the active link, and then I'm going to come back here. And the other thing we need to do is now we need to create the sidebar. So I'm going to come to component, new file, and let's just call it sidebar.tsx like that. So the reason why we're creating it like this, so we can utilize it for mobile and desktop at the same time, and that way we don't have to rewrite it in different places. Anyway, so I will do this and sidebar like that. Cool. All right, and then what we need to do is I'm going to create an interface, and I'll say interface, and let's call it menu item. Okay, so it's going to have an ID, and then it's going to have a href, okay, where we are headed, and a title. They're all strings like that. All right, and then so sidebar takes nothing, and then what you want to do is in the return, I'm going to create a div and div like that, and then let's just give it some class names, and then what we will do is utilize the again the util, the cn. I'm going to bring this like that, and then what I can do is, well, for this one actually I don't need the, I don't know why I have the cn. I actually don't need it. What I will do is I can just simply do this. So what I'm doing is basically creating a flex column, because I want everything just in one column. A z of 10, so it's above everything, and a width of 256. That's the width of my sidebar, and full and overflow of auto and padding of 4. That's all I'm doing. All right. And then what I'll do is I'll create h1. Okay. And then let's just give it a class name of text-2xl and padding left of a little bit of 4 like that. And then I will come here and do a link. Okay, I need to bring the link from next link and href. So this is the like a logo or your app name dashboard like that. Okay, so this should be enough for us to put this here, and we can probably see this in action. So I'll go back here to, let's say, my page.tsx. So I'll come here to dashboard, and what I will do here is I'll create a new folder, and let's just call it components. So other components, because we'll be using it only in the dashboard, so that's why I'm going to put it here. And within it, I will create a new file, and what I'll do is I'll call it sidebar layout.tsx. So is this like a wrapper? So you kind of wrap everything in this one. All right, so what I will do in here is I will come here and we will do basically RFCE, and then I will call it sidebar layout like that. And then what I will do is I'll create, okay, type a little bit too quick. I'll say type props and children, and what I will do is I'll say react node. So actually I'm thinking I don't need to add any more let me see, I don't need to add any more parameters, so maybe I should just put it here. Actually it doesn't make sense to create that separately. We're not sharing this with anyone, so I'll leave it here. So it's gonna be a react node like that. I'm gonna get rid of this anyway. So that's that, and let's just make sure everything is nice and tidy. All right, so what I will do is in here, this is going to be a client component as well, and that's because we're going to be using the set open state. So I'll use client like that. All right, and then in here what I'll do is I'll say const open set open, and I can do use state. So that's coming from use state react from react, and initially it's going to be false, right, like that. And then what I'll do is in my div right here, I'm going to give it some class name, and I will do flex column and full. I want to give it full screen like that. Okay, so let's see, let's close this like that. Let me close this here so you guys can see what's going on, and then I'm gonna bring this on next line. So for this one I'm going to create another flex and a width of full, and it's going to have a bg dash blue dash 500 and height dash 12, and I think this should be a dot. Cool. Okay, I think I probably made a mistake here. I'm going to close this and let me come here. This should be height of 12, and on large and above this should be hidden. So this is the actual menu icon. We should only see this on mobile devices, so that's why I'm hiding it on large screens and above, so you're not going to see it actually. So I'm going to do padding to text dash white and items dash center like that. So what do I put inside of here? Inside of this one I'm going to put the menu icon from Lucid React like that, and what we can do is just do like that. All right, so well, it's not gonna show anything because we're not wrapping anything. So you know what, while we are here, I'm gonna go to the layout.tsx file, and this is where you come in here and you do sidebar layout like that. Let's copy this and I'm gonna paste this here and save it. So there you go, that's what I was talking about. So as you can see, if I go above, it gets hidden and it's coming up on the mobile devices. Cool, so that's pretty cool. Let's go back here and let's continue working on this. So what I will do is, and then on click, right, we basically do set open. You take open and you just toggle it. That's all we're doing. We're just flipping it. So this should be this. Okay, like that. And then also on mobile, sorry, I would like to put some text, right? And I'm just going to do text dash 2 XL padding left dash 4, and I'm going to call it dashboard like that. So that's what I'm talking about. All right, so that's that. So this will take care of mobile devices, but now we need something for desktops. So for that, I'll create a div, and it's going to be flex, and it's going to be height of screen like that. All right, so here we need a mobile sidebar, and we need a desktop sidebar. Let me put this here. Okay, and we will come back to it. And then what we do is I'm going to create a main, and I'm going to create a class name flex-1 bg-gray 200 and padding -4. Okay, and then in here I'm going to put children, right, like that. So that's what I was talking about. So you see you have your sidebar, and then you're going to have your main content, and then this is the sidebar. So if I expand this, let me just try. So there you go. So that's the for mobile. And so what's going to happen is it's going to hide on, by the way, mobile devices. But for now, I'm seeing it because we're not doing anything. I've just put the text here. But that's the whole idea. That's the structure we're going to be following. So let's come here and actually do the mobile sidebar, and we can actually see it. So I'll come here to my component. I'll create a new file, and I will call it mobile. Okay, sidebar. Oh, sorry, it should be, I want to be consistent with my naming. Sidebar.tsx, and I will close this, and I will just do mobile sidebar like that. Oh, okay, that's, I don't know why it, yep, that's what I want. I'm going to save it, and then what I will do is, I think with control minus I can go back, and what I will do is I'll come here and I'll do mobile sidebar. Let's see what happens. Cool, as you can see that came. You know what we can do? We can also do a desktop sidebar. So let me expand this, and I am going to, oh yeah, it should be desktop sidebar like that. And then what I can do is I can say desktop sidebar. Let me just copy this, paste it here, paste it here. Cool. I'm gonna save it and I'm gonna close this, and then I'm gonna come here, and in here I should do desktop sidebar. Cool. So nothing changed, but I mean, we have now our own components. Cool. So now if I go to the mobile sidebar, I'm gonna close this, and we can get cracking on this one. And what we will do is we need to pass it two things. The first one will be open, and the other thing is set open. Remember those the state we created, so that's what we're doing. So open is gonna be a boolean, but set open, that's a React dispatch function. So what we do, we say React dot dispatch, okay, and then you do React dot set state action, and the type of this is a boolean. So that's that. All right, and then what you do here is we're gonna actually create a sheet. So that sheet is gonna serve in on desktop, sorry, mobile devices. So we're gonna go back to chatCN, and if I go to sheet, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we're trying to do here. Is I'm going to copy sheet. If I am not mistaken, I don't think so we've installed the sheet yet. No. All right, cool. So I'll open this and just paste it. I'm just executing this command, and there you go. So a sheet has been added, and what we can do is I'm going to copy all of this. All right, and let's close this. Go back here. Go back here. I'm going to paste it. So from this one, the only thing I need is sheet and sheet content. We don't need the trigger because we're going to be using this to kind of do it for us. And what I can do here is I will do sheet. Okay, so component UI sheet. Yeah, that's good. Actually, we pasted it, so that's okay. All right, and what you do here is you do open. That's the open that I brought in, and then on open change, you're gonna do set open. So that's how you can control a sheet. And then for sheet content, okay, what I will do is I'm gonna do sidebar. So you see, that's the benefit of this. So we're gonna do this exact same thing on the desktop side. So we use it, we build it once, but we can use it in both places. Now I'm gonna hit save. Whoop, hit save. There you go. That's your sheet. And now what we need to do is I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna do side of left. Okay, so it's coming from the left. And then the other thing I will do is I'm gonna give it a class name. So I'm gonna do padding of 0, and then I'm gonna just give it some width, because the default width is a little bit small for my liking. So I'll do that, and I'm always putting this equal sign. This should be dash. All right, so width of 256 pixels. Let's see. So if I come here, actually I need to click this. Okay, so this is not getting clicked. We're gonna figure this out. I just want to make sure that I got the sidebar. So if I go to sidebar, I have no content at this point. So let's actually fix that. So if I just go back, so that's good. So that's good. And you know what I will do is I want to hide this desktop because this shouldn't be visible on the mobile devices. So what we can do is we can go back to the desktop sidebar. And what I can do for now is I will just do class name, and let me close this. It's gonna be hidden, and on large and above I'm just gonna do block. Cool, there you go. So that goes away, and it's very simple. All you do is just do sidebar from components like that. Boom. So that takes care of desktop. So let's take a look now. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. So that's your desktop sidebar, and that's our mobile sidebar. Pretty nifty if you ask me. Now the only problem I'm having is when I'm clicking this, it's not actually bringing up the sheet that we need. So let's see what's going on. So let's go to mobile sidebar, and actually I'm gonna go back to, I'm gonna close this. We have two main things open, and let's go to this page. That's fine, and let's see where. Aha, here it is. So okay, there seems to be a okay, yes. So we need to pass, by the way, the what do you call it? We're not passing anything. That's why the problem is. So I can do open is equal to open, okay, and set open is equal to set open. I'm gonna close it, and let's take a look. That's what I'm talking about. Look at this. All right, so as you can see, here's the mobile version, and if I go desktop, that's the desktop. So you have a responsive, by the way, sidebar that you can use in your projects. Cool. I'm liking this. Or look, so okay, so what we can do is let's finish this sidebar. So let's go back here. Let's go, and I'm gonna minimize this, and here's the sidebar. So let's finish adding the rest of the stuff. Let's minimize this. Okay, so we were here, so I'm gonna come here, and what we need is we need a div, and it's gonna be flex column, and we need justify between, and then I'm gonna do height full like that. Cool. And then inside of this I'm gonna put, okay, I need to put a UL, not a UI. Damn. All right, and then inside of here I'm going to put li, and then active link I'm going to put, and the href for this one I'm going to say dashboard, and then I'll say locations, and I'll say tile view. Okay, and then I'll say, I'm gonna bring this on next line, and I'll say locations. Okay, let's save it, and boom, that's your locations. Now for this UL, I need to give it some class name. So what I'll do, I'll say width dash full. Okay, that's 1, and then padding top of 8. Okay, there you go, that's your padding top, and space dash y dash, I think 2 will look good, and then we go flex and flex dash column. Okay, so I'm going to add the rest of them, then you will see what this does. So now all I need to do is take this li and duplicate it, bookings, and then revenue. So this is basically bookings, and this will be revenue. So there you go. So I think I did one extra. So I'm gonna do this. All right, so I have locations, bookings, and revenue, and what I need to do is I need to come here, and I'm gonna do bookings, and then for this one I'm gonna come here and I'll do, just say revenue. Cool. Now if I click on these, as you can see the hover is working, right? Because we did that somewhere here. Now if I click on this, it's gonna error because we don't have this yet. So we need to add those. And the other thing I will do is, beside this UL, that's going to come later when we do the authentication, but I'm going to add a placeholder, is padding left of 4, text dash blue dash, I'm going to go with 600, and then for this one I'm just going to do user button. So when we do the authentication, it's going to come in at that point, but we know we need it here. All right, so let's go ahead and add these so we can jump around to these different locations. Let's close everything, and I'll just say close all. All right, so right here, where were we? Here, under the dashboard, we're going to create these. So under the dashboard, I'm going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it booking. So if you know anything about the page app thingy routing, so you need to do that. The folder is basically the path. So I'll do locations, and then the other one I'm gonna do is revenue. Cool. Oh, okay, that was under, actually what I can do, I'm gonna drag it out here, move. All right, so I have bookings, locations, revenue. So under booking, I'm gonna create a page.tsx CE, and I'm going to say bookings page. Cool, so that's my bookings page. And then same here under locations, I'll create a file, page.tsx, and it will say RFCE, and it will say locations page, like that. And then under the revenue, I'm going to create a file, page.tsx, and I'm gonna do a revenue page, like that. All right, so hopefully now if we if we let's say go to locations, actually I'm not going to do this because this is a different kind of structure, but if I go to bookings now, as you can see I'm on bookings page. That's pretty cool. If I go to revenue, I'm on the revenue page. So let's go to here. So bookings, revenue, pretty cool. All right, so for locations, because we have, remember, the two kind of sub views, we have a map view and then we have the tile view. So we need to, I think, follow that structure. So within the locations, I'm going to create a new folder, and this one I'm going to call map view. Then within this, I'm going to create a page.tsx, and I'll say locations map view page. So that's that. And then also within the locations, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this tile view. Then I'm going to say page.tsx, and I will say, for this one, I will say locations tile view page. I think I should make the V like that. Cool. So that's that. All right. So now if I come here and I do locations, there you go, locations tile view page. And within this, we're going to have a button to go to the map view. So this actually, if I'm not mistaken, we have now a structure placed for the dashboard. Now one problem I see is, let's say if I go to dashboard, so I'm landing on the dashboard, right? So which is this right here. So what I can do is, by default, I think we should just go to the, let me see, can we go to so this is my locations. Can I just go to, let's say, tile view, locations tile view page, right? So if I go now, refresh this, and did I do this right? Maybe not. All right, so that's not what we wanted. I think this was wrong. So it's right here. Yeah, this one. So if I come here, what I can do is, by default, we're just going to land on the tile view page. I'm going to save it. Boom. There you go. So now when somebody just logs in, they go to dashboard, the first thing they will see is the tile view page. And then from there, they can go to, let's say, bookings, revenue, and locations. So there you go. So this is the admin dashboard. We've started the structure. We've done the fully responsive sidebar. So that's also done. And now what we can do is, one thing I see is, if I come here, this icon is not very visible. Let's see how we can fix that. So if I come here to component, sidebar layout, actually this is on the sheet, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so let's see. So if I come here to UI component, if I go to sheet, so that's one thing about ShardCN. You can, I think you can modify this thing. So if we come here, sheet variants, here it is, and let me hunt down where this button is. I'm going to expand this because it's going to make it a little bit easier for me to see. What if we just search for close? Yeah, here, see this, the X. So what if I did font dash white, sorry, text dash white. Well, that's work. I'm going to save it, and there you go. So that's what I like about ShardCN. You can go ahead and easily change the UI. So now it's more visible, I guess, and it works very well. So that'll be it for now, and I'll see you in the next part. Anyway, so I've already checked in the code, by the way, so you can go to the GitHub repo and get the, if you want to take a look at the code, and that's there. Anyway, so what we need to do first, we need to get the API key for Google Maps. I've already covered this in my previous tutorials. All right, so I'm gonna go in here, and we're gonna just get started. All right, so basically, if you're gonna land on something similar, so just go to the APIs and services. All right, so you're going to come here, and what you want to do is enable the Maps JavaScript API, and then you want to enable the Places API and the Places API new. All right, with that done, and then what you can do is, if I just expand this page, then you're going to go to Keys and Credentials, and this is where you can, if you don't have a key, you can just create one right here. But since I already have it, so I will be using that. If you don't see your key, just hit Show Key, and that's that. All right, so I'm going to minimize this. We're going to come back here, and then back in the app, we need to create an env file. You know, inside of it, we're going to put the variable. So I'm going to start by saying Google Maps, okay, and then you're going to do next public Maps API key, like that. Now, so this, we're saying next public because we want this to be available on the front end, and the reason is you cannot use the map on server side, right? Because server side scripts are, or pages are static. You just cannot have that interactivity, so it has to be rendered on the client side. I am going to paste it here and save it. But with that done, then the other thing we need to do is install some dependencies. So I'll come over here and I will close this one, and let me see if I can expand this. There we go. Maybe I should do this. Cool. So what I want to do is I'll say npm install, and the first dependency is Google Maps JS API loader, that, and then the other one is at react dash Google dash Maps dash API. So Google Maps JS API loader and React Google Maps API. So I hope it's correct. Cool. So that is that. So now I can close this one and we can start. I will minimize this back to that level, and then we can come to here, the component. So what I want to do is start off by adding the address autocomplete component, so then we can utilize it in different places. So we're going to create a new file, and then I'm going to call it address auto complete, okay, and I'm just going to call it input.tsx, like that. So let's close this, and then we're going to do address auto complete input, okay, like that. I'm going to save it. So it's going to have a couple of props, so I'm going to do type, and I'm going to just copy this name, and we're going to do props, okay, like that. And so first, when an address is selected, we want the client to be notified. So I'm going to create a callback function, and we'll do address auto select, and this basically will return a string and GPS codes, okay, and this is of type lat and long, and it returns a void, like that. So now you must be asking, well, what is lat long? So for that, what we can do is we can come over here to our, do we have a types folder? Now it doesn't look like we have a types folder. So what I'll do is I'll create a new folder. I'm going to call it types. Then within this, I will create an index.tsx. Then right here, I will do export type lat long. So lat is a number and longitude is a number. So that's all I have here. I'm going to save this, close it, and I'm going to come back here. Let's see if this will work. Boom. So that brought that. Okay, so we created this callback function that will return to us an address, a string, and GPS coordinates. And then also we need to pass it a selected address. Okay, and this will come in handy. This is, by the way, optional, so that's why I'm putting that question mark. Okay, and let me see. I think I need to do this. And oh, this should be, sorry. It should have been inside of these brackets because it's a type anyway. So that's that. And then what I will do is I'll come here and I can do on address select and selected address, and this is of type address whatever blah 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 props. All right, cool. So I have that, and this one, by the way, will be a client component because, well, you can put a use client in this one, but whichever component you're using this inside will be client components anyway. So by default, it should be client. So you don't actually have to put it, but if you want, you can put a use client. So what I will do is I will come here, and what we can do is I can create a state, and it's going to be autocomplete, and then set autocomplete like that. And then what I can do is I can say use state. It's coming from React, and the type of this is google.maps.places.autocomplete. Okay, and then otherwise null, and initially I'm going to set this to null like that. Okay, now we need to load the JavaScript API. So what we can do is we can say const, and I'm going to fill this in, but what I'll do is I'll say use JS API loader. Now it's not going to come by itself, so what we need to do is we need to bring it in. So I can do import, and we'll do use JS API loader, and this is coming from at React Google Maps API like that. All right, so let's see. Okay, so that works. That's good. All right, so I'm going to give it a nonce. Okay, and this could be anything. Honestly, I just went ahead online, generated a some sort of a random string, and that's what I'm using. You can do the same. And then what I will do is here you need to give it the API key, and this is coming from process.env.next public. Okay, and we're going to say maps API key, and we're just going to tell it it's a string. And then now we're going to load some libraries, right? What kind of libraries we are loading, because it comes with a bunch of libraries, so we need to now do those. So for that, we're going to come to our lib under utils, and I can just come here and pop them here, and let's see. So I can say export const libs. Okay, now this is type library, which is coming from here, and it's an array. Okay, and then I want to do the core maps places and marker, because we will be needing these like so. So I'm going to save it. We're going to go back here. I'm going to close it, and let's try this again. So if I do libs, boom, that's coming from here. Okay, and from this one I want to take is loaded. So before you do anything, you want to make sure that the library is loaded. All right, so after this, what I can do is I can come here and I can say places auto complete ref. We need a ref to the input, and this will use a ref from React, and the type will be HTML input element like that, and initially it's going to be null because we don't have any ref yet. Okay, and then what I will also do is, it should be null. Okay, and then also what I want to do is I'm going to create a use effect, because we want to be loading things. So I'm going to come here, and then this basically should only execute when we are loaded. Okay, so what I can do here is if is loaded. Okay, only if we are loaded, then we're going to do something. So since I'm in Ontario, what I want to do is I want to constrain or limit the Google Maps to that location. So this way you can save your cost, right? So if you know that your clients will be in certain geographic location, I think you should just limit it to that. So that will save you in cost. So I can do maps dot lat long bounds like that. And for this one, what you need to do is, so you're basically just doing like a rectangle, and it says from southwest to northeast. And I've already have the coordinates. I went on a map and found those, so that's why I'm putting those here. So nothing fancy here, is just that. And then what I can do also is I can say const. I think I should expand this because we're not using it yet. And what I can do here is I can say autocomplete. So Google autocomplete is equal to new Google dot maps dot places places dot autocomplete. That's the one I want. And so to this one, you're gonna pass the input element, because it's gonna render it there, and you do HTML input element like that. Okay, and then you want to give it the bounds, so the bounds will be Ontario bounds like that. Let me scroll up, escape this. Too many windows pop up when you start typing. And then I will specify the fields. So the fields that I want to spit, because it's going to give you a lot of fields, but I want to do a formatted address. Okay, and I want to do geometry. Okay, we want to get the GPS coordinates. And then component restrictions, what I want to do is I'm going to just specify the country, and I will say just give me Canada, because it's going to give you the addresses from all over the world. So you want to restrict it to specific countries. So again, this will help in saving the cost. Okay, once you have that, then what I want to do is add a listener. So I'm going to do add listener, and when a place is changed, right, that's when I want this to get called, and say changed. Oop. Okay, and this is your callback function. Okay, so let's get the place. So I'm going to say gautocomplete dot get place. Okay, that'll get you the place. Then we get the position. Okay, and I'll say place dot geometry dot, this is because this could be null, so I'm going to get the location. And then finally we're going to call this function. Remember this function that we the callback function, we're going to call this, and we'll say place dot formatted address. Okay, so this will be a string, and we're going to pass the lat long. So this will be position dot lat like that, and then longitude will be position dot lng like that. Now it's complaining. I think I should do this just to say, oops, that this is a number, and I should do the same here, and that works. Cool. And then finally what you can do here is I'm going to put an input. So this input is from ShatCN, so I'm going to say UI input. We're going to give it a ref, and that ref is the place autocomplete ref like that, and default value will be that is going to be selected address. So that's why we had that. Okay, so that's that. Now there's one problem with this one, that if you do a Google autocomplete and you get that drop down, right? So as you type the addresses, you get this drop down. Sometimes what will happen is when you select the address, the mouse is not gonna select that. It's not gonna get triggered on top of that. Somehow the click events go behind the actual window or the drop down. So just a trick, what you can do is you can do something like this. Create a use effect, and then within this, so what I can do like this, and you have to do this set timeout. And what I can do is I can say document dot body dot style, okay, pointer events, okay, and we're gonna set it to null or 0, sorry, we're gonna just take the pointer events and just empty them out. So this is the trick you want to do. And what I will do now, this is a problem with Radix UI, Radix UI, because we're using ShatCN. ShatCN actually is built on top of Radix UI, so that's why we are having issue. And by the way, I'm gonna leave the link here for the GitHub. that talks about this issue and the pointer locking or lockout, so that you guys can take a look at it. But that's why we're doing this. All right, so now we have the address autocomplete. I think we should go ahead and start using it. So let's see. I'm going to minimize this, and we are in locations. So I'm going to come here and go to the locations. All right, so I'm going to turn this into a template, and I'm going to call it template like that. And then here I will say template. And let's change the name of this as well, template, like that. The other thing I'll do is I'll create a new folder, and I'm going to call it components, like that. Just components for this route. And then what I can do is in here, since it's a layout, we can pass it the children. So I'll say children, and we will say children is of type react.react node, like that. And then what I can do is I can say children, like that. Now what we need is we need a button that we can basically press to add a location. That's the whole idea. All right, so we need to add that button here. So for that, we're gonna go to the components, and I'll say add location button.tsx. Let's close this, and then I'll say add location button. Okay, like that. All right, and then what I will do is I'm going to create a div, and then I'm going to create another div, and it's going to be flex dash column, like that. And then we will create a button. Okay, and then the class name of this one be self dash, and I want this to be at the very far end. That's what I'm doing that. And then on click, what I will do is I'll say something. We're gonna get to that, and let's just do button. Let me close this. Let me come here, and let's just add a plus icon, and then class name margin right dash 2. Cool. And then what I can do is I can say add location. Now we need to do something here. So what I can do is, so this actually, when you press this button, it's going to open a dialog box, and then we can step through to add the location. So that's what I'm doing here. So I can do here const, and I'll do open, set open, and we'll do use state, like that. And initially it's going to be false. Now since we're doing the use state and all that stuff, so for now I'll just come here and I'll do use client, like that. And then in here I can just come here and I can say set open, and let's just do true, like that. All right, and then in here I will need the, let me just put this here. I'll say location add dialog, so we know we need to do this. So I'm going to save this, and let's add this button and see it in action. So I'll say add location button. Okay, let me save it. Cool, there you go. So our first, I guess, proper button in this dashboard. So add location. So now we need this button to trigger a dialog. I don't know why I have this untitled file. So we need this button to trigger a dialog, and we're gonna add that. All right, so to do the dialog, I think we need to install dialog from shatcn. So go here. So we're talking about this. All right, so I'm gonna copy this, npm, come here and install the dialog. Cool, dialog has been added. All right, so I'm gonna come here, and then under the components, what we can do is we can add a file like that, and we'll say add location dialog.tsx. Cool, close this, and then immediately we can just do this, and we can say add location dialog, like that. All right, so that will be add location dialog. What I will do is I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste this here. And what I will also do, I will copy all of this, and what we can do is we can, I think, put it here, and I'm going to save it. So let's just do this now. So they have a trigger. We don't need this trigger because it's going to be coming from outside. So what we can do is I can basically pass in some parameters, and the first parameter I need is an ID. For initially it will be null, or default is null, and open, whoa, and set open, and then let's just define these. So this will be, I can say type props, okay, and ID, this is optional, so it's going to be string or null. Okay, and then open is a boolean, and then set open. We've done this before. It's going to be react.dispatch, and then we can do react.set state action of type boolean, like that. And then in here I can do props, so that should make this happy. Let's see what's going on. Okay, I probably just made a mistake in typing, but there you go. So that's that. And then what I can do, I can get rid of this, and over here I can say open is equal to open, and on open change set open, and I'm going to save it. So let's see if I go back to my here, and remember how we said this. So I can say add location, add location dialog. There we go. And we need to pass in the open, and that will be open, and then set open will be equal to set open. All right, let's see why. Oh, it didn't bring it in. I don't know why. Cool. I'm gonna save it. Let's go, and oh, there we go. I'm gonna refresh. If I hit it, perfect. So the dialog is coming up. That's pretty cool. So now what we can do is we can add a kind of stepper or some sort in this dialog, so we can start adding the address. All right, so we need to create a store where we can save the state of the stepper as we step through adding a location. So what I can do is I can come here, let me minimize this, and I will create a new folder, and I will call it store. Oh, not store. It's gonna be store, like that, and then I will create an index.ts file like that. Okay, so I will minimize this, and I will create a type, and what it will be called like spot type. So every parking location has parking spots, right? So address, and then it's going to be a string. Then we're gonna have GPS codes, and it's going to be of type lat long. Then we're going to have number spots, and it's going to be number, and then we're going to have a price, and I'm just going to go with hourly. So if you are more ambitious, you can do daily price, or maybe you can also do half day price, whatever you want, but the idea is same. And then I will also create an interface, spot state, and then we're going to have data, and it's going to be of spot type, and then we're going to have update state. This is going to take data, it's going to be of type spot type, okay, and it's going to return void, and then we're going to have restart in case somebody wants to add another location, and then it's going to be like that, void. Okay, and then I will do export const, also use my spot store. Okay, we're going to do create. So this create is coming from ZooStand. That's what I'm going to bring it like that, and then I'm going to do spot state. Okay, and then I will do set. Okay, and then we will do like that. Okay, and then what we need is data. Okay, and then I'm gonna do address, and then we're gonna GPS codes. So I need to do lat. I'm gonna set it to 0, and launch set it to 0. Okay, we need to fill in the others. So I'm gonna do number of spots. Let's just, so you need to have at least one spot, and I'll do price, and let's just do hourly of 0. Okay, so that's that. Then the other thing I need is update state. Okay, and this will take data, and what we can do, we can say set, set, and then for that I will pass in the state. Okay, and then I'm going to do the curly brace like this, and I'll just do data, and all you do is state data, and then merge it with the new data. So I'm going to do that, and then we need the restart, and for restart what we will have is set. Okay, and this doesn't take arguments, so all we do is say data, and then I will just reset basically. So I'm going to take this, okay, and I will do like that. This should be data, not date. Okay, so that will reset this for us. So I'm gonna hit save on that, and I think that should be it for this one. Now we can work in the address dialog. So currently if we click it, there's nothing in it. We're gonna add stuff. So let me just fix this a little bit. Okay, so what I will do here is I'll say const total steps. Okay, and I'm gonna say we have totally 4 steps, and then I'll do step increment is equal to 100% would mean you're done, divided by total steps. So these are our increments. I'm gonna create, well, I already have this. All right, and then what I will do also is I will come inside of here, and we're gonna do a couple of states. So I'll do step, set step, okay, and we can do use state. So initially you start with step number 1 like that, and then also I'm gonna do submitting, set submitting. So this one we submit the data, and use state false, you're not submitting initially. And then I will also get a hold of the store. I'll say my store, and I will say use my spot store. Let's just call it my spot store just to be consistent. And then I will also use a router, and it's going to be use router from next navigation like that. Cool. All right, so then I will use a use effect. Okay, like that, and in here I will pass in the ID, and let's say open. So the ID is, let's say when you're editing something like a location, then you can use it for that. So that's where we're passing the ID. So what we do is we say, so what literally, let's say when you open, so I'll say set step. So I'll say set step to 1. Okay, and then here we're gonna fetch data. Let's say we open a parking location, but since we don't have that yet, so I'm gonna leave a marker, so I can do fetch data. Once we have the database everything set up, then we can do this one. And what I'll do for now, I'll say console.log fetch data like that. All right, and then I'll say if ID and open fetch data. That means we're fetching something or we're editing something. Otherwise else my spot store dot restart. That means we're just starting a new one. So that's that. Okay, now inside the dialog, actually we need some stuff here. So for the dialog header, dialog title, I'll come here, and for title I'll say list your spot. Okay, like that. So let's see, it's your spot. Okay, cool, that's coming. And then for the dialog description, and then I have data description. I'm going to leave that for now because we're going to just do it a little bit differently. But what I will do is I will create a dialog footer instead, and then inside this dialog footer I will create a div with a class name of basically flex dash column, and then margin top dash 4 and width dash full, and then space dash y-2 like that, and inside of here I'll create a button and we're just going to call it submit. I think I need to bring it from here like that. So there you go, that's your submit button. And I think I should also add and one for cancel, oh sorry, list another. I'm just going to call it list another. So there you go, these are your two buttons. One thing I will do is I'm going to call this button, and I think we'll be using a form, so it's better to just be specific. So that will be that. But one thing I will do here is on click, okay, and then we'll say handle final submit, and I can come here, I can say const handle final submit. It's going to be a function, and I'll just do console.log. So for now, how about I spit out the stuff? But what we need to do here is submit data to the server, or save the data, I don't know, save the data in the DB, right? So that's what we're gonna do. And for the list another, I'm gonna give it a different variant. It's gonna be outlined. There you go, like that. And then on, okay, on click, I'm going to do handle list another. Okay, I'm going to copy this, and we're going to come here and we'll do const handle list another. Okay, and we can do basically my app store dot restart, and then you want to do set step, you want to go back to the start like that. All right, so that takes care of that. Now in the, so this is the description, right? So I don't think so I need the description, but one thing I will do, so I'm going to save it so that goes away, and we're going to create a div and space dash y dash 8. Okay, and we need a progress. So now we don't have a progress, so we're going to go to chatcn. We're going to find progress, and I'm going to copy it. We're going to come here and add it to our components like that. All right, go back here. Cool. So now let's see progress. There we go. And I'm going to do a value. So this is going to be step into increment. Okay, step increment like that. And let's close it off and let's see what happens. Cool. So as you can see, we're step number 1. So if I come here, for example, and I change this to step number 2. Okay, actually here, let me just comment this for now. I'm going to save it. Let's refresh. There you go. So that's step number 3. How about 1? So there you go. How about 4? That's the last step, 100% done. So cool. So that's that. So I'm going to bring this back here, and I'm going to save it. All right, so that's that. Now let's add the rest of the stuff. So for that, we need to come here, and under components, we're going to start adding them one by one. And the first thing we need is the new file, and it's going to be basically the spot address.tsx like that. And I'm going to come here and I'll say spot address. So now we're going to start utilizing the address autocomplete. Actually, let's do that because that's exciting. I want to see that thing in action. So what I will do is, first of all, come here and I can do const my spot store is equal to use my spot store. Okay, so the reason why we're having this kind of global state is so that if we go back and forth between different steps, we kind of remember. And I'll do const message set message. Okay, we will use state for that, and it's going to be a string, and let's just do this for now. State from React like that. All right, so we need a function, so I'll say function on submit. And so let's say if my spot data.address, if the address is populated, then we're going to do something, and otherwise basically what you do is set message to something like address is required. Okay, and so to this spot thingy address component, we need to pass in a function and on next, right? And basically it's gonna be of some type. And then if I come here, I can say type, we'll say list spot, actually yeah, list spot prop type. Okay, and then I think I need to do this. Okay, and so it's gonna be on next. Basically it's a function that returns void. We also need one for on previous, and it's gonna be of type void. Okay, so I think this should be optional, because the thing is on the first one you don't need the previous because you're already in the first step, so that's why we don't need it. And list list props type, like that. You know what I'm thinking, we'll be using this in the other step, so what would be nice if I can do export, or I can take this, go to this types right here, and I can actually put it here so we can utilize it and have it in a more center place. So let's do type. Cool, so that's that. All right, so then what do you do when the address is actually selected? We just call on next, like that. So let's come here, and what we can do is we can create a div.grid, and then with dash full and gap dash 1.5, like that. And then we'll also create h2 with a class name of text.xl, and small and above text dash 2xl, and then padding y of 4, font dash semi bold, like that, and it's going to be called address. All right, so you know what I will do is, if I come here, I'm going to close this, and I'm going to close this. Okay, and inside this dialog we can actually start using this here. So the way to do this is spot address. Let me do this first, and then in here I think I can just do like this step. Okay, so this definitely need that on next. Okay, so handle next, and let's see, we can put that here. So let's say handle next step change, and I'm gonna copy this and I'll do const. Okay, and then what you do is if step is equal to total steps, right, then we return, because you don't want to go beyond that. Otherwise, say set step. Okay, and we say take the current step. Okay, and then add one to it, like that. So that will be that. Okay, so I'm gonna hit save, and what we need to do here is this should be step number 1, not 0. So there you go. So that's coming. So if I go to spot address, now we can start adding the address autocomplete. And for that, I will do address autocomplete. Okay. So remember, it had a couple of parameters we needed to pass. So on address select, okay, what I will do is I'm going to say handle address select. Okay, so definitely we need to add this one. So I can do const address select, and it takes parameters. So I forgot what we needed to, I think it was address string and then GPS codes of type lat long. Okay, so what we can do, my the store, I can do update state, and then what you do is I'm going to update the address, so that's going to be address, and GPS codes are going to be GPS codes. Cool. So when an address is selected, that's how it's going to work. And also we had a selected address, and it's going to be my app store dot address, dot data dot address, like that. Cool. So if I hit save, okay, so it looks like the Google auto thing is working. So what if I start typing? Oh, look at that. Cool. Okay, so there's one problem I see. So the addresses that are coming, I'm able to select, well, kind of select them, but the problem that I'm having is when I select them, it actually closes the dialog. So we need to fix that. So to fix that, there's a trick we have to do, and that's right on the dialog content. Okay, so there's a function. It's called on interact outside, right? And I'm going to say handle on interact outside, like that. And then what we can do is we can say const or function, whatever you want to call it, is we need to handle this. So it's going to take an event, so an E of type event. Okay, and what you can do is you can say classes, const classes, okay, and this is basically an array of string, okay, like that. You do that, and then basically just go and compose a path, right? And compose path, that's the path that go through it, and then for each element of type any, okay, so we say if e dot class list, if element does class list, okay, if we have a class list, then classes dot push, and we say array dot from, okay, el dot class list, like that. Okay, so we compose. So basically what you do is go through the target, so basically target objects event path, you go through it for each element. Then if there's a class list, you push it into this array. So we're kind of gathering the class list, and then after that you just do like this. If classes join, okay, and we say dot includes, okay, and if it's pack container, okay, then what you do e dot prevent defaults. So now what the heck is going on? So let me click here and I will show you guys. So if I do CN tower, for example, let me inspect this so we can see what's going on. Let me maximize this. Let me maximize this, and let me maximize this. So the PAC, by the way, is the address autocomplete. That's what it is. So as you can see how we have these autocomplete these classes, and that's what actually we're trying to say, that if basically a click happened on them, prevent the default thing, otherwise it will close our dialog. So that's what we're trying to do here. I'm going to close this here, and I'm going to close that. So let me save this now. We're going to come here, and if I do, let's say CN tower, and you can see I clicked and it didn't close. How about I do Spadina station, boom. So there you go. So the address autocomplete is working and this is not closing. That's pretty cool. Alright guys, so now we need to have a way so that when we click next, we should go to the next screen. So if I go to spot add, yeah, there's no button here, so let's add that. So for that, what I can do is if I come here, and then I can do basically, let's say, a button. It's coming from this one, and it's gonna make it a button, and let's just do next. That's too visible, I don't like that, so a variant of ghost I think should be good. There you go. So that's that. And then on click, whoa, can I do on submit? Yes. Okay, I don't like how this is so in the middle, so why don't we find a way to fix this? What if I do div dash flex dash column, and then actually no, row should be good, so I'm just going to leave it at that, and justify between, let's see, I'm going to take this button and I am going to put it here. Cool, that's what I was looking for. So we have the next button here now, and that's cool. Now there's a bit of padding we need. Okay, I think that's not bad. So one thing that the problem is I have the submit and list another button visible. I think we should only have them visible on the last screen when we're the final stretch. So maybe we should come here. Yeah, we need to fix this. So for this, I think we can take advantage of, let me see, can I? So let's do this. Let's bring this on next line so we can see. So I think, what if I did this, did this, and then do this? Then you can do the, I think the interpolation thingy. So maybe I should do like this. If step, okay, is less than total steps, then hidden. Otherwise, I think we should be this. Let's see if this works. Okay, why is it? Oh, okay. Sorry, I think I should be like this, right? We're trying to close for this. So let me see. Ah, perfect. There you go. So since we're on step 1, so that's why now we don't see it. But when I hit next, we're going to go to the next step. So now for the next step, it's basically it's the number of spots. So let's add that quickly. So what I can do is I can come here, add a new file. Okay, I don't know what happened there. So let's add a new file, and I'm going to say number of spots.tsx. Okay, and we're going to do number of spots. Cool. Let me save this, and if I come here and let's see, so I think I can do this, number of spots. Okay, so this is just for testing. So if I hit next, there you go. So we are going to the next step. That's pretty cool. Let me add next. Let's see what happens. We're not showing the message. We're supposed to be saying that you need to fill this. Let's see why. Oh yeah, we're not using this. Let's use it. So if I come here, I can say P and message. Okay, there you go. Address is required. How about give it a little bit of character? So text dash red dash 500. Okay, and then maybe this too big. There you go. So that's much better. And if I add something, let's say CN tower, if I hit next, boom. So that works. And one thing I think, let's see, can I do something like set message to this so we can reset it? Let me try this again. I'm going to close this. So let's say if I hit next, okay, and then if I do CN tower, boom, that goes away. Pretty cool. Next, beautiful. All right, so let's work on the number of spots. So we're done with the address one. So I'm going to close this so we don't get confused. And let's go to the number of spots. Okay, so for this one, we're going to utilize the form and all. And I'm going to do const form schema. And let's just do z from za.object. Okay, and we're going to do number of spots z dot coerce. So we want to coerce this as a number. Let's do basically this, not number, like that. And then what I can say, invalid type, let's say must be a number, like that. Also, let's specify the positive, because this is the number of spots. You cannot have negative spots. So we're gonna say message value must be positive. Okay, and then finite. You cannot have an infinite number of parking spots. So we can say message must be a valid number. Cool. So that's our schema, and now we can start utilizing it. So then what I can do, I can say type number of spots input, okay, z.infer, and it's going to be type of form schema, like that. Okay, then I can come here and same thing, it's gonna get on next, on previous, and then this is going to be of type that list spot type. Remember we did that. And then const my spot store is equal to use my spot store, the one we created. So it kind of basically is the same deal, and you repeat it for the other one. So use form, okay, from React hook form, and this one is basically number of spots input, okay, and then resolver, it's gonna be zod resolver, like that, okay, and we give it the form schema. And default values, okay, I'm gonna do number of spots, so this is gonna come from the our store. It's gonna be my spot dot data dot number of spots. What? Like that. So that's coming from here. And then finally, we should also, we need a submit function, so we can say on submit, okay, and it's going to be data number of spots input, and we can say my spot store dot update state, and I can say number of spots data dot number of spots. Cool. So the store is getting updated, and when we hit submit here, then it is going to submit the entire data. Okay, so now this is getting an error because we need to pass in the on next. So I can say handle next step change. Let's see. Okay, and on previous, because we're on the second step, we should have a previous step. So I can say handle previous step change. I believe we have not created this. So how about we create this? I think I'm going to call it prev. So previous step change. So let's see. Const and okay, that weird. And then I can do basically like that. So here all you do is if step is equal to 1, then we return, we want to go into negatives. Otherwise steps, set step, current step, I'm going to do current step -1 so that we can go back. Okay, so that's that. So now if I come here, why is this guy erroring out? Let's see. I think I need to do this. Cool, so that's that. And now we can get cracking here. Okay, so let's do a div, and I'm gonna do grid, and then I'm gonna do width dash full, and then gap dash 1.5, okay, like that. And then I'm gonna create h2. So this is the same, honestly, as this one. So I'm gonna copy this h2, and whoops, I'm gonna put it here. And then we're gonna say number of parking spots. Cool, so that's what we have here. Okay, and let's come here, and we're gonna create a form, okay, from React hook form, and we're gonna spread the form on it, okay, like that. And then I'm going to create a form, okay, and then on submit, what I will do is I'll say form.handle submit, and then I'm going to pass in the on submit function, like that. Okay, let's scroll up. All right, and then what I need is a form field, like that. And whoop, I think this is self-closing. Let me delete this. Okay, and what I will do is I'm going to say control. It's going to be form.control. Okay, and then name is number of spots, the same name that we chose above, and render. Okay, we need a render, and it's going to take a field. Okay, and then what we will do is I'm going to say a form item like that, and form control like that, and we'll create an input like that. Okay, and let's just do field and then placeholder. I'll say just, let's say example 3 like that. And also we should give it the message, any error message, so the user can see. And I'll say form message. Cool, so that's that. Okay, beautiful. I think we had something happen. So let me type here CN tower. Next. Okay, use form context. Get field stays as it is null. Okay, let me add the buttons, and then we're gonna see what the heck is going on. And you know what I'll do for this one? I am going to take exactly this same thing, come here, paste. Okay, we have a button. Cool. And then on click, why is it actually, I don't need that, so I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna say previous. One thing I will do is, let's do this. Okay, and then on this one I will say on previous like that. So that's the previous one, and let's save it. Okay, let's see if I hit this, if I hit next. Okay, so we're having an issue with our form. So let's see, what did I mess up? If I go up, form use form is coming from React hook form. I think that's probably my problem. The form I want to come from this one. Let me save it. Let me refresh. Let's see, Niagara Falls. Aha, so that was the problem. Okay, so as you can see, I have I think the previous button will be nice that if it's here. So I think they should swap their spots. So let's do that. I'm gonna format this a bit. Cool, yeah, that makes more sense. So I can go back, as you can see the address is remembered. I can go next. That's awesome. So I cannot go next because we need to add this other thing, which is the pricing. Yes, we need to add the pricing. So what I will do is, what if I copy this one and I'll say pricing. Okay, so that's that. And then let's just do here. So this one is not much different from the other one. So pricing, and then it's gonna be hourly, and then pricing data dot hourly. Oh yeah, it should be pricing price. Sorry, I thought this one was, let me see. Oh yeah, that's fine. So data dot hourly. Why is it? Oh, sorry, it should be hourly. Okay, what am I doing wrong? So actually, one thing I should do is fix this. Sorry guys, I'm just jumping around, but trying to fix this. Hourly like that. Okay, so what am I saying here is hourly and number of, no, it should be pricing input. Pricing input should be pricing input like that. Okay, cool. And my spots dot data dot price dot this one. Cool, so that's that, so that's fixed. And then this should be price input. Okay, so that's good. Ooh, aha. Oh, okay, okay. This one should be, since we're updating the store, so I'll say price, and what you can do is you can just do data, because the structure is same, so that's why you can do this. Okay, and then here we can do pricing. Okay, let me save it like that, and let's see. For this one, I will do, let's say, $10, and I think the rest of it does not change. So that's one benefit. If you keep the structure same, you don't have to change much. So then in here, what I can do, if I copy this, I can say 3. I'm gonna comment this for now, but for this one I will do pricing. There we go. And I don't think so we change much. The only thing we need to do is put a semicolon. If I save it, if I do, let's say next, let me refresh this. So let's do, let's say Niagara Falls, next. So number of spots, let's say I have 10 spots. Okay, so it's not going to next to the address, or sorry, the pricing. Let's see what's going on. I'm going to close this and let's go to pricing. Let's see why. So we have on next, and one problem I see is if I go back here to the number of spots, so we have this on next function. Whoops, right here. Yeah, we should be I think it's a good idea to use it, and the same goes for here on next. Cool. So if I come here, hit next, see what happens. I think I should do a refresh. All right, let's see. So address, so let's say Toronto. I don't know, I'm just gonna pick Toronto. Next, so number of spots, let's say I have 100 spots. Okay, cool. Still it's not doing anything. I think the one of the reason is this should be submit. This shouldn't be a button. And the same for this one. It should be submit, right? This should be submit like that, so that it's going to call this function and it's going to call next. Let's see. Okay, let's see. So let's say Toronto Pearson Airport. What the heck? And let's say I have 100 spots. Okay. When I hit next, it actually closed. That is weird. Let's figure out what's going on. So number of spots and type is equal to submit. So let me try again. Let me go to the console and we can see if we're getting any errors. So that's just coming from the Google whatever thing. I'm going to clear that. I'm going to do CN Tower. Next. Okay, so no error is being thrown, but so if I go back here, and so that means we're coming here, next step change, and set step. Let's put a console log on next. Cool. So we can see if this function is being called. Let's go to console and I'm gonna just put something. Next. Okay, so on next happened. So what if I press on next? Okay, so it did not do anything. Let me see why. Well, one of the things I noticed is, I mean, on scroll, I'm sure you guys must have noticed this. It should be on submit. So if I go to pricing, submit. Right, one thing about this is web development is these kind of things are not flagged, so you kind of have to, if you're stuck, you will be stuck for hours before you figure this out. But anyway, so I'm just going to refresh this page, and let's just do CN Tower, next, boom, there you go. So now we're getting to the screen. So let's see in the pricing, do we have okay, so here value is positive. So if I do next, okay, value must be positive. So that's working. And then the final thing we need is a summary kind of screen so that we can show the user, the final thing before they can do a submission. So I'm just gonna copy this and I'm gonna call it summary. And let's close this and let's call this. So for this one, I don't need none of this stuff because it's just a summary. So I'm gonna get rid of all of that. I don't need this form, this thingy. I don't even need this. Okay, so let's do that. And then what we will need is pretty simple. So I'm not even bother gonna type this. But I will do is I'll just paste it. And what we're trying to do is so let me expand this so you guys can see. We're just creating a grid and we're just calling it summary. And all we're doing is whatever data we have filled, we're displaying that to the user. That's all. So they can just take a quick glance at the data. And we also don't need all these imports. So I think we can get rid of these. And that's that. Now one problem is the format amount for display. So we want to display the amount in a nice format, and that's a function we need to add, and that one we can add in the so if I go here under lib and then in utils, we can add that function right here. So I'm gonna close that, and then what I will do is I'll say export function format, let me see what we called it, format amount for display, and it takes the price and the currency. So I'm gonna come here and do like this, and this takes an amount as we said, and then currency string, okay, and it returns a string. Okay, so what we do is say number, and I'm gonna say format is equal new intl, so this is JavaScript built in, and then I'll say number format. Okay, and then you can just give it an array. I'm going to use US. Actually, let's use Canada since this is in Canada. And sorry, that's the language. So I'm gonna do US, and then what I will do, I'll say style is currency, and then currency, I'll do currency, and then finally currency display, and I'll say symbol. So display the symbol for us, and then you can do something like const formatted amount, okay, and then also number format dot format amount, like that, and then you will do return. Okay, so formatted amount, I keep pressing the wrong keys. Formatted amount is equal to, let's say for some reason we couldn't format it, we return empty, otherwise formatted amount. Cool, so that should fix that. So then I can come here and I can say display. What? So if I do display, okay, that came in. So let's take this for a test drive. So if I just do a refresh, I'm going to say add location. So I'm going to punch in CN Tower, next, and let's say number of spots, I have 10. And the price, let's say it's an expensive area, I'm going to $20. Okay, nothing is being displayed, and why is that? So let's close this, close that, and yeah, that's the reason we need to use it. So for, I'm going to say summary. Whoa, Okay, is that what we call? Let's see, summary and it should be summary. This should be summary. Cool. So now I can go here and let's do summary. And I think we need to put that comma. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. So as you can see, we're getting the address, the number of spots, and the hourly price. So there you go. That's properly formatted with a $sign and Canadian CA. Now I can go previous. I can go next. Okay, why is it that, let me just do a fresh one because I just saw one problem. I want to make sure I solve it. So let's say I do Niagara Falls. Next, number of spots is 10. Next, let's do $20 and do this. Okay, so I have $20. Number of spots 10, Niagara Falls. Okay, if I do previous, shouldn't I go to the previous screen instead of like all the way to the beginning? Are we doing anything that we shouldn't be doing? Let's see. So these are just debug statements. I'm gonna save this. So here, so if, oh man, -1, that's why. Lots of mistakes. Okay, let's just do next. So if I do previous, cool. Yeah, I see. I'm going to pricing. I can go and change this to 100. Let's see if that updates. Yep, 100. Pretty cool. If I change this to, let's say, $25. Perfect. So now when I hit submit, what should happen is, did we add a final submit? Handle final submit. Let's see here. So we should log all the data. So let's go ahead and do inspect console. And if I do submit, perfect. We're getting the address, the GPS codes, by the way, of this location. We're getting number of spot. We're getting the pricing. Perfect. So now in the next tutorial, we're gonna come in and we're gonna add the database schema so that we can shoot this off to the server. Okay, I'll see you guys. What's going on, guys? So now that we have added the Google Places autocomplete, and now it's time to persist this in the database. So what I will have to do is, we're going to be using, by the way, MongoDB or MongoDB. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I'll say npm install. I'm going to do npm install MongoDB and Mongoose, and we're going to hit it. All right, cool. With that installed, then what we can do now is we can go ahead and start creating the schema, and I think I will leave it at that. And for that, we'll come here and I will minimize this and this, and we'll create a new folder and we will call it schemas, like that. Cool. Now within this, I will create a new file and I will call it parking locations.ts. All right, then I'll come here and I will basically export, and I'll say interface, and I'll say parking location extends document. Okay, this document is going to come from Mongoose. So what we will do is we're going to bring in a bunch of dependencies. So I'll say document, let's see, document, and okay, so let's see from, and I will say Mongoose, like that. What I also need is I need schema, and I also need model, and then I also need models. All right, so that's what I need. And then inside of here, I'm going to copy and paste from my notes, because it is just address, GPS codes. So GPS codes, in the previous tutorial we created this, the lat long, and we can import that from our types right there. All right, so we have price. So let's see, do we have price? We don't have price. So we can go ahead to types and create the price, and the price only we have is hourly. If you have other price types, you can add them here. So I'm going to go back here and let's see, do I do price? And cool, so I have price here. So basically just all the info about the parking location, the address, the GPS code, number of spots, price, status, and location. And this is all coming from, remember when we do the stepper, so we're kind of matching it to that. This is going to be GeoJSON, so this will be used when we're going to do the search within a certain radius. So that's why we are doing it like that. All right, then I'm going to come here and I will do const and I'll do parking location schema, and it's going to be a new schema like that. It's going to be of type parking location, and then we're going to come here and all you do is just basically define these. So I'm not going to type them because that's going to be boring. So what I will do instead is I will just pick them from here, and then parking location. So again, that's in the our util. So what I will do is I'll come here and so guys, I'm pasting these because these are just very simple enums. There's no need to type them. It just waste time. So that's why I have it here, and I will do status. Cool. So that's coming here. So what we're saying is just the address, location, and as I said, this is in GeoJSON format, so we can search the nearby locations, and the type is point, and the coordinate is going to be an array of number, and then number of spots and blah blah blah. One thing I will do on this one is I'm going to enable the timestamps so we can know like when it was created, just for audit purposes. True, like that. All right, so once you have done that, then like I'm sure you have seen MongoDB by now. So I'll do parking location model, and I'll say models dot, and I'll say parking location, or if it's not there, and then just basically define it. I mean, so here what we're saying is if we already have it, take that. Otherwise, we are going to say parking location, and it's going to be parking location schema like that. All right, so that's going to get us started with parking locations. Now what we also need to do is we need to come here and create a new folder. Well, we already have libs actually. We need to create the database adapter, whatever you want to call it, so we can connect to the database. So I will come here in my lib folder and I'll say db.ts, and basically if you go to the NextJS Vercel NextJS and this link, I'm gonna copy it here, and let me close this. So you can go here and take this code, which basically connects to the MongoDB database in Next.js. So I'm going to paste that here, and all we're doing is, as I said, this approach is taken from this example. So you can go here, and then what we have is, okay, I don't need this dual twice. We have Mongo client, Mongoose, and then by the way, we also need to define this. So I'm going to get to that. And then all you do is just, if you already have a client, then use that. Otherwise, we're going to connect to the database and create our client. You only do this in the development because if you keep connecting again and again, it's going to be a problem. But in production, you have the server running and you have no problem. So anyway, so I'm going to save this, and now we're going to go to MongoDB. All right, so you can create the cluster if you don't have one. Just go ahead and create the cluster. But since I already have a cluster, it's going to be cluster 0, and it's going to be automatically selected. If you want to connect to the database, just hit connect, and then go to drivers, and then it's going to show you the URI that you have to use to connect to the database. And then you can also see how they tell you to install MongoDB. So I've already covered this in my other tutorials. You can watch them. Anyway, so I'm going to go to browse collections. All right, so I'm just going to resize this, and I have nothing, so I'm just going to add my own data, and I will call it parking. Let's just call it smart parking or gateless parking. And this one, I'll just call it test. I'm going to delete it anyways, or just leave it. Anyway, so then once that is created, and then because we have the table, the schemas here, that is going to create the parking locations table here for us when we start saving the data. Anyway, so now what I'll do is I'll go back here, and then remember we have these steps we go through, and then we add these, do the submission. So what I can do is I can close this one, and then I'm going to close this one, and then I don't need this, and I don't need this. So remember guys, we added this final submit, so now we can use this, right? So for that I'll come here, and under the app I'll create a new folder, and I'm going to call it API, and then under the API I'll create a new folder, and I'll say parking location, like that. So I'm going to be doing a mix of actions and APIs, so you can just see both. And I'll create a new folder, and I'll call it new. Then within that I'll create a new file, and I'm just going to call it route.ts, like that. All right, cool. So I'm going to whoa, I don't need to do that. I'm going to minimize this, and what we can do is we can say export async, and I'll say function post. Okay, and then we're going to have a request, and it's going to be next request. All right, and then what I will also do is I'm going to have a response. I don't know if we will actually use the response, but I'm just going to bring it in for fun. What the heck? Cool. So then I'm going to do try, and then first thing I will do is I'm going to connect to my DB, like that. All right, so when that is done, then what I will do is I'll say form data. That's the form we are submitting. It's going to be form data. It's equal to await request dot form data, like that. And then I can do data is equal to form data dot get. We're going to be passing it in the parameter data. I'll say a string. Cool. And then I can do parking spot or parking location, whatever you want to call it. Then we're going to parse it, and I'll say JSON.parse, and we'll do data, and you want to just say parse it as parking location. You know, I'll call it parking location. What the heck? That makes more sense. Cool. So that's that. Brought in the parking location. Amazing. And then what I will do is I'm going to, you know what? Let me fix this catch because this guy's complaining, I think, about that. And I will do error. And I'm going to console log the error, so we know what the heck is going on. And then I will return new next response. Yeah, okay. And let's just do server error. If you're here, that means something bad happened. And let's just do a status of 500. Cool. So that's that. And then what we can do is I can say create, or I can say record is equal to await. Now we're going to say parking location model, and you're just going to do create. Cool. And then we're just going to supply the stuff, I guess the variables, and I'll say parking spot or parking location dot address. All right. And then the next one will be GPS coords, and this will be parking location dot GPS coords, like that. Location. Whoa. Now one thing, let's see, parking location that's coming from here. If I go here, yep, that's that. I just want to make sure we're getting the correct one, because for some reason for us the autocorrect is not coming. Let me see if I need to. Can I do parking location? Will that work then? Location. Yeah, there you go. That's coming up. All right, cool. And then what I will do is I'll say coordinates. Okay. It's going to be parking, because remember we're using the GeoJSON thingy, so that's why we need to do this. I'll say parking location dot GPS course dot launch, and parking location dot GPS course dot lat. So remember, one thing for GeoJSON you have to do is you got to store it in the reverse order. Took me time to figure this out, because I was doing the search and I was giving the wrong radius. So you have to, because usually we store it in latitude and longitude, but you got to store this the opposite. So that's that. All right, and then I'm just going to quickly paste the other ones. So like the number of spots, price, and that. So I'm just going to fix this real quick. Cool. So when you have that set, then all you do is you basically, well, it's created already, right? If there's an error, error is gonna be caught up. But what we can do, we can say next response like that, and we're just gonna return a JSON response, and the message will be something like parking spot created, or parking location. What? Parking location created. And you know what we can do? um, Parking location, well, I like to keep my responses all in lowercase, and then that's going to be the record. Cool. So if everything went well, this should actually technically create the parking location for us in the database. All right, I hope we didn't make any mistakes. Okay, I'm gonna go back here and we can start using it here. All right, so in here, I'm going to get rid of this, and let's see. So we have this set submitting. I'll just set submitting to true just before you submit this crap. And then I'm going to do data. Data is equal to new form data, right? So that's what we're submitting form data. And I'll say data.set. Okay, cool, data. And I'll say JSON.stringify this crap. And then I can do my spot store dot data. Cool. Remember we created the store, we're keeping everything here, so now we can use it. And then we're going to shoot the request off to the server, and I'll say await. I will use the fetch API, and I'll say API, and I'll do parking location new, because that's our route, and we're just going to give it the method. So the method is post, right? And then the body is going to be just the data right here. Cool. So this guy's complaining because it's not async. So okay, that takes care of that. And then finally, when we are done, then I'm going to set this to false. And then we're going to do if result dot okay. If thing went okay, then what we want to do is we can say router dot refresh, right? So we brought in this router before, now we can use it. So we want to refresh the route so we can see the result. Otherwise, we're just gonna show error, right? I don't know if we installed the toast thingy, but let's go ahead and install that from shatcn thingy. So I'm talking about this. Cool. So I'm going to come here, copy npm, come here, bam, boom, done, install. All right. So that's installed like that. All right. And then let's see if I can come here and I can just do toast. Yeah, like that. Error. Okay. Failed to create the parking location, right? And if success, I can say toast dot not symbol dot success, and we say record created. Cool. Well, one thing you need to do for this toast thingy is you need to come here to the main layout, the main layout. I think it's this one. And what you want to do is you want to put this toaster somewhere here. So this is my body. So what I'll do is I'll put it in my body, and I'll say toaster. Yeah, like that. Otherwise, your toast is not going to show. So that will take care of that. Let's just refresh this and make sure that works. Okay, it's thinking. All right, cool. Let's why don't we go ahead and add a location and see if it'll come up in the database, and then we can maybe show it in the locations and stuff. Cool. So I'm gonna add like CN Tower. All right, let's add number of spots, like let's say 3. And it's gonna be an expensive place. I'm gonna say $20. And okay, so yada yada yada. Okay, submit. Failed to create the parking location. Cool. Error. Amazing. Doesn't go well in the first try always. All right, let's see what the heck is going on. Oh yes, we didn't set this in the end file. How dumb of us. All right, so I'm gonna put this here, and let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna go to my, where is it? Let me expand this. I didn't want to put a debug. All right, I need to go to the end file, and I need to put this somewhere here. So I'll say MongoDB. Okay. Okay, since I already have it, I'm just gonna paste it here, save it, and I'm gonna close this. Cool. You guys can put yours. I showed you guys where to get it. All right, let's try this again. So I'm going to, so this is the last time we did it, and let's just submit it again. All right, cool. Another error. Amazing. Let's see what's going on. And I'm going to expand this. I feel like this is the best part of coding when you're trying to like figure out what's going on. Okay, for some reason I can't get the handle. Anyway, so let's see what's going on. That was the error from before. And cannot read properties of undefined reading L and G. Interesting. Route.ts number 2. Okay, so it looks like we're hitting the route. And that's the parking location new 22. All right, cool, cool. Let's go to route.ts. All right. Okay, right here, GPS codes. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to console log. Let's see what the heck are we getting. Parking location, right? And we're going to see what we're actually getting. I'm going to hit submit. And did I hit submit? No, I had to submit. Okay, let's see. Let's scroll down. Okay, here we go. So if I look here, then address is this. That's good. GPS codes is parking location.gps codes. Then coordinates is parking location dot GPS codes right here dot LNG. Yeah, that makes sense. Parking location dot LAT. But it is saying cannot read properties of undefined reading LNG. It cannot read. All right, cool. I've been just debugging, and what I found out that one of the mistakes that I was making is look at the name is GPS codes. All right, so let's see. If I go to my, I think it was in the store. So if I come here, yeah, there's one extra O here, and that's gonna just do a whole bunch of. A bunch of things are gonna go off the rail. So let's see. I'm gonna close this, and then where we are adding the add location, let's see, spot address. Yeah, here. And I'm going to, you know what I'll do? Let me just do a search in the project. Let's see what all this is. And I need to fix this, and then there's one here. Brilliant. All right, I'm gonna close this one, and let's try this again. So we're gonna do list another. I'm gonna close this. All right, and let's just do this again. CN tower. All right, and we're gonna do next, and 3 spots. Let's say it's gonna be 25 bucks. All right, so we got all that. Submit. Woohoo! Record created. Awesome. All right, so that's good. If I go here, I'm gonna do that. By the way, it created this table. I don't need this test anymore. I'm gonna do delete, drop that. All right, and let's just click on that. Look at that. And we actually got a parking location. So here's the address, and here's the location. That's the GeoJSON thingy. And I got the GPS coordinates also. I got the price. It's an hourly 25. It's available. Beautiful. All right, so now that we have the parking spot created, I can actually then in here through the locations, we don't have it yet, but we can actually create this switcher view, and we can see the map view and the tile view. Okay, so let's come here, and we already have the tile view. Let me see. Yeah, so we have a tile view, and then within this we can start cracking away at this. So what I will do here is, since this is a server component, then I can come here and first connect to the database, and I'm gonna bring this here, and then I need to come here and I need to make this a sync like that, a sync like that. Cool. And then I can do basically is locations, and it's gonna be an array of parking location right here like that. Let me close this so we can easily see it. And then what I will do is I'll say await, and I'll say parking location model dot find. So we want to get all of them, right? like that, and then I'll just say parking location like that. Cool. All right, so one thing I will do, let's just quickly locations, spit that to the screen. I'm going to refresh this. So since it's on the server, we're not going to see it here in the console like here, but we should see it right here. There. So as you can see, it's giving us the parking location. Let me refresh this. And yeah, so we're just getting one. That's good. Cool. So that's that. So now let's start displaying this and see how we can display it. So I'm going to come back here. I'm going to create a new folder and we're going to call it components like that. And within this, I'm going to create a location card.tsx like that. So I don't know if we have already installed the card from Shatien, but I'm going to go to component UI and let me just see, quickly take a look. No, we have not. So let's go to card and I'm going to copy this, come here, and then we can install that. Okay, so with that done, then I can close this, and then what I can do, I can say const. So I can do const location card. Okay, and what I will do is I'm just going to do this one differently. So it's going to be a React function component, and we're just going to give it some props, and then whoop, like that. Okay, and then what I will do is I'm going to come here and we will return some stuff. So for now, I will do card from UI components card, and I'll do class name of width dash full. Okay, and on large and above, I'm just going to give it a width of 350 pixel like that. So let me close this like that. All right, so now it's complaining what's props. So props is just the kind of stuff we're passing to it. So basically the ID, name, address, and blah blah blah. So I will come here and I will put this here like that. So now I can start using this. Let me save it. Let's go back here and let's refresh this, and nothing is happening because we're not using it yet. All right, so what I can do is I can say a card header like that, and then I can say card title. So now here we need a switch, so we can toggle the thing on and off. For now, I'll just do a switch, so an on-off switch like that. All right, so then we have the card header, card title, and then what I will do is, sorry, after the card title, I'm going to come here and I'll say card description like that, and let's in here put the address like that, and then I'm going to give it a class name of text-md. So why don't we use it so we can start seeing this thing in action. So if we go back here, this is the place we can use it. So I'm going to do this. All right, and then what we can do is I can say locations, okay, and we can say dot map, okay, and then we're gonna go over these locations. So I'll say location, and like that, and then what I will do is I'll say location card. All right, let me see why this is not coming up. So let's go here, location card. Oh, we're not exporting that. So I'll say export location card like that. Let's just do default. Cool. So that's that. So now if I come here and I'll do card. Yeah, cool. There you go. That's coming up. So now let's go ahead and pass the parameters. So first of all, give it the key so we can get rid of that error, I guess. And we need to pass in the other parameters. So ID is going to be the same thing, location.id, like that. And you know what I'll do is I will just copy and paste the other parameters, because all we're doing is just passing the parameters, that's all. So the name, the address, so I can say location, and it's going to be that, and that's all we're doing is just passing the parameters. Okay, so locations.map, why is this guy giving the error? Yeah, so one thing I will do is I'm going to put this, I'm going to take this and I'm going to cut it and I'm going to put it here. All right, so now that's fixed. Now get street from address. So the problem is if we put the address as it's going to show the postal code and all, but I want to show it in a nice way. So we have to have this function, and this function is in the utils. So if I come here, lib utils, I can come here and I can say export function, and we'll say get street from address like that, and then we pass in the address a string, okay, and then all we do is we say return address dot split. So split it by the comma, and then we're going to return the first value in the array. So let me go back here, and I'm going to come here, and let's just see if that works. Cool, so that works, and then this variable name should be location, like that. Let me save it. Look at that. All right, so that's coming, and let me go here in the, let me close this because we just have too much stuff open. So here's the car, right? So we need to start working on this. One thing I see is this is taking all the space. So if I expand, yeah, that's not nice. So we want to have some sort of a grid. So for that, I'll go back here. I'm going to close this, and I'm going to go here. Let's close this also. Yeah, this one, we need to fix this. So I'm going to go and I'll say grid. I'm going to save it. And then large and above, I'm going to say grid dash columns dash 4. All right. And then also medium and above, grid dash columns. And I'm going to do dash 2. There we go. And then gap dash 2. And then we're going to padding dash 2. Whoop, dash 2. Cool. So actually, we only have, let me see, one location. How about we add another location? So if I come here and I'm going to do Spadina Avenue, Toronto, next. Let's say we have 4 spots. I'm going to hit next. Pricing, let's say $12, and I'll say submit. Cool. As you can see, the other thing came, and I'm going to close this. So that's the other location. Pretty awesome. If I expand this, they're going to come like this. And that's the mobile view, that's the tablet view. Cool, that's pretty cool. Go to location card and start working on this. All right, so we need this switch right now, and the way we're gonna do this is we're gonna come here, and in here I'm gonna do location enable switch.tsx like that, and then we're gonna make this location toggle switch like that. Okay, cool. And I'm going to save it, and immediately I'll come here, and you know what, wait a minute, let me just write this out and then we can work on that. So before I do that, I want to make sure we have switch installed, and I'm gonna come here. Let me see, there was a switch somewhere. Yeah, here. So we're after this. I'm gonna copy this npm, and then we're gonna paste this here and let it install. Done. All right, cool. With that done, and then what we can do is I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna give it a class name here, and let's just start with flex, and we'll say justify between like that. Now we need to pass in these props. So what I'll do is I'll say props, and then what we can say props is basically a string. All right, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a type, and I'll say switch props. Okay, like that. So I have ID string, name string, and I have a status as string. So the reason why we're doing it is because this is inside of a server component, and this is a client component. So we need to, there's a way we need to pass in the parameters like stringify it and the parse it. And then I can do here is ID status name, right, like that. And then what I can do, I can say json.parse, okay, and I can do props, and I'll say switch props. Whoop. Switch props like that. Okay, and then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use this hook from React. It's called transition. So I'm going to do is pending. So you get this, and then you get start transition. Okay, and we will do use transition from React. Cool, like that. And then other thing I'll do is I'll say path name is equal to use path name. I'm going to use that from next navigation like that. I think we need to do this. And then finally I'll do active is equal to, so if status is equal to parking location status dot available, right? So that'll be that. And then now what I can do here is I can come here and I can say, I think these should be the ticks. Cool, like that. And then I can say active, right? Then you do text dash green dash 500. Otherwise we have text dash gray dash 200, like that. And then within this I'm going to put the name, okay, like that. And then the other thing I will do is also is if it's pending, then we're gonna show a loader. Okay, so well, let me just put that for now. Otherwise I'm going to do a switch, which is from components, this one, and then check state is equal to active, like that. And then on click we need a click handler. I'll say handle toggle, we'll say switch, like that. So now I'm gonna come here and then we can come here and I'll say const handle toggle switch, like that. Okay, and it's gotta do something. So let me see why is this guy giving us an issue. So return, and oh, I think we probably didn't close this one. Yeah, that's the problem. Cool, is that fixed? Yeah. All right, so that organizes that. Okay, why don't we go ahead and use this here? So if I come here and I say location card, ID is going to be ID. It's going to be ID, and then name is equal to name, like that. Cool. And finally status is going to be status, like that. Let's do that. Okay, we're having an issue here. Location card, let's see what's the problem. Props, what did we do wrong? Oh, because this is a server component and this is a client component, so you cannot just pass the parameters like that. You have to do it a certain way. So you have to do props is equal to, and then I'm gonna do like this. Okay, and I'll say JSON. Okay, I'll say stringify. Okay, and then you come here, then you pass these in like that. So I'll do ID that, and then comma, and then I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Actually, it should be like this, this, that, and then we'll do this. Okay, so that's how we're gonna pass in the props. And let me see, location card switch. Okay, I think we location toggle switch. Sorry, that's what it is. Wrong name. Location toggle switch. There you go. So let me just fix that. Let me save it. Oh, there you go. So that's coming in nicely. Now the one problem is, like, if I click on it, nothing is happening, and that's because, yeah, this function has to do something. Okay, so for that to happen, what we can do is I can come here and we're gonna create a new folder, and I'm gonna say actions. All right. And within that, I'll create a new file and we're gonna call it actions.ts. And then I can create a function, I'll say export async function. Okay, and I'll say toggle location, like that. And to this, I'm going to pass the ID and the path. And the reason we're passing the path is, well, you will see. So ID is a string, path is a string, like that. And I'm going to do this. Cool. All right, so with that done, then what I can do is say const find the location first. And I'll say await. I'll say parking location model dot find by ID. Let me close this. Okay, and then I can basically just pass in the ID. Now to get access to the variables, I'll say parking location, like that. Okay, cool. So if location is found if we have a location, okay, then what we do is we can say location dot status is equal to location dot status. Okay, if it is parking location dot status dot available, right? Then what we do, we say parking location status, status dot available, right? Otherwise parking, sorry, not available, because we're just toggling. Okay, and let me do it this way. Otherwise parking location status dot available. Cool. So that's that. And then what I can do, I can say const result is equal to await. We'll say location dot save. We're going to save it. And if result, okay, then what we do is say we revalidate the path. So now revalidate path is coming from next cache, and it's going to be this path. Cool. So all we're doing is we're saying is if the status available, make it not available, and if it is available, then you make it well, if it's available, we make it not available. If it's not available, we make it available. Now I think I have an extra a here. Is that not available? Okay, I think I probably have a typo here. Let's see. Yeah, this should be this. Just one a here, one a here. Cool. Right, all right. So then what I can do, I can come here and I can use this hook. Now I can say start transition, okay, and then async, and then in here what I can do, you can say await toggle location. We're gonna get that action. I'm gonna pass it the ID, and path is going to be the path name, like that. So that's going to take care of that, and let's save it. And I'm going to fix this error first. So let's see. All right, so I think I know what the problem is. So if I go here, I'm going to go here, actions. Yeah, we need to connect to the database first, so that will be nice. Okay, so I'm going to save it, and let's see. Right, I think one thing we need to do in these actions, you need to come here on the top, because it looks like this is running on the server. Sorry, this is running on the client, and client doesn't have access to this MongoDB URI, so that's why we're getting this error. So in your actions, you want to do this. I'm going to save it, and there we go. So now if I toggle this, perfect. As you can see, the thing is refreshing the status. If I refresh it, it remembers, and you can see the text is changing. So that's pretty cool. So I'm going to come back here, and I think we need to, yeah, we need to start working on the rest of the card. So I'm going to come here, and right here under the card header, we need the card content, like so. And I'm going to do the card footer as well. So I'll say card footer. Okay, and that will be the card footer. I'm going to save it, and there you go. And then in here in the card content, I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to say margin bottom -4. It's going to be grid dash columns -1 1, and then I'll say items -start and padding bottom -4, and that's that. So let me save that. So there you go. Then I'm going to do space dash y-2. I hate typing these classes, by the way. It's no fun. And then what I'll do is I'll create a p, and I'm going to give it a class name of text-sm, and this will be the hourly price. And what we will do, we will say, remember we create this function format amount for display, and we're going to pass in the price dot hourly, and we'll say CAD, Canadian. Cool, and like that. Let's see what that does. Cool, so there you go. The price is coming, and then I think we can give it some more classes. So I'll say font medium. That's gonna do that, and then finally leading. I'm gonna do leading -none. Okay, so that does that. So now I need to do for the other one, which is the number of spots and all, and blah blah blah. So honestly, I don't feel like typing that because it's just a bunch of paragraphs. Let me just format this. So all we're doing is just a number of spots, these spots booked and spot available. I'm going to save it, and that's what you get, the horizontal line. That's this one, and let me just expand this. There you go. So you're going to see this on desktop, and then that's mobile, and this is your tablet. All right, so now for the cart footer, we need a delete button and an edit thingy. So let's do that. So let's add the location delete button. So I can do location delete. Okay, and I'll say dash button tsx, and let's just quickly do this location delete button like that. Close it, and then I can come here. Let me close this one because we don't need this, we don't need this, don't need this. Right here is what I can do, location delete button. Cool, let me save it. So there you go, that's that. And then in here, let's start adding the stuff. So I'm sure we need to pass it something, and what we need to pass is the, I think the same thing we did before where we passed the props. So I'll do props, okay, and then I'll say props is a string. We need to create that type, and this is the same one as before, just the switch props. So I'm just gonna copy them here and paste them here. Okay, type switch props like that. Cool. So I'm gonna save it, and then what we need to do here is the same thing. I'll just take the ID from this one, and what I will do, I'll say json.parse, okay, like that, props switch props like that. And then also need to do is const is pending, and then start transition, okay, and then this is coming from the use transition from React like that, and then const. So we need to show a dialog box to the user, like if they want to delete the location. So that's why we're gonna do this open set open, and it's gonna be a state, and it's gonna be like that. So initially it's false. Cool. So what happened? Okay, yeah, we need to pass the props. So I'll do props, and then what? Okay, so what I need to do this, and then what I need to do is say JSON dot stringify, okay, and then ID. ID is ID like that. Cool. Let's see if that fixes the stuff for us. And you are importing on that use state, but oh yeah, so we're using state and all. So I guess we need to do use client. Let's see. Cool, that fixed that problem. I think we're not using the rest of them, so honestly I'm just gonna name it properly. Okay, that's that. And then let me see if I can pump out the ID here. Cool, so the ID of these two are coming here. That's pretty cool. All right, so let's close that. Okay, so what I need to do here is I'm going to just do this to make this happy. And then what I can do like this. So if it's pending, right, then we can say deleting, right? Otherwise, we create a button from UI button, and it's going to be a variant of ghost like that. And then on click, what we do is we say set open to true, right? That's going to open the dialog box, and then inside of here I'm going to do trash to icon like that, and let's just give it a color of red. Okay, like that. Let me save it. Perfect. So there you go. So this is coming. So now what we need to do, we need to create a confirmation dialog. But before we do that, I'm going to come here and I'm going to, so how we did before, we had the path name and the function to delete. We have that exact thing here. But what I will do, I'll say use path name from next navigation like that. And now we have this delete location. So what's delete location? Well, delete location is going to be in action. So we need to create that. And delete location is very simple. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste this here and we're going to do delete location like that. Okay, we're passing the ID and path. We're going to connect to the database, right? And then what we're going to do is we're just going to say find by ID and delete. We're passing the ID here, so we don't need this. And then we're just going to say delete result. Okay, I'm going to copy this and I'll say if delete result, if we were successful in deleting the item, then all we do is we say revalidate the path and then the path. Cool, that's how simple it is. And then in here I can just come here and I can say delete location like that. I'm going to save it. All right, cool. So now this function is not going to call, so we need that confirmation dialog thingy happening. That we need to create an alert dialog, and let me just see if we have already created alert dialog. I don't see it. All right, so we're gonna go to chatcn and let's see where is alert dialog. This is the alert dialog. That's the one I'm talking about. Continue, whatever, blah blah blah. So I'm gonna copy this, come here. We're gonna paste this here and let us do its magic. And then cool. So with that done, so under the components, I'm gonna create a new file like that, and then I'm gonna call it confirmation dialog.tsx, and then I'll say confirmation dialog like that. All right, cool. And then what I can do is I'm gonna copy all of this from here. Don't need to type it again. And then I'm gonna copy this also. Let me paste this here. Let me just organize this a bit. I'm gonna save it. Cool. And let me just close that. All right, so confirmation dialog is gonna take some props, and it's gonna take a message, and then it's gonna take an open, and then on close, and then on confirm, right? Because these are three callback functions. Well, the two other callback functions. Okay, and let's just define these props. So message is a string like that, and then open is a boolean. That's what's going to open it. On close, that's a function that returns nothing, and on confirm, it's a function that returns nothing. Cool. So that's that. And then alert dialog, what we can do, we can say open is equal to open like that, and then on open change it's going to call the on close. Beautiful. All right, so I don't need this trigger because we're triggering it ourselves. But what I will do is are you absolutely sure? And then in here I'm going to put our message like that, so that will be that, and then alert dialog cancel is that, and then this one continue. All we have to do is when we click it, we're gonna call the onConfirm. There you go, confirmation dialog done. All right, so then I'm gonna come here. Let me just organize this a bit. And what I will do is after this one, I will say confirmation dialog. There you go. Message will be something like by continuing. I'm not going to type this. I just don't have the patience for it. So we'll come here and we will say this like that, and then open. Okay, I will say open. Yeah, these should not be square brackets. These should be the squigglies. Let me scroll up so you guys can see what's going on. And then on close, okay, all we do is we say set open to false. And then on confirm, what I will do, I'll say handle confirm. Cool. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so that should work. Let me refresh this. If I hit this, that's that. If I try to delete now, Are you absolutely sure by continuing? You're going to, okay, whatever. So let me cancel. Let's let's delete this 32 Spadina. What do you guys think? I'm gonna hit it, continue. All right, so that's gone. Let's refresh. And I only have one location, 290 Bremner. How cool is that? Let's go ahead and create. I'm gonna refresh this. Let's go here. I'm gonna add another location, and this time I'm just gonna 34. Let's say Spadina Avenue. I don't know why. Avenue, Toronto. It'll be cool if somebody living at this address is watching this. So let's have 3 number of spots, and then I'm gonna pick the price at 12. Submit, and there you go. That's coming up. Let's do another one. How about I do a 30 Spadina? The reason why I'm adding these addresses close by, so we can do later on the geo thingy and we can see these addresses. So this is 24 bucks. Oops, sorry. I'm gonna do 3 spots, and then the pricing I'm gonna do at $13, and let's just submit. Cool. So there you go. So that's working, and I can come here. So that's coming nicely. All right, one thing we're missing is the edit thing, the button. So let's add that. So for that, what we can do is if I go to the location card, I'm gonna close this, and so we have the delete button right here. And what I will do is I'll add a link that's from next link like that, and href. Okay, so this will be something like this, and then we'll do edit. Okay, and for this I will do and let me do this, and let's do ID like that. Okay, and for this one, the icon, how about we give it a pencil icon like that. Color will be blue. Okay, and let's save it. All right, cool. So that's coming. If I hover my mouse, you can see at the bottom we're getting this edit. Now let's see. So it should be actually, so it's going to the root. What if I put a dot? So we're saying here, let me save it, and let's see. Okay, so now it's correct. Dashboard, locations, edit, and that. Okay, that's correct. So now we need to go ahead and create that. And this is at dashboard, locations, edit. So dashboard, locations, and I'm going to create a new folder. It's going to be called edit, and then within this edit I will create a page.tsx, and I'll just say location edit page like that. So that's going to come here, and what it will take is going to take some params. So I'll say params. Okay, and we need to define what params is. So I'll say params, and then we can say location ID, and it's going to be a string like that. Cool. So I'm going to save it. So let's say we come here and we say params location ID. Right. So let's see if I click on this location, is this going to go and print the location ID of this? So if I come here, okay, let me refresh. So dashboard locations edit. Dashboard locations edit. Yeah, that's the path is correct, but why? Oops. So dashboard locations. So I have dashboard, then I have locations. Within locations, I have edit. Oh, I have the location ID. That's why. So within, I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to say location ID. And then what I need to do, I need to take this, I need to move it here. I'm going to save it. Cool. There you go. So that's what I'm talking about. So if I go to locations, if I come here, I'm getting this. I'm going to go back. I'm getting 3AC, and yeah, they're different, so there are different locations. Cool, so that's working. So that's how we're going to edit this. And you know, while we're at it, maybe we should just edit this. So let's see in here. What I will do is I'm gonna just grab the location. So I'll say const. I'll say location is equal to await. Say parking location model, this one, and I'll say find by ID. Okay, let me close this, and then I can say location param dot location ID. Cool. So I think we need to do async. Cool. So that will work. And now what I can do is let's just do location dot address. Let me save it, and let's see if now. So remember, it's 290 Bremner Boulevard. So if I come here, 290 Bremner Boulevard, pretty cool. How about Spadina? That's Spadina. And then this is also 30 Spadina. Pretty cool. I think that's nice. So now let's see how we can edit this. So for that, I think we need to create an edit form. And what I can do is I can just come here and I can say location edit form.tsx. So I'm going to save it, and I'm just going to say location edit form. All right, here we go. So let's minimize this, and then what we can do is, so this one, by the way, is going to be the same as that we did when we were adding a location. So if I come here and let me see, tile view, map view, blah blah blah. Let me find it. Components and add location, number of spots. So what I will do, I'm going to take this form schema, and I'm going to come here. I'm going to paste it here, and we need to also add the pricing to it. We're going to fix this. Just bear with me. I'm going to take the pricing, and I'm going to take this here. I'm going to copy it, and then I think I can just do this like that. Cool. So let me just fix that. Now we need to take the Z from here, and I'm going to put this here. So that should fix that problem. Actually, that fixed that problem correctly. Cool. So that is that. And then what we had here was this. So I'm going to take this line, and I'm going to put that here, and form input, I'll call it form input, and it's going to be from form schema. That's pretty good. And what I also need is here, so I need to pass the location. So I'll say location, and then location is basically a string. Cool. So that's that. And then what I also can do is I can basically do const and say parsed location, parsed location is equal to JSON dot parse. Okay, and I'll say location, and I'll say parking location like that. Whoa, don't need that. Let me close this, and this should be location. Cool. So like that. So I'm going to save it, and then since this is a form, there's going to be a client component. So we should come here and we should do this just so that we can avoid the errors. How about we actually use it? So this is the location edit form. So I can say location edit page, right? Did I say page or form? I think I called it, let me see, I think it was form. Yeah, that makes more sense. And then the parameter was the location. And what we can do, we can say JSON.stringify, okay, and then the location. Cool. So let me do that. I'm going to save it. So let's say I refresh this, and if I hit this one, cool. So the location edit form is coming. I'm going to come here, and that's that, because we need to add the address and stuff, and that's why we're passing the location as is. So what I will do is, first things first, let's just get rid of this. And as I said, I have no intention of typing the class names, so I'm going to take them from my from my notes, but all I'm doing honestly is just creating a container flex, and small and above is a width of half, background of white, padding rounded, item center, and that's all. I'm gonna save it, and that's all basically I created. And then for fun, let's just go ahead and put the parsed location dot address. There you go. So this is the one we are currently changing. And then what I will do is I'll say class name, and then say small and above. I'm going to create a 2XL. Nice and big. Cool, like that. Okay, so we need to create a form, but before creating a form, we need to come over here and we need to create that form object. So it's a const form variable, sorry. So I can say use form, and use form is coming from React form. It's going to be the form input, like that. And then I can come here, and then what I will do, I'll say resolver, and then we can do Zod resolver, and then I can say here form schema. Cool, like that. And then we need to give it some default values. So we can say we can say a number of spots, and I can say parsed location dot number of spots, and then hourly I can say parsed location dot price dot hourly. Cool. So our form is going to get the locations of the field that we are editing, and then I can come here, and then what I will do is, remember how we created this form. So actually I'm going to copy this form. Let me copy it like that. I know there's going to be errors because we're copying and pasting, but we'll fix them. Okay, so first we need a form, we need a form field. So let's come here and let's just honestly grab all of this, and let's just put it here and see if that will fix our problems. Hopefully it should fix most of our problems. Cool. So we have this on submit. So what I can do, I can say const on submit. Okay, that's good. And it's going to be async, and it's going to take data. It's going to be form input, like that. And so for starter, let's just log this data and see what happens. Okay, we need this input. So let me see. There's the input. So I'm going to take this, and I am going to put it here. So that should fix that problem. Okay, we need the buttons. So for that, I will come here and let me see, button is here. So I'm going to copy this, and let's go back here, and I'm going to put this here. Okay, so this button is basically type submit. I'm going to call this save. Okay, and then the other button we're going to have is back. Okay, for now I'm going to remove this. We're going to add the thing later, but let's see how it looks. Okay, so save and back. So it looks like this is not what I wanted, but what I will do is I'll say flex dash column. So that's correct, and I'm going to give it a margin top of 4, like that. And for this one, the submit, I am not going to give it any variant. And I think what I want is I want this to be the first thing, like that. Let me just organize this, save it. That's actually better. All right, so we have this, and then one thing I will do is, I think that's fine. And then let's go ahead and add the other field, and the other field is, let me bring this here, and this one I'm gonna call number of spots. So let me see. Cool. So that's coming nicely. Let's just organize this a bit. I think we could add some classes here, I guess, to the form. So let me see, class name, and what we can do is we can say gap dash y dash 4. Let me see if that does anything. Let me save it, and looks like it didn't do much. Okay, and does that do anything? Cool. So there you go. So that worked. And if I had a container on that, that's what I'm talking about. So there you go. So now the form is nicely centered. And let me just expand this. So that's desktop, and that's your mobile view. Pretty cool. One thing I see is very close to the button on the top. So I think, let me see, do we have a margin top? So maybe I can do margin top -2. Yeah, there you go, that's better. So I can just do like that. That looks nice. So now I need to add the save functionality and on the submit button. But before I do that, I think I'll quickly fix the back button. So what we can do is I can say on click, right? And I can come here and I can say window dot history dot back. So that's gonna just hopefully help us go back. Let me do that. Cool. So let me edit the Bremner. Okay, that's the Bremner. 25 and 3, $25 and 3. Okay. How about Spadana is $12 and 3. $12 and 3. Okay, let's try to edit this. So here's the submit function. So what we can do is I'm gonna close this and I'm gonna close it. We're gonna come here and we are going to add another function, and I will basically copy this, and then I will say update location. So you guys are getting a hang of it now. It's once you have a thing set up like a process, then you can easily start repeating it. Okay, so I need to pass in a location. All right, cool. And then what I will do is I'm connecting to the DB. So what I need to do is, let me organize this a bit. Let me just close this also. We can come here, and then what I can do is I can say, await parking location model dot update 1, right? And then what are we updating? Well, the thing with this ID, right? And then what you need to do is you need to call this set. And what are we setting? Well, we need to set the location, right? So what I can do, I can say location parameters. So what we can do is I can come here and I can say, let's just put it in the type. So in case we need to use it later, where is it? Types, index, cool. So what I can do, I can say export, and I'll say type, and it's going to be update location params, like that. And we just need to pass in the so address. So I don't know if you will be modifying the address, because once you have an address, you can delete this and add another one. But anyways, we'll do it here. And then price, I'm just gonna do hourly. It's a number. Cool. So it's update location params. I'm gonna close this, and then this location will be of type update location params, and then here I can say location, like that. Okay, so that should work. And then finally, regardless of whatever, we can just revalidate the path, and I'm just going to do path like that. All right, so then let's see. So now if I come here, let's refresh everything. So let's say this is 34 Spadina, and we suddenly decided to increase the price to $18. So I'm going to do save. Okay, I'm going to go back, and it looks like it didn't update. Let me just refresh. Yeah, 34 Spadina is still $12. Let me go back here. Save file 18. I'm gonna do save. Yeah, cool. So we have a couple of problems. Number one is when I save, there's no status like telling me something happened. And then the other problem is, okay, problem number one I'm seeing already. Sorry, number two, we're not calling this function, so that's our biggest problem. And we need to have some sort of a notification that the update has occurred. So what we can do is we can come here, and do we have a progress thingy? No. So we need to first of all come here. We need to say progress set progress, and then I can do use state false, right? And state. Cool. And then let me do set progress. I'm going to set this to true, and later on when we're done, I'm going to set it to false. That takes care of that. Okay, so we need to call this function await update location. And let's see, so we need to pass in the ID path and location. So let's see, we need to give it ID. So ID is parse location dot ID, and path is path name, and location is going to be, now for this one, the address is going to be the parsed location dot address, and then the number of spots is going to be data dot number of spots, and price is going to be data dot hourly, like that. Price dot hourly, is it like that? Let me just go update location to price. Yeah, it's an object. All right, so price hourly is gonna be like that. Come on, take it. All right, so let's see, are we calling this function? Yes, we're calling this function. We're doing that. We need to do this thingy where we're doing this progress. We're using this progress, but we're not using it. Okay, let's see. I think we can do it right here, like that. Okay, let's do this. Let's do that. Okay, what we can do, we can say progress. If we have progress, then I'm going to do loader. Otherwise, what we do is we do this, and then I'm going to take this, and I'm going to put it here. Let's fix this. All right, let's give it a put it on a test drive. So I'm going to go and I'm going to update this, and let's see what happens. So right now, remember, it's 25 and 3. So I'm going to hit edit, and let's say we decrease the price to $23, and number of spots, I'm going to make it 4. What the heck? Save. Okay, something happened. I'm going to go back. Okay, there you go. So that got updated. How about we update this? So instead of $12, we're going to increase by 1. We're going to increase by 1. So let me hit save. That got saved. So 13.4, 13. Are we updating the right thing? Let me just see. 34 Spadina. Okay, so let me make this 13. Let me hit save. Go back. Huh, that's interesting. Is it updating this one? Let me make this 14. Okay, so that's weird. Let me go here and see what happens. So I'm gonna make this 17. I'm gonna hit save. Oh, interesting. For some reason, if you guys see, it's only updating this one. Okay, we have another problem. Why do I have 30 Spadina, 30 Spadina? Let's go check our database and see what's going on. I have 30 Spadina, 34 Spadina, 30 Spadina. Okay, so I've added Spadina 2 times. Let me delete this one Spadina. I'm going to continue. Cool. Let me go here. I'm going to refresh. Okay, for some reason I had duplicated record. I don't know why. Okay, so now let's go here and let's say I'm going to edit this. So I'm going to change this to 4. I'm going to hit save. I'm going to go back. Okay, so it's updating this one, the first one, and the address got changed as well. Oh wow, we have a big problem here. Let me see. That's interesting. The IDs are different, but it looks like it's updating the wrong record. That's interesting. Let me see what the heck is going on. I'm gonna minimize this right here. Okay, let's see how are we doing this. So let's go here and we have the location edit form. Alright guys, I have to just park this for a while and come back to it because I was really tired. But we have a location edit form. As you can see, I created new records. I deleted the previous ones, And if I go here, then so I was passing ID before. I changed that to underscore ID, and then here's the update location function, and then also here I said underscore ID is equal to the ID we're passing. So before, what was happening was this ID was coming in as undefined. That's why it was updating the, I don't know, our locations or none of the locations. So that was the problem. So now one thing I can do, I can just remove this. I can save it, and we're gonna now try to edit this 32 Spadina Avenue, or actually let's update this one, 32, and I'm gonna change this to 3. Let's save. If I go back, boom, that got changed. I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna change the price of this to, let's say, $15, and I'm gonna change this to 4. I'm gonna hit save. I go back, I have 15.4. So cool. So there you go. So that's working. And now we have update, we have delete, and we did that, and we have enable and disable. So I think that's pretty nifty. Now, one thing we should also do is we should have a switcher so we can switch between the map view and the card view. Okay, so for that, if we come back here to this one, the dashboard, and under the components, I will create a new file and we are going to call it layout switcher like that .tsx. Okay, and let me close this and we're going to do this. Cool. So now what we can do is I'm going to come here and just put everything. I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, so then we'll create a div, and basically it's going to be a flex, and it's going to be justify dash end, and then we will do space dash x dash 2, and then I'll do text dash blue dash 500, actually 600, because that's what we have been using. And then I'm going to do padding dash 2 like that. And then inside of it, I'm going to have two links, which are going to just switch the two views for us. And I'm going to do link. So this is coming from next link like that. And href for this one will be dashboard like that, and locations. And then we're going to do tile view. Okay, like that. And I'm going to give it a class name, and let's call it bg-white. Okay, and I'm just gonna give it rounded borders a little bit. So still this is self-closing. I don't need this other tag. And then actually, sorry, I forgot. We need to give it a an icon. How are we gonna see the link? So I can come here, and then inside of it, I can do a list icon from Lucid React like that. All right, cool. So now I just need to do the same thing for the other one. The other one is going to be a map icon. So I'm going to do a map icon like that. And this is going to go to map view. So I should do this. All right, cool. So now that we have this, I think we should use it. So I'm going to close this. We're going to come back here, and we created a template, if I am not mistaken. Let me close this, and here's the template. So what I can do here is I can then say layout switcher like that. Let me save it. There you go. So that's what I'm talking about. It looks like the padding is a bit ugly on it. So let me go here and let's see. Why is it not too good? How about padding of 4? Okay, so that's the outside padding. Let me see. I want a little bit more space. Yeah, I need to fix the padding on these guys. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so padding dash 1. Cool. So that looks much better. Now, one thing I want is I don't want this to be in this location. So let's see. I think if I'm going to close this because we don't need this anymore. Yeah, we need this here. Okay, that's better. The other thing I want to bring from ShatCN is a separator. So if I come here, here's separator, this line. And what I'll do is I'm going to copy this npm come here, install. Okay, and then when that is installed, then I can come here and I can say separator from component. So I'm going to give it a class name, and you want to do with dash full. So let's see what that does. Whoops, I need to be here. Of course we need to close it. All right, okay, so I don't see it. Let me minimize this a little bit so you can see what the heck is going on. I think you need to give it a background. How about 300? All right, now something is coming up. And then what I will also do is margin Y. How about that? So there you go. So now, you know what I will do? I think since blue is everywhere, maybe we should do that. Yeah, so we have this nice kind of subtle blue. You can say line. Anyways, and then I might change this, so I don't know. Now we need to, if I go here, so here we can switch between the tile view and the map view. So that's pretty cool. So now we need to go ahead and add the map view. All right, so for map view, I'm going to kind of minimize this and let's expand this. We're going to code it out and then we can use it here. So for that, I'll come to components and I'll go to new file and we'll say map.tsx. So by the way, all the dependencies for map, we've already installed them when we did the address autocomplete, like the Google Maps and the Google Maps React stuff. So you can look at that video. Okay, and the map will be a client component. So we're gonna do that. And then what I will do, I'll say function map, okay? And then it's gonna be map params. I'm just gonna call it like that. And then what it will be map params. It's gonna be a string. So we're gonna parse it. And then I'm gonna come here and I'll say export default map like that. So that's cool. Okay, and then we will do return, and for now I will do this so things are happy. All right, cool. So what I'll do is I'm gonna come here and I'll say const params is equal to JSON dot parse, and I will do map params. Okay, and then I will do as map params. Okay, it's going to be an array. So now what is map params? We need to go ahead to our types and we need to define it. So if I come here and then I will come here and I'll say export type map params like that, and then like this. And so it's going to have an ID which will be of type string, and then it's going to have a whole bunch of other stuff. So there's no need to type this. It's boring because a map has GPS codes, going to have an address, number of spots, book spots, price, and the radius and all that. So that is that. So I'm going to save this and then we're going to go back here and let me do this map params. Yeah, there you go. So that works. And then we also need to define an info window. So what I can do, I can say let info window. Let's just do proper casing, and I can do Google maps.info window like that. So we're going to define that, and then what I will do is, so remember how we did in the when we were doing the address autocomplete, we did the API loader to load the library. So we're going to do that here, and I'm going to do nonce. Okay, and I have this nonce here. That's just basically a hash string that I got from the hash string generator. And then I will do Google Maps API key. So since we already have that, I'm just going to use it env.next. It's going to be next public because we're using it on the client side. Maps API key, and we will just say a string. And then finally libraries. So we already defined that, so I'm just going to do libs. Again, we did this in the tutorial when we were doing the what do you call it, the address autocomplete. Okay, then we need to get a ref to the element where the map will be hosted. So for that we will use the useRef React hook, and it's going to be an HTML div element like that. Okay, and initially it's going to be null. Okay, like that. And then what we will do is I'm going to use a use effect hook, and in here I will do basically is loaded. So we just want to make sure the library has been loaded, and if is loaded, then what you do is we can say define some map options. All right, so let's just give it a center. So the center is, we'll just take the first, I guess, location. So lat is going to be params 0 dot, and then GPS codes dot lat, and then longitude will be params 0 dot GPS codes dot longitude, like that. So that's the center of our map. And then what we will do is we need to give it a zoom level. Okay, so the zoom level, I'm going to give it 14, and then a map ID. So a map ID, you can just set it to whatever you want. I'll just say my map ID, sorry, ID 1 2 3 4, like that. I don't know, probably just to make it unique. So this will be that, and then after you're done with map options, then I'm going to create a Google map variable, and I'll say new Google dot maps, oh, Google Maps map. Okay, so there we go, and give it the ref dot current. Okay, and it's going to be HTML div element, let's see, this one, and the map options. Cool. So this will actually hopefully set the map. Now what we need to do is now we need to set the markers to show like the different locations. So for that, what we will do is we're going to come here, we're going to create a function, we're going to say set markers or set marker, and it's going to take a map. The map is of type google.maps.map, like that. So what I will do is immediately I'll say set marker here, and I'll say gmap. Okay, so we create the map and then we start the marker business. So let's get cracking at this. So that info window that we created above, what we will do, we will say info window is equal to new google.maps.info window. Okay, and to this we will say just max width. Okay, it should be this max width, and I'm just going to stick it 200 here. And then what we will do is, let me see, why is this guy complaining? Info window property prototype is missing type window but required in type typo, blah blah blah. Okay, so we probably, I think Google, okay, I don't know why, what happened. Let me see, 200, and then I can say, let me see if that will fix it. Info window, okay, is equal to Google. I think I probably made a mistake here somewhere. Yeah, it was supposed to be not equal, it's supposed to be just a type like that. Okay, that's why we were getting that issue. All right, so then what you do now is we'll pass in a bunch of addresses to this map. So now we just have to kind of loop through and put them on the map. Okay, so I'm going to do params.map. We go through them and we get a location and an index. Okay, so what you do is you basically just create a marker, and we do new google.maps. Now for this one I'm using the advanced marker, so I'm going to do maps.marker, this one, and I'm going to do, this is the new marker element, by the way, so advanced marker element. Okay, so it's going to go on the map. Okay, and then the position is going to be location.gps coords, that's where it's going to go. And then for title, we're just going to give it the address. Okay, so title will be location.address. Cool, so that's going to be that, and then I'm going to save it, and then what we can do is we can see if we can use it actually and see some things, you know, happening. What we will do is I'm going to call this div. Let's call this div. I'm going to come here, and basically what we will do is, let's do this. If is loaded, okay, if it's loaded, then we do a div and give it a ref of, give it a ref of that map ref, and that, otherwise we just do like loading. Okay, so that will be that. And the other thing I will do, just for sanity, I'm going to do flex and flex column on this one, space dash y dash 4. Okay, I'm going to save it. So that's that. So now what I think what we should do is, we should be able to see the, I think if I'm not mistaken, the map and probably the markers, or maybe not the markers, because we haven't actually loaded anything yet. But what I will do is, let me go back here. So here's the layout switcher, and then if I go to map view, oh yeah, so we're not using it, so let's start using it here. Okay, so what we can do is, I am going to get rid of this, and with this one I'll just give it a class name of padding-2. Okay, so we need to get first the locations. So this is a server component, so that's why I can just do connect to DB, and that means this needs to be async like that. So once I've connected to the DB, I'm just going to do parking locations, and this is going to be an array of parking location like that. And then I am going to do parking location model, okay, dot find. We grab all of them, okay, like that. And then what I can do, I can say const params, and we need to prepare that map params, remember that we saw. And then what I will do is, I'm just going to do my or parking locations dot filter. So we need to filter out the locations that are basically available, right? And then what I will do, I'll say filter, and then we'll say location. I'll say location dot status is equal to parking location status dot available. So once we have those, then we say map, we go over them, location, I don't need this, and then I can do basically start preparing the map params. So the first one will be the address, then we need the GPS scores, so location.gps cores. And then, so here's the thing, don't need to type it, we're going to just use them here. And then type is going to be map address. Now, so you must be asking, well, what the heck is this? Well, we need to come here to our types, and we need to define the, so I'm gonna do export enum, and I'll say map address type, okay. And then what I will do is, so I use this to just load the different icons, that's what I'm doing it like that. And now let's see, map address type dot admin. And finally ID, I'm gonna do location dot, do I have that? Okay, I have that. Cool, so that's that. And then finally here I'll say map, okay, so that's the map from components map. And then map params, it's going to be JSON dot stringify, and it's going to be params. Okay, let's close that off. Cool, so that's that. Let's save it, and let's just do a refresh. Okay, so I saw a loading thing come up, but no map is loaded. Let's see why. If I go to console, there's no error. Okay, so that's just coming from Google, so that's okay. And let's just make sure that I want to console log the params to make sure that we are getting them. So here, as you guys can see, they're actually coming here. the address, the GPS code, blah blah blah. So that's good. So I guess we just need to finish this coding that map thingy. So probably we missed something. So anyway, so we have this set now. I'm gonna close this. We're gonna go back to the map and let's see. So here we have the map, and so we were here at the marker. Okay, one thing I think I forgot is you need to give it a height. So I will do height. That's probably the reason why it's not showing up. 600 pixel, and okay. There you go. So as you can see, we had two locations, and as you can see, 32 Spadina and 35 Spadina Avenue, and we are having the two markers coming, and they are both on Spadina and very close. Interesting. Cool. I think that's pretty cool. So now these are the generic markers, but I think we need to do some stuff to make them more, as you can say, tasty. Cool, cool. All right, so let's go ahead, and now that I have the marker, then what I can do is I can say if location.type, okay, is equal to map address type dot, if it's a parking location, then we're going to do one thing, okay, and then I'll say else if location dot type is equal to map address type, okay, dot admin, okay, then we're going to do something else, otherwise we're going to do something else. Okay, so how about we do one for the admin first, so we can actually see what the heck is going on. So I can do marker dot set attribute, all right, and I'm going to set the content attribute, and for this one we need to have this function, and then this function I'm going to put it in the, I think I'll put it in the utils. So let's just do Google Maps, okay, and then the function is export const, and we're going to call it build map info card content, like that, and I'm going to pass it a string like the title, the address is a string, and then the total spots as a number, and then price. Okay, I'm going to price that, and it's going to be a number like that. Okay, and it's going to return a string like that. I think I should bring this on, let me see, this should be like this, and let me see, what am I doing? It should be this, and this should be like that. Cool. So I'm going to bring this on the next line, and then what we need to do is something like this. We don't need this anymore. I'm going to save it. Okay, so this is just a HTML. There's nothing fancy going on here. I need to do this. So all we have is a div with a class name of map info card content, and then we have this other class and this other class, and that the address, this plain HTML. There's nothing fancy going on here. Okay, and we have these classes, the map info card title, and all these. So these one are just CSS classes that I applied the styles, and these classes you have to put them in the global.css file. So let's see here, and what I will do, I'll paste them here from my notes. So all we have is, if you want you can do them, if you don't want you don't have to, but I just did them for aesthetic purposes, and they're just the CSS classes. You can do color, weight, you can do so much with it. So I'm going to save this, and then we're going to close this, and then now if I do build info card content, I'm going to now pass the stuff. For this one, what I will do, I'll say get street from address, and I'll see do location.address, and then I'll go to the next line, and then we're going to pass the location.address again, location.number of spots is number, and then I'll do location.price dot hourly. Since I only have one price, that's why I'm doing it like that. But if you have more, then of course you need to pass the whole object. Okay, and I think I need to do number. Cool. So that will set the attribute for the marker. Let me bring this here, and then what we will do is also I'll say marker dot content. Okay, and then I'll do parking pin. Now you must be asking, well, what the heck is parking pin? So parking pin, we have to go back here and in the utils, and we're going to create this. So I'm going to do export const parking pin. Okay, and it basically is a type of string. I can't type today. All right, so what you do is you do gly glyph image. Okay, and then we're going to do document dot create element like that, and I'm going to create a div element. Okay, so once I have that, then I'll do glyph. Let me scroll up. Glyph image dot inner HTML. Okay, and then we're going to do the ticks like that, and then finally what you do is you say const pin element, okay, is equal to new google dot maps dot marker dot pin element like that, and then you do glyph. It's gonna be glyph image, and then you return the pin element like that. Now what do we put in here? So in here all you do is you just basically create a div with a class name of map pin container that we created in the global.css file. And then remember in the beginning we imported these images, so I put them in the public folder. Let me just show you guys here, and then we're just basically using one of this image, and we pass the name. So that's that. So I'm going to save it, and we're going to come back, and now I'm going to do parking pin. Now it's coming, and then we're going to pass in the type, and for that we need to get the pin type. So what I will do, I'll create yet another function, and then it's going to be get pin type is equal to location map params. It's going to take that, it's going to return a string. Okay, so basically if location dot type is equal to map address type dot destination, okay, then it's going to return a parking destination tr, or otherwise it's going to be parking pin underscore pin underscore tr. So as I said, these are right here in the public folder. As you can see, I'm basically just calling these, and then what you do here is you're going to do get pin type, okay, and you're going to pass to it the LOC, okay, and it's going to return you the correct pin type to use. And then once we have done that, if I save it right now, I don't think so this will work because we're not using the marker anywhere. So if I even do a refresh, okay, invalid value error, advanced marker element content pin element must currently be assigned as pin element dot element. So let's just see what's going on. So marker dot content is equal to parking pin. Okay, and oh, actually this should be element. Let's save it. And oh, there you go. So our custom markers are coming up. That's pretty cool. As you can see, the P for parking. Cool. So now let's also finish this one, which is for the parking location. This will be seen by the guest. So what it is, it's the same thing, but there's one difference where we're doing the parking pin, and we need to do the parking pin with index. And the reason why we're doing it this way is because when we show to the guest, we want to show like a number. As if you have seen the demo, you would understand what I mean. But what I will do is I'm going to copy this parking pin. I'll paste it here, and then I'll say parking pin with index like that, and then we're going to pass it an index that's going to be a number like that. And then we will do the same thing where we create the div and all, but let me just see. So we have the map container, and the only thing we will do is right here I'm going to create a div. Okay, and the class name, actually not class name, is going to be map underscore pin underscore ID, and then it's going to be a span. Within that span, I'm going to put the index. I think I need to do this, and then I'm going to do index and span, and then div like this. I'm going to save it. The rest doesn't change. It's exactly the same thing. So what we'll do, we're going to go back, and let me see, where was it? So it's going to be get parking pin with index. Oh, it should be here with index. So I'm going to save it, and let's see why. Oh yeah, we need to give it the index. So index, and that's why we were getting this index right here. So I'm going to save it. So that's cool. And then the other thing we're going to do is we're going to create a circle. So this will show the radius. So I will do city circle, and let's do circle is equal to new Google dot maps dot circle. We're going to do that, and then we're going to just pass in some parameters. So stroke color, I'm going to make it green, FF00 like that. I think that's green. And then stroke opacity, I am going to stick to 0.8. Then stroke width. Stroke, let's see, wait, sorry, there's no width. It's going to be 2, and then fill color, we're going to give it a fill. And then I'm going to do #00. So this will also be the same color as that. Or actually, you know what? I'm going to make it this color. And then also we need the fill opacity. So that's going to be 0.35. Okay, and then it's going to be on the map. And then where's the center? Well, you know, we have the lat long thingy we did here. So we're going to center it on this one. And let's see, like that. And then finally, we're just going to give it a radius, and that will be the location dot radius. So this will be like a setting thingy. Okay, so once we are done with that, then what we can do is right here, I can do marker.content. It should be content like that. And we're going to do destination pin. Now I don't have a destination pin, so I think we're gonna go ahead and create one. For that, I think we can go here to this place, and I will create it here. I'm not going to create it, I'm just going to paste it. But basically what it is let me do this. I think let's see, return pin element. We need to return this. But what it is, same thing, create a glyph image, set the source to this image type, create a pin element, just like what we did here, and return the pin element. So I'm going to save it. I'm going to go back here, and then I can do destination pin. Okay, and then we say get pin type, and then we're going to pass that and then element so that we can display it. And then marker dot set attribute, and the attribute I want to set is content. Okay, and then we're going to do build map info card content. Now this one before destination. So again, this is very simple, but I'll come here, and where I did the other one, this one, I'm going to paste it beside here. But what it is exactly the same thing as this one, but this one is a little bit simpler. All we have is the title and the address. Okay, so I'm going to save it, because for the admin we want to show the number of spots and all, so that's why we have it like that. But anyway, so I'm gonna come here now, and now we'll do this. Okay, that, let's see, that brought it. And to this, what I will pass is get street from address. I'm gonna call this function, and I'm gonna pass the location.address, and then we're gonna pass the location.address like that. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna save it with that done. Let me just do that. And finally, when we're done with all that, what we also need is, so we're still within this map function. We need to register a click listener. Okay, when we click the marker, so we should show the info window. So I'm gonna do marker dot add listener. Okay, you can register these different kind of events, and basically what you do is info window dot close. Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll say info window dot set content. Okay, and then marker dot get attribute, and this is going to be content. So that's why we were setting this attribute, because now we can grab it and set it. And then what I will also do, info window dot open. We're going to open the info window, and it's going to be open on the map, and anchor is going to be the marker. All right, that's a lot of coding. Let's see if it works. Let me refresh this. Okay, so perfect. There you go. So when I click the, as you can see, when I click the marker, as you can see, it's showing the window. Let me click this one. Let me click this one. So that's why we're doing it this way, because if you don't do it this way, it will keep the other marker open. You will have two markers open. But by doing it this way, when I click this one, this is 32 spadina. When I click this one, it's 35 spadina, and then you're getting the number of spots, you're getting the hourly price. I can click here. So that's pretty cool. So we're done with the admin dashboard, the major part of it, where we can add location, we can see it on the map. And while we are at it, let's go ahead and let's add one more, and you guys will see how cool this is. So let's say this one has 4 spots, and since this is an expensive place, I'm gonna do that, submit it. Cool. So record created. I can go back. When I go to the map view now, perfect, there you go. So the new pin has appeared, and when I click on it, it says 290 Bremner Boulevard. Okay, so that'll be it, and we'll come back. Alright guys, so now that we're done with the map thingy, what I'm thinking is I can close this, and we can revisit the, I guess, the non-admin portion, or the guest portion, where the users can search for a parking location and see a nice list. So we started off with this form, and now is a good time to actually complete it. So here I am under the guest folder, and then here's the page. So here's the search component that we build, and then if I click here, then here's the search form. I can click in here. Let me close this. Okay, so as you can see now, the form currently just put stuff out to the console. So we need to fix this. So a couple of things we need to do first is, let's do this date thingy. We want to have a nice calendar, and same here. So if we come here, let's see, you see how it's an input field. So let's change that. So first thing we will do is I'll come here to my components, and I think we will build a date input fields, and we can just reuse it. So I'll come here, and I'll create a new file, and then we will call it date select or date input, whatever you want to call it, and like that. So let me close this here, and we'll call it date select, like that. All right, so that's that. And then what I will do is I'll come here, and I'll do const disable. So let's say there are some dates you want to disable. For example, you don't want to be people picking dates in the past. So we're going to be passing that. So we'll do params.disable, we'll say dates. Okay, so if we have them, then we basically just go through them, and date is less than. Okay, sub. So what is sub now? So sub is going to come from Let me see if we installed that. We probably didn't, so we should install the date FNS. So if I come here, go to my package.json, let's see if we have the date FNS library. It's a very powerful library. No, we don't, so why don't we install it? So I can come here and I can say npm, let's clear this. You can say install date FNS like that. Okay, so that should be added. So I can close this and then I can close this. I'm gonna minimize and now let's try it. If I do sub, then let's do sub. Okay, so it's not coming in, so we can just add it ourselves. So what we can do, we can say import and I can do sub, okay, from, and we'll say date FNS like that. So then I can do sub and I can do new date and then also I'll do days 1. Okay, so sub is for subtract in case you're wondering. Otherwise we'll do empty array. So now what's params? Well, it's asking we need to pass in the param. So params is going to be prop types or prop type like that. What's prop type? We can define that up here. So I can do type prop type is equal to, and I'm going to do field and it's going to be a controller field controller render props. So let's see, controller render props like that, and there's going to be any, and then we need to do the disable. So I'm going to take this one and we will do like that, disable dates. Okay, and it's going to be boolean like that. Okay, so if we have this, we want to disable dates on the calendar, then we pass in this, and then we disable all the dates from day from before from today, let's say whatever date that is. Okay, anyway, so we have that, and then what we need is we can get rid of this, and then I can do pop over. Okay, so now we don't have pop over, so we need to go to shared CN UI. Okay, and we're gonna go to components, and then that's fine, pop over. So that's what I'm talking about. And I'm gonna copy this npm. You guys know the drill by now, so we will come here and install it. Okay, shared CN. Okay, what the heck. Okay, I hope we didn't break anything. Anyway, so let's go over and see what happens. So pop over, and then we're gonna do this one, and then there we have it. Okay, and then we need a pop over trigger. So pop over trigger like that. Okay, and we're gonna do as child. Okay, and then I need a form control. So that's coming from UI form, and then I need a button from UI button. Okay, and then I'm going to close it like this. So what we need is a nice like calendar kind of button. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll say variant. Variant is going to be outline like that, and then I'm going to give it some class name, and then we will use our cn util like this. So, and then we will come here and what I will do is I'm not going to type these. It's just a couple of class names, and what I'll do is this: so padding left, text left, and font normal. And then once we have that, then what I can do is I can say not params dot field dot value, and then I will say text. We're just going to mute it, right? If it's disabled the values, then we just mute it. So I will do that. Okay, like that. So that's for the class names. Okay, what I'll do is I'm going to put this here, and then we're going to come here, and then I'll do params. I think I can just take this one, params field value, and like that. And if it's available, I mean if it's true, then what I can do is I can say format is coming from our, let's see here. So I'm going to do format like that, and then I will do format, and then I'm going to pass this value. Okay, and then I'm going to format it like that. And otherwise, if we don't have this, then what we do is we're just gonna do span, and we'll say pick a date like that. Okay, so now this one is, let's see, why is this not okay? We need to close this one. Let me see if I okay, so this one should be like that. Okay, and then what we can do is I can say calendar. We can say calendar icon from Lucid, and we're just gonna give it a class name. And let me just close this. And the class name for this one is simply just going to be like this. So I'm going to save this. Okay, so we have that, and then so that's the popover trigger. And then after the popover trigger, you want to do the popover content. So I'm going to do popover content like that. And then in the popover content, we are going to put the calendar. Calendar. Okay, so this is coming from Lucid React. So the calendar is coming from our here. So let's see if I go to components and let's close this. I don't want to open the DB. If we check our, okay, do we have a calendar? We don't have a calendar. Okay, so we need to come here and let's see, where's the calendar here? Okay, so from Shatsian, and I'm going to copy this, and then we will come here and install it. So basically just doing this command. Okay, okay, so basically what it's saying is we already have date FNS. So you know what I will do is I'm going to, I guess, okay, I don't know why this guy is coming in the way. And yeah, there you go. So what I can do is I can uninstall date FNS. Okay, we're gonna reinstall calendar. Okay, button.tsx exists, no, don't overwrite it. Okay, cool. So it looks like that probably added the calendar. Do I need to do a refresh? No. Okay, it's under UI. Let's see. Yeah, so there's calendar. So this brings in the date FNS, by the way. So yeah, we installed it before, but we didn't have to. Anyway, so I can now come here and let's see calendar. And will it bring it from UI? No, actually it won't. So we need to bring it ourselves. So what I will do is I'm going to come here and I'll say import and I'll say calendar. Okay, and then I'll say from at components UI, and then we'll say calendar like that. Okay, and then if we come here, we have calendar. Okay, so what we need is first close this off, and then I can do mode should be single, so we want to just select single dates, and then selected is going to be params.field.value like that, and then on select, once somebody selects a date, we're going to do dot field dot on change, we call that. Okay, and then disabled, okay, is equal to be disabled, and finally initial focus. Okay, so that's it. That's the field we're going to use here. Okay, so we have this. Let's see, and then I can close this, and let's see if we can use it. So I can go back to the, let's see, so in the search form, so if I come here, search form, let me click in, let's close this. Okay, and let's see, arriving on, yes, so it should be this one. So what I will do is I can just get rid of this, and then I can do date input. All these pop-ups are so annoying. Okay, so that's that field. I'm going to say field, and then disable dates, I'm going to do true. Okay, save it. Let's see, refresh it. Okay, there you go. So if I click here now, okay, we have a problem here, and the problem is, let's see, let's come here, is the popover is transparent for some reason. Okay, so let's see. Let's go to the date select, and yeah, you see this always the problem. So it's bringing it from Radix UI. It should come from popover or Shatcien. So I'll come here and paste it here. You can delete this one, and let's save it. Perfect. There you go. So now let me refresh. And if we come here, then this is coming correct. As you can see, the dates before today is or are grayed out, and that's why that's when the disable field is coming into play. Anyway, so now what we need to do, so let me just do this, is this thing is in the center. I think we should fix this. So how about we give this a class name? So I can say class name, and I can do width dash auto, okay, and then padding dash 0, like that, so nice and tight. And then what I will do is I will do align, and I'll do start. Let's see what that does for us. Okay, so that's not bad. So let's see. Perfect. So there you go. So I can select date, and I can select previous date. So beautiful. That's looking good. All right, so what we need to do then is also do the time. So for that, we need to create a special kind of a component. And if we come here, so this is our date select, and this one is right here, arriving on. So for that, what we will do is we will come here and under the components, so not under UI, but just under components. And okay, I'll create a new file, and I'm going to call it time select.tsx. Okay, and then let's just do this, and then we will do time select like that. Okay, so we need to pass this some props. So what I will do is I'll say props, and I will do props prop type, or you can props type, whatever you want to call it. So now we need to define this prop type. So what I will do is I will copy this, and I'll paste this, and we will do this. Of course, you need to do the equal sign. So what it's going to take is on change, every time the value changes, it's going to be a string, and it's going to return a void. Okay, and then the other thing we need is a default value. It's going to be a string or undefined, and then we also need a disable time. So this will be used. So let's say you select a time, start time of 9 a.m. So anything before that we want to disable on the arriving or the end field. I think why are we calling them the same? This should be leaving on. Anyways, we'll fix that. So let's see. Yeah, so what we need to do is I'm going to go back here and leaving on. Let's save it. There you go. So what I was saying is this disable time. So let's say I select here 9 a.m. So on here, I shouldn't be able to select anything before that. That's what I meant. So let's start here. And what I will do is I'll say const disable, and I'll say time. It's going to be of type date. And then I'll do a new date. Okay, and this is going to be 2000. I'm just going to start from this, and then 01. So I'm just giving it a time format, and then it's going to be props dot disable time. When we actually pass the values, you will see what this is, and I will also just give it the seconds like that. Okay, so let's go to the end here. I'm going to bring this on a new line so we can see what's going on. Okay, then what I will do is I will get rid of this, and let's do a select. It looks like we don't have select from Shatcien. So if I come here to UI, do we have a select? No. Okay, so let's go to ShadCN, and then we're gonna find select. I'll copy this, npm, same deal, come here, paste it, install. Yes. I don't know why I keep asking this. How come there's no? It's just yes. That's funny. Anyway, so here I have select and UI select. Make sure to select the right one. And let's close this. Okay, so I have select, and then what I will do is I'm going to say on value change. Then what we're going to do is we're going to say props.on change. Okay, and then we're going to give it a value, and it's going to be props dot default value. Cool, so that's that. And then we need a form control, so from UI form, and then we need a select trigger. I think it brought it from the wrong place. Select trigger, yep, that's the one. Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll say select value. Okay, so it's going to be this one, and placeholder, it's going to be something like this. So it's going to be a p tag. Okay, p tag, class name. How about I do this? Okay, and then it is going to be text dash muted dash foreground. Okay, and then we're gonna do select a time like that. By the way, this select value is self-closing, so I can do this. Okay, and then after that, it's gonna be under the select trigger, so I need to come here. Let me scroll here up, and then I need to come here, and then we need to now create the select control. Sorry, select content. So it's this one. So by the way, the example is here. If you just want to follow, it's this one. And then what I will do is I will come here. So now we need to create a function where we can get the time slots, right? So what we can do is we can go to our utils. Utils, let's close this one. And this is all the functions we added before. We'll just come to the end, and I'll do export const. We'll say get time slots, and I will do a start time. Okay, and it's going to be, let's say, midnight, and then I'm going to do end time, and it's going to be, let's say, 23:45, like that. Okay, and then we need a return type. Okay, we'll fix that. It's going to be an array like that. So now what's return type? Well, I'm going to do like this: export const return type. Okay, and it's going to be basically time string, and then it's going to be display string, right? Like that. Okay, it should be type. Like so. Okay, yeah, it's just complaining because we need to return something. Let me scroll up and fix this. So what I will do is I will do const time array, okay, of type return type, and make it an empty array. Let's for now just return time array. Okay, so that will hopefully get rid of the error. Why is it still? Yeah, this should be a function. Cool, so that's good. So all the errors are gone. How about I maximize this a bit? Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to do something like const. We can say parsed, okay, start time, okay, of type date, okay, and then we'll say new date. Okay, so it's going to be the same kind of deal that we did here. Let me just copy this. I'm gonna go back here, and let me just do like this, but instead of this I'm gonna do start time. Okay, then I'll copy this line and I'll paste it, and for this one I'll say parsed end time, and then we will say end time like that. Okay, came twice. Okay, so we get the start time and then the end time, right? And then what we do is, so these are like setting up the base times. Okay, and then what we do is we say current time, okay, which is of type date, is equal to parsed start time. So you start with this, and then we do while current time is less than or equal to parsed end time, as long as we haven't reached the end time. So what you do is you do this const hours is equal to current time dot get hours dot to string, okay, and then we do pad start, and then you do 2. So we're just kind of doing a nice padding. So let's say if you have a 9 o'clock, so instead of 9 we will do 09 like that, okay, and then we do const minutes is equal to current time, and we will do get minutes, okay, and then we'll do to string, and then the same thing, pad start, okay, 2 and then 0, okay, and then finally we need to do AM PM, and that should be equal to current time dot get hours, okay, if it is less than 12, okay, then it's AM, otherwise it's PM. Okay, and then const time. So now we need to put this into a string so we can display it. So time string should be equal to, I'm going to do the ticks. So I'm going to do hours, okay, then minutes, okay, and then finally, AM, PM. It's going to look very good actually, you guys will see. And finally, you're going to do time array dot push, and then we're going to do, remember what the format was. So time will be hours, okay, and then it's going to be minutes. So this one is in case we need to pass this to a time function, so we can use it for, let's say, sending it to the backend or composing a time, like a JavaScript date time, and then the display is what we will show to the user, right? So you always want to have one for the user and one where you can manipulate it. And now finally, then what you will do is you'll say current time dot set minutes, okay, and then we'll do current time dot get minutes, okay, and then I'm gonna add 30 minutes like that. Cool. So that's this. I'm gonna save it, and then what we can do is I can come here and I can say get minutes. So we're gonna bring that map, we're gonna map over all of them, and then you're gonna do time, and then what we can do is we can say new date, okay. Why is it okay, so it came from date FNS, again that's wrong. I want to bring it from utils. Oh, not get minutes, get time slot, that's what I meant. Yeah, there you go. So let's do this again. Get, let me scroll up, get time slots. Okay, yeah, we need to pass in the start time and the end time, but we're not going to pass it because we already have a default dot map time, okay, like that. So what I'll do is I'll say new date, and then what I'll do, I'm going to copy this. I should probably make a function out of this because we're using it so much, but what the heck. And then what I'll do is I'll say time dot time, so that's why we were doing the time, and then if it is less than or equal to disable time, then we will do select item, this one, okay, disabled, okay, key will be equal to time dot time because this will be unique so we can use it, and then value is equal to time dot time, okay, and finally here you will do display. So this is what the user will see. Let me see if I can just, whoop, I thought you could just duplicate it easily. Yeah, that's the one. So then I can, if it's a ternary, so we're going to remove the disabled and just time.time value and blah, blah, blah. So I think I can save it, and now we can actually use it. So let's close this and we can use it here. Let's see, arriving on. I'm going to get rid of all of this, and then we can do time select. That's what we just created. I'm going to do field dot on chain, not blur, change, okay, and default value will be field dot value. Let's see, I'm going to save it. Okay, so let's see what we have cooked. Oh wow, look at this. How cool is this? So we have from, see, every 30 minutes, we have 30-minute increments, and oh, let's do one for the leaving on. So I'm gonna come here. I think we can just do this. And the one thing I will do for this one is, let's see. So we need to do that disable thingy. Yeah, disable time. So what I'll do, I'll say form.get values. Okay. And we're going to do arriving time, like that. Is it arriving time or arriving on? I think arriving time. Yeah. So arriving on is the date, and then this is the time. Kind of confusing, but what the heck. Anyway, so that's that, and let's save it. Okay, so now both have time. So let's see if I select 2:30 a.m. Aha, you see, I can select before. That's pretty cool, actually. Okay, so what if I select 1 a.m.? Okay, so you can see there's a problem. When it's not updating, so we need to create some sort of a watch to take care of this. Let's see, do we have a watch? We don't, so let's do that. Okay, so what you can do for that is you can come here, and what you can do is you can do like this: const arriving time, right? Use watch, it's a React hooked, and then what we can do, we can give it a control, and we're going to do form.control. What? Form.control, this one, and then the name of that will be arriving time, like this. So we're going to watch this, and with this we're going to do the changes. And then what we can also do is we can create a use effect hook. Okay, and then what we will do is we'll say arriving time when this changes, or if the form, then what you do is if arriving time, right, then form dot reset, we're going to do reset field, and I'm going to do a leaving time. Whoop, leaving time. Okay, so if this changes, basically the arriving time, reset the other one. So that's that. So let's try it and see what happens. So let's say I'm going to select 2:30, so everything disabled. But let's say now I come in here and I'm going to select, say 12:30 p.m. and there you go. So now it resets this. I'm going to select this. So watch, when I select 10 a.m., it resets this. So, and then it basically, now everything before 10:30 is, sorry, 10 a.m. is disabled. We can select it. So pretty nice, I must say. And while we are here, let's also just, you know what, let's split the data and see what we get. So let's inspect this. Let's do console. We got a lot of stuff here. So let's say I'm going to do, I don't know, Spadina. Oh, actually we haven't hooked this up yet, so we need to fix that. So I'm going to do test, and I'm going to do 28, and I'm going to select, let's say, parking from 8 a.m. to 9. So let's say 1 hour, submit. Okay, so if we come here, we created this form. Let's see. The address is outside of the form because it's going to be the other field. Oh, by the way, so this is a date and this is a string because at that time when we initially created it, it was a string at that time because we didn't have the component, and that's why it's seeing the arriving on. Okay, that makes sense. And then you know what? I don't need these. I want to get rid of this. I'm gonna save it, and then let's see what happens. Boom, there you go, that works. So arriving on the date is 28, and then the time is 8 to 9. Perfect, that's beautiful. Let's add this address as well. So I'm thinking the way we're gonna do this is when we let's see, so when we select the address, at that time we're going to fill in the form field. So maybe we should add these fields now. So what I can do is I can say address, it's going to be z.string, like that. So that's going to be this, and then we added these in the beginning. So now is a good time to use them. So GPS coords will be an object. We have a lat and long, okay? And then what we can do here is we need to create a function. We're going to do const handle address select like that. It's going to take the address as a string and GPS coords, and it's going to be lat launch like that. Okay, and then what we will do is we will just do form.setValue, and it's going to be address, and that's going to be set to the address like that. And then I think I can copy this, and this will be called GPS coords, and then this is going to be GPS coords like this. Okay, so then that means we need to now come here and change this. And so we already have the label, we don't need to change that, but what I'll do is I'll get rid of this, and we're going to do the address autocomplete that we created input, and I'm going to do on address select. We're just going to call this, and selected address, it will be empty. I love it when you create these components and just reuse them. So let's save it, and let's do a refresh. Let's minimize this. So let's say now this is that Google address select field, and I'm gonna do, okay, so there you go. So now you can see things are coming. How about I do 32 Spadina, whatever, Spring, whatever that road is, and then let's see if I do, let's say 28, and then I'm gonna be there 6 a.m. and then let's say I'm parking for 4 hours, submit. Beautiful. So as you can see, now we have the address, okay, then we're getting the GPS wow, we're getting the GPS coordinates, and we're getting the time and the date, everything. So this is all we need now to display a list of addresses for the user, and yeah, to display it. So actually what we can do is I'm going to come here to the submit, and let's take care of that. So we can come here, and then I can do we can add some checks here, but what I will do, I'll say data is equal to form data, and then arriving, I'm going to call it arriving on, and I'm going to do format. So this format is coming from datefns. So let's see, do we have datefns here? I thought we did, maybe not. So I'm going to do import format from datefns like so, and then I'm going to do format and form data dot arriving on. Okay, and then we're going to just switch it to this format, year, month, day, and then we're going to call on search. Now you must be thinking, well, what is on search? Well, we're going to create that. So I can come here, and let's see right here. What we will do is we'll say on search, and then we just need to define it on search. Okay, it's going to be data any and just void. Okay, so if I do that, there you go. So that works. Just need to do this. And so I'm going to save this. So now, of course, it's going to complain here that, hey, what the heck is that? So how about we do on search, I'm going to do handle search. Okay. Or how about handle search done? So then I'm going to copy this, and then I can come here and I can do const handle search done, and then I'm going to do params. Okay, search params, and how about for now, let's just do params like that. Okay, so we need to now specify what search params are. So search params will be export type params, and we will do like this. And this is basically the address, the GPS codes, whatever that we had from the previous one. So how about this? That we just passed in. So I'm gonna do this, save it. Let's save it, and let's see if it's gonna now get printed in this component. So that means it's making all the way here. So how about I clear this and let's submit it. Okay, so it's search component on line 18. That's perfect. So it's making it all the way here, and as you can see, the arriving on, that's why we did that format. So it's in a nice format, so we can use it when we do our lookups, and we have the GPS codes and all. So now we're going to do a search here. Okay, and so for that we need to start adding a couple of states, and I will start with, say, search. Okay, and okay, let's see, const, and I'm going to do search, and then I'm going to do set search. Okay, and then I'm going to do use state from React, and then it's going to be a map params like that, and then it's going to be initialized to an empty array like this. So this will be the search results that we get from the map. And then we also need to define a search radius and set search radius. Okay, and then I'll just set this to use state. So let's say 500 meters. And then also I will do a message, set message, and it's going to be use state. And then for now we'll just enter address, date, time, and click search. And then finally we're gonna do search params, set search params, and this will be equal to use state. Okay, and this will be search params, okay, or undefined like that. Cool, so we have these. So let's save it, let's refresh, make sure there's no errors, and there's no errors. All right, so then once we have that done, so now we're gonna come over here and focus on this search done function. So I'm gonna leave the console for now, the log, so we can see we're hitting this. So initially I'm going to do set message, and then what I will do is I'll say searching. So now you must be asking, well, where are we using this? So we can use this here. I can come here. So I can say search dot length is greater than 0. Then we're just going to say result. Okay, otherwise let's just do the message for now and see what happens. So as you can see, we're getting this message, enter an address, date, time, and click search. To this one I will also add just a class, so it's just text center, just some padding, and then the yeah, make it look pretty like this, right? This looks better. So if I go mobile, looks like this, and then this is how it is on this screen. So it's just for that. So now we're going to then focus on displaying the search results. So right, so I'll come here, and what I'll do, I'll say set search, and let's just initialize it to an empty array. And then what I will do, I'll say search result. So we're going to do await, and we're going to find nearby locations. Now you must be asking, what is this? Well, we're going to define this. So we want to find it within the search radius, and we're going to pass in params as search params like that. Okay, so search params are this one. So now what is this? Well, we're going to define this, but first what we need to do is we need to come here and make this async. So it's going to get rid of this, and then we can go over here and into, let's minimize this, and we have action, so we can define this here. Okay, so we're just gonna just keep adding them to the end. So we can do export async function, and we're going to find nearby locations like that. And then I'm going to do max distance, and it's going to be a number, and then search params. Let me close this, and then it's going to be search params. That's coming from there, and let's do this. Okay, let me save this and let's go back here and just make sure we can bring it here. So yes, so that gets rid of that. Okay, I think I should go here. We do is let's start with a try catch. Okay, and let's just do console.log error for now. And then also what I think I need to do, this, and also let's just do throw error, right? Something bad happened. Anyways, what I will do is I'm going to do await connect to DB. So let's connect to our database first. And then what we can do is we can do the start time. Okay. And I'm going to do new date. And then I'm going to do const end time new date like that. And then what this will be is I'm going to do the interpolation. And I'm going to do search params dot arriving on, and then we're going to do t, and then search params dot arriving time. Okay, and then same thing. You know what I'll do? I'll copy this, and then we will do here, and then this will be also arriving on, but this is going to be leaving time. Okay, so now that we have start and end, then what we can do, we can say parking locations. I wanna be small p. Parking locations is of type parking location. It's an array because we're gonna get a whole list of locations, and we're gonna do parking location model dot find. Okay, and then we're gonna do location, right? And then so remember we did the GeoJSON, so now it's gonna be helpful. We're gonna do near sphere, and we're gonna do geometry, and then you do type, it's going to be point. Okay, and then coordinates, coordinates, man, all these pop-ups. Coordinates is going to be search params.gps course.longitude, and then search params.gps course.latitude. So it goes the reverse way. It's not usually it's latitude longitude. This is the other way around. Okay, so I'm gonna put this on next line so we can see what's going on, and let me scroll up, and then also I'll do max distance. Okay, and that's going to be max distance. Now this is in meters, just so that you guys know. Okay, so this can return us the parking locations for the this distance close to this location, I guess. Okay, and so now that you have that, then what we will do in the end is we're going to do lean. So lean means remove all the other stuff and just return us clean data. Okay, so then what we do is we go through all locations and find the bookings for it. So if, for example, you want to see how many bookings you have for a location, or if it's like if it's all booked, like the idea is to find if there's any spots available or not. That's the whole idea. Okay, so I'm going to do const, and I'm going to do available locations. Okay, is equal to await, and we're going to throw this in a promise.all. Okay, and then we're going to do parking locations.map async. Okay, and it's going to be a location. It's going to be a parking location. And let me put this on next line so you can see what's going on. And then what I will do is I will do something like this. Okay, and then we can do const bookings is equal to await booking model, and we're going to find. Okay, why is it not bringing booking model? Let's see, booking. Okay, so let's go and see what's going on. So if I go to our schemas, do we have a booking model? Okay, so we only have parking locations. So how about we come here and we're going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it booking.ts like that. And then what we will do is I'm going to do export interface, and let's just call it booking and extends document. Okay, and we're gonna do this. So now where does this document come from? Well, first of all, we're gonna do mongoose. Okay, from mongoose, so that's coming, and then we need document, and we also need schema. We're gonna be using it, so I'm just gonna bring it in, and then we need models like this. All right, cool. So you have this. So I'm gonna copy this from my notes because it's just a interface, right? So location ID, at what location it is booking, the user ID who booked it, the date, the time, and the time offset. So let's say you want to do this internationally, globally, you can do the time offset to calculate the correct time, and then the amount, the phone number, and all those things. Okay, and Stripe session ID when we do the payment. So that's for that. Okay, and then what I can do is I can do const. Okay, and then we can do booking schema, and that's going to be new schema, and then it's going to be booking, and then we do like this. So now location ID, that's going to be type, okay, of mongoose dot types dot object ID, and ref is going to be parking location. So it's basically like a foreign key, if you know SQL. So that's what it is, like a foreign key, and we're saying for what location. So we reference it by the ID, and default will be null. And for the others, I don't need to, I guess, type it. All we are doing is just repeating this user ID and just giving them the their what type they are. And then I have the status, okay, and the status gonna be of type string, okay, and then we have a default value, so that's gonna be booking. We don't have a status, so we'll create that, pending. Okay, so let's go to our, I guess, types, and we have types here. I'm just gonna go here, I'm gonna do export, and I'm gonna do enum, and we're gonna do booking status, and we have three kind of statuses, and then we have a cancel, so somebody canceled the booking, booked, and pending. So let's say when you initially book the place, it's going to be pending payment, right? So you don't want to just give it to the person, you want to wait for them to pay first. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to where I was. I think it's this one. Okay, and then I'm gonna do booking status, yeah. And finally, we need the Stripe session ID. It's going to be a string. And what I will also do is I will do timestamps. I'm going to set this to true. And in the end, don't forget to do export const booking model, and we'll go models.booking. Okay, give me this, or just give me a new one, and just the schema will be booking schema, like that. So let's save it, and I'm gonna close this, and we're gonna go back to let's see, what file is index.ts. I'm gonna close this one. So there we go. So we were here, and let's see if we can do booking model. Yes, now it's coming. So in the bookings, just find me a booking where the location ID is location, and then it's going to be dot ID, like that. And then I'm going to close this, and then status is booking status dot booked, and then start time is, we're going to do less than, we're going to do end time, and then the end time is greater than start time, like that. And we're going to lean this out like so. All right, and then what I can do is, after this is done, then I can come here and I can say if bookings dot length is less than location dot number of spots. Okay, so that means if we have, let's say, 5 spots and the booking length is 3, that means we have 2 spots available, right? So then we can do return location, and then we say we're just doing a spread. We're going to book spots and we're going to do bookings dot length. Okay, and else we do return, we're going to do location, and we're going to do booked spots. We're going to do bookings dot length, and we're going to do a status. Okay, parking location status. I think I should bring this on a new line so we can see, or let me just close this like that. So that means this place is just full and there's no more spots. And then finally, once you're done with all this, then we're going to do return json.parse json.stringify, and then I'm going to do available locations. Cool. All right. So let's see. So if everything went well, and if I come here now, sorry, where were we? If I come here now and if we get something, we should be able to find, let's do console.log search result. Okay, I'm going to save it. So when we search for something, it should now print the search results, right? If it found something, some location. So let's try that. So let's come here, and so first of all, let me maximize this, and it's going to be exciting. What I will do is, let me go here to admin first. And as you can see, we have these locations, right? So remember, we have 32 Spadina Avenue and 35 Spadina Avenue. So let's see if we can find a location near these 2 spots. And let's see if it's going to return us, these 2. We're going to find, let's say, 36 Spadina or 37 Spadina. So I'm going to go back and let's see. So 36 Spadina, and I'm going to do Avenue Toronto. Okay, and so right now the date doesn't matter because we haven't booked anything, but I'm just going to pick 28. I think time also doesn't matter. 5 a.m. Let's hit search. Okay, and we got error. So let's see what's going on. Let's hit this and let's see. So geo near find location I think one thing you have to do is when you want to do this finding locations or the near whatever query you're doing, you need to do something called indexing. And the way you do this is if I come to my MongoDB, so you have to find your field that's in the GeoJSON format. So which location for us, right? So then what I can do is I can go to index. You're gonna go here, and we're gonna create index. And let me just show you how you will find this. So if you want to do CLI, you can follow the CLI, but I'm just doing the UI. And then here they're saying basically click the indexes tab. That's what we did. Create index. That's what we did. So the field is the field we want to, I guess, do the index on. So I'm going to delete this one. So the field we know is called location, but like what do we put in the type? Okay, so index options, and so this is how you would create an index. So let's see, is there an index for a geo something? Let's search for the word geo. Okay, let's see, geo 2D geospatial indexes, 2D sphere. Okay, here, so this is what it is. For GeoJSON objects, yes, you would use the 2D sphere. So I'm going to copy this We're going to paste it here. We're going to do review and yeah, confirm this. And there you go. So now the index has been added, and we can go back here and then let's refresh this. Okay, let's do search. So remember, we had two locations. I'm going to do 37 Spadina Avenue, Toronto, and I'm going to pick whatever date, doesn't matter because we don't have any bookings yet. And let's search. There you go. So this is the address that we picked, and let's see what are close to this one. So 35 Spadina and 32 Spadina are within range. So let's go back to the search component, and we know we're getting the search results. Let me close this, and then we can focus on this. So I don't need this anymore because we know we're getting the search results. But what I will do is I'm going to do const map params, because now we need to prepare this for the map so we can show this on the map. And this is the exciting part. So we're going to do map params small m. It's going to be map params, and it's going to be an array, and then we're going to do search result dot map, go over the search results, and then I'm going to do location, and let's just go do parking location like that. And let's do like this. Okay, and then for this one I'm just going to get it from my notes. Don't need to type it because it's just setting the address, setting the price, and then the booking spots. Whatever we got from that action, we're just filling that in here. The only thing we need is map address type. So I think we already did that when we were making the map. Okay, so I have that, and then after that we'll see if map params dot length is greater than 0. Okay, and then what we do, we say map params dot unshift. Okay, so while we're doing this unshift, we insert the destination at the very start, right? Because it's used by the map to create a different pin. So that's why we just put it at the top. And then we do address. So it's going to be params dot address as string. So again, I will get this from my notes. Don't need to type it, but we're just getting the GPS codes, the type, because it's the destination, right? So that's why we're just giving it a specific type and that. And then once we're done with this, then we do set search, okay? And then we just spread the map params on it, and then set search params, okay? We say params like that. And otherwise, if let's say nothing came out of this, then we do set message. We say no nearby parking locations found, like that. So we just tell the user that we couldn't find any parking locations. So actually this should work. So if I, for example, come in as 40 King Street for this date, if I do search, no nearby parking locations found. So there you go. So that's working. And now we can start displaying the results. So finally we can see some action. Okay, so what I will do for this is I'm going to do a flex class. Okay, then we create another div with padding -1, flex of none, width of 56, like that. I think I should also give it overflow of auto and a height of 600 pixel, like that. Okay, so that will be that. Then within this we need to put in the search results, okay, and then also after this div we need to create the map, and we just wanted to take the rest of the space. So for this I'm going to do map. Okay, so that's the map that we built, and then I'm going to do map params, and it's going to be json.stringify, and let's just give it a search. Okay, let's close it off. So if we did everything right, let's see if we can find, so we have 32 and 35, I think, Spadina. So let's say I'm going to find, I want to find a parking location near 37 Spadina, or sorry, I'm going to, let's say 37 Spadina, so I want to see parking locations close to it. Then this is my time, let's say search. Wow, look at this. So you can see the search radius, and as you can see, the red one, that's why we did that, that's our destination. And this is 35 Spadina, and this is 32 Spadina, and then this is the red one is where our destination is. So pretty cool, I must say. Let's find something. Let's see, can we find something on Front Street maybe? Let's see something far. How about 56 Spadina? Search. Okay, it's still within our range. And how about 96 Spadina, Toronto? Okay, so that's your 96. So as you can see, that's here, and these are the two close spots. So yeah, I'm liking this. How about 45 King? Let's see. I don't know where 45 King Street thing is, but King Street West. Well, why Kitchener? I don't know. King Street West, Toronto. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it's not close to it, so that's why it can find it. But you get the idea. So now the map is coming. One thing we then do need is we need to, let me just bring the map up. Spadina Avenue. Okay, so one thing, what I was saying is, so now we have the parking panes, we have our locations. One thing we need to do is we need to show the results here on the side also, and then from there we can actually do the booking, right? And by the way, the green circle is the radius, so that's for that in case you didn't know. So let's now display that. So how about we bring this here, our beautiful UI, and let's focus on this. Okay, so let's come over here to components, and let's create a new file, and we are going to call it search result.tsx, and let's just create search result like that. I don't know why. Okay, so let's see what we can do is I'm going to put this here, but let's focus on the parameter that we're going to be passing to this guy. So it's going to be a locations and other params. Okay, and then we can say locations. It's going to be of type map params of this type. Okay, it's going to be an array, and params. Whoa. Params will be search params. So search params. Okay, so that's coming from there. Okay, so now that we have that, then I can do this. So what we can do is we're gonna go through the locations, and we're gonna do a filter. Okay, and location, and what I want to do is location.type is equal to map address type dot, and it's going to be parking location, right? So let me close this. Okay, and then once we get those, then we can map over them, and I can get the location and the index. Okay, like that. So let's do this. Okay, do that. And for this, I'm going to create a card from UI card, and key will be location dot address. Okay, because that's going to be unique. And then I need a card header. Okay, and then I need a card title like that. And for this one, I'm just going to do index plus 1 like so. So for the card title, I'm going to give it some class name. So text width, width height, rounded full, and that's basically just basic Tailwind CSS, nothing fancy here. So while we're here, how about we actually use this here? So let me delete. And then what I can do, I can say search results. Okay, locations, I'm going to do search, and then params, I'm going to do search params, and it will be of type search params. Save it, and let's see what we get. So oh, there you go. So we have two locations. That's their index, so we know which one we're talking about, and they're showing up here. So already nice. So let's just expand this and see. Beautiful. All right, so now we are going to display the rest of the info. So let's get into it right here. Then after the card title, what I have is a card description, and this one I'm gonna give it a class name of text-large, like that, and font-bold. Okay, and this one will be the get street, what did we call it? Get street from address. Get street from address is the function we did in the beginning in one of the videos. And then that's gonna be that. So I'm gonna save it, and let's see what we get. Okay, so the address is coming, the two close by addresses, pretty nice. Okay, and then what we need after the card header is the card content. So I'm going to do card content like that. Let's scroll up. Okay, so what I need is a div. Okay, and I'm going to give it a class name. So just margin bottom is a grid with one column. Everything is shifted to the start. And for the last one, the margin bottom is 0 and padding bottom of 0. So if I see nothing so far because we haven't put any content in it. Okay, and then what I will do inside of it is I'm going to create another div, and we will just do padding bottom of 2 like that. And then within this, I'm going to do a grid like this. Okay, and then for this, I'm going to do grid columns of 2. So it's going to have 2 columns. Okay, let's save it. And then finally, I'm going to do a paragraph, text-sm, and then this is going to be the hourly price. So let's save it and see what we get. There you go, that's your hourly price. So far coming along nicely. And then I'm going to do another p tag, text-sm, and then inside of this, I'm going to do format. We're going to do amount for display. That's the one we created. And we're just going to do, let's say, $10 in Canadian. So let's save it, and there you go. So that's coming up. And then, so I guess what we can do is, let me see. So it's $10. I think we can take the price from, let's see, location. Location dot price dot hourly. Okay, I don't know why it's not. Okay, and I'm going to save it. So there you go. So one is $15 and one is $45. So that's coming up. And then what we also do is we need to show the number of spots, right? So I'm going to do another div. It's going to be a grid again, and grid dash columns dash 2 like that. And then another p text dash sm, and it's going to be spots available like that. And what I'll do, I'm going to copy this. Let me scroll up, and let's just paste it here. And then this one, what we can do, we can say a location dot number of spots, right? And then minus location dot book spots. So that's that. So let's do this, save it. Okay, okay, and then what we need to do is after this, let's see, after this one, what we can do, we can create a horizontal line like that. So that's that. And then what we can do is we can create a, we need to create a link now where people can click on it and they can actually start their booking process. So I'm going to do, if we have params, okay, then what we can do, we can create a next link like that, and let's just call it book for now. Okay, of course it's asking for the href and all, so we will give it that. So what we can do first of all is I'm going to give it, a class name, and for this one we will use our cn utils, and what we can do, we can say button variants, and then we can do variant, okay, and it's going to be outline, okay, like that. And then what we will also do is bg dash primary and text dash white, like that. Okay, so that will be that, and let me do this and bring this on next line, and then we can do, okay, I think something not right with my get rid of this. Let me see what's going on. So we did cn button variants, and then I have this. Okay, I think I should close this so that at least this guy is not complaining. I can do this, and I'm going to do this. Okay, and I'm going to do location dot number of spots minus location dot book spots. So what the thing is, what we're trying to do is, if we don't have any spots, then we're not going to show the booking button. That's the idea. Okay, so it's going to be hidden, otherwise it's going to be flex. Okay, I think I don't need this, and there you go. Okay, and then the other thing is, now we need to go to a separate page where we can actually do the let me come here, it's got to be here, right? href. So yeah, we need to go to, we have to create that, the booking page. So it's going to be book, and then it's going to be location.id, okay, and then what we want to do is we need to pass in the date, for what date we're booking, right? It's going to be params dot arriving on, so that's that. Okay, so if I save this now, there you go. So we have the booking button, and as you can see on the bottom, it says book, and then the location ID, and then for the date, right? And we also need to give it the start and the end time. So don't need to type that. What I can do is I can just tag that along. So I think I can get rid of this. Okay, so it will basically say, let me see, and I can do this. So the whole href, we're passing the start time, the end time. Let me save it and I'll show you guys. So if I go to book, for example, as you can see, I have the start time and the end time and everything. I think you have to bring this on one line, otherwise it's going to, you see how there was that big gap. Okay, let me save it, and if I go back, let's see, there you go. So on the bottom you can see we have the location ID for the location we're booking for, the date, the time, and that's all we need to then start booking this thing. Okay, so this is that, and all right, cool. So as you can see, now we can search the address and it's coming up on the map, and then we're going to continue with the booking, payment portion, and then so let's wrap this up. All right, guys, so now we're back, and now let's go ahead and finish this booking thingy. So what we can do is I can come here, and under the guest we can create that. So under the guest right here, I'm going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it book, and then within that I will create a folder, and I'll say location ID. And the reason why I'm putting this in square brackets, for those who don't know, is we'll be passing a location ID, so we're just signifying that, and then that's going to be that. And then within that, what I'll do is I'll create a page.tsx like so. Okay, so let's make sure it's in the right, the path is correct. Yeah, so it's book location ID, yeah, that's correct. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and I'm gonna do book page. I'm gonna hit tab, and I'm gonna save it. So let's close this. All right, so what we can do is I can create a form schema first, because we want to capture the license plate, and when we do the machine learning or license plate recognition, it's going to be used there. So I'm going to do plate number, and it's going to be z.string, and I'm going to do minimum of 1, And then we're just gonna do a message. It's gonna be like plate number must be at least one character. Okay, so that's that. All right, so we have a couple of issues, and let's fix that. So I need to bring in import. I'm gonna do Z from Zod. Okay, we should do like this, Zod. Okay, so I think that should fix that problem. Okay, and then we need a couple of states. So what we have to do is we can come here and I can say cons. Let's set the easy one. We're just gonna do one for loading, set loading, and I'm just gonna do use state, and let's just do false for now. Okay, so it didn't bring it in. I don't know what's going on with VS Code. Let me format this. Yes. Okay, and then const params. So remember when we did this before in the search result, how we're passing in all these params. So we need to see the date, the start time. So we need to grab these. Okay, so that's what we're going to use, the use params. Okay, and it's from next navigation. We're going to use that. And then what I will do is I'm going to do location ID, and it's going to be a string. Okay, so that's the type, and we're going to close it off like that. Okay, one thing, this I'm gonna make this is a use client because we're using all the states, so that's that. Okay, and then the other thing what I will do then is I'll say location ID, and we're just gonna do params dot location ID like that. Okay, and then search params. Okay, these are the search params like the date, time, and we will do for that use search params from next navigation like so. With that, and then after that let's grab the date, okay, from the search params, and I'm gonna do get what date. Okay, and then also I'm gonna get the start time, and I'm gonna do search params dot get start time. Okay, and then const end time is equal to search params dot get end time, like that. Okay, so we're gonna grab all of these, and then what we can do is I'm gonna scroll up. Is I think what we should do, let's just spit this out to the screen. How about I just do date? Okay, and you know what? If these two things are coming in, I'm sure the others are coming. So let's go ahead, and if I hit the book, and let's see. Okay, there you go. So as you can see, the location ID came, and then it was for September 28th. That's perfect. Okay, so that's working. So now we can continue with the rest. Okay, so then what we can do is I can do location, set location, and it's going to be a state like that. Okay, and this is going to be a parking location. That was our schema, and like that. And then also I need something where we can do that, the calculate the difference in minutes. So you will see how we're going to use it. So I'm going to do diff in hours is equal to, so let's say you're packing for how many hours, right? So we can charge the person. For this, I'm going to use the use memo hook. And then what I will do is I'm going to do difference. Okay, I need to bring this on next line. Man, these pop-ups are annoying. Okay, so I'm going to do difference in minutes. So this coming from date FNS, and I'm going to do new date. Okay, like that. And to this, I will give it date, and we're going to be the, I think that's the what, the ISO format. And then I'll do end time. Okay, and then I will do new date. Okay, let me just copy this, because all we're doing is we're doing the start time. Okay, so we're just going to calculate this difference, and let's see, and then this one we should, the dependencies and end time. Okay, and then what you want to do is, what you want to do is we're going to take this, okay, and then divide it by 60 to get the hours. Okay, so that's that. And then I will do use effect, and let's just do, it's going to be in async. Okay, and then I'm going to do const location, and it's going to be await and get parking location. So I must be asking, like, well, where's that coming from? So we're going to just get to it. I'm going to give it the location ID like that, and then I will do set location, and it's going to be location as parking location. Okay, so now what is get parking location? Well, we need to write this action. Okay, so we go here, we go to actions, and let's just minimize like how we have been writing all these. So I'm going to do export async like that, and function get parking location. Okay, and ID is going to be a string. And let's come here and let's try something. Okay, and let's, before we forget, I'm gonna catch the error, and let's just console it to the thing and throw the error. Okay, console. Okay, so what, pretty simple. We just connect to the database, and then all we do, location is equal to await, and then we say partner location model dot find by ID, and basically just passing the ID. Okay, that was passed in. And then I can do return JSON.parse. Since we're returning from an action, so we have to do it this way. Stringify, and we're going to do location. Like so. So if I go back to where I was here, okay, and I'm going to close this. Let's see if we can bring this. Okay, so we have this. So now how about I do location here, and I will do address. Okay, so if everything went well, we should see the address coming up here. That means we're calling the action and all that. So we're just testing in phases. So let's punch in the address. Spadina. Let me refresh this page. See. Okay, so let's just do 36 Spadina Avenue, Toronto. I'm gonna pick this state, and then whatever, 330. Submit, searching. Okay, so we got these. So I'm gonna go to book, and let's see, did we get any error? Okay, so this is the addresses that coming up. Let me check the console. And okay, so as you can see, that's the console. So no errors here. Let's see why it didn't. Oh, okay. One thing I see is we're not giving the dependency array. So let's save that, and let's go back and let's try this again. So 36. I do this address, because before we could get the location, right? That was coming in. Yeah, you see the address, that thing is here. I'm going to copy this link so we can reuse it. Yes, for some reason it's not getting the address. So how about I do this? Console.log location. Let's see what that gives us. Okay, so if I hit enter. Okay, are we even coming here? Get address. Console.log. Oh, wait. We're not calling this function because this is a self-calling function. Haha. How dumb are we? Okay, let's see. There we go. So yeah, sorry, we were not calling the function. That's why, because this is a self-calling function, whatever you call it. But anyways, there you go. So now the address is coming up. That's exciting. And I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to save it, and we are going to continue. So after this, what I need is a form, and I'm going to do use form. React hook form, yes, that's what I want. Let's just do this. z.infer, and then this is going to be type of form schema, and whoop, like close it like that. Okay, and then resolver is going to be Azad resolver, and then it's going to be on this schema. Okay, and then we're going to do default values, and I'm going to do plate number of this. Boom, done. Okay, so that's that. Finally, we're going to write the submit function, and it's going to be async function, and I'm going to do submit on submit. Okay, and then what it's going to take is a form data like we have been doing, and it's going to be z.infer, and I'm going to do type of form schema, and like that. Okay, so that's our onSubmit function. And then what we do is inside of it, I'm going to create a form data, and I will say data, it should be data. Form data like that, and I'm going to do amount is equal to. So this is where the diff in hours is coming, and I'm going to do location, and we'll do price dot hourly. Whoop. Right, so whatever the hourly price is multiplied by the number of hours the person is parking for, and that's what we're going to do that. Oh, I think I need to do this. Okay, so with that done, and then all we do is just append a bunch of honestly form elements, because we're going to send this to the backend and then do a booking. So get street from address, and I'm going to do location dot address. So that will be that. And then what we need is, you can either do as string or as whatever. Okay, and then can I quickly just duplicate these? Okay, so that's that, and then I'm gonna do like this. Let's get rid of that, and then we will do amount like that. And then what we can do, we can say location dot underscore ID. So we need that location ID, and then what we will also do, I'm gonna do date. Okay, and let's do this, and then we're gonna do start time, and then we're gonna do end time. So we have passed these in, we're just using them here, and then I'm going to do form data dot plate number. Okay, why is this guy complaining? Okay, I'm gonna switch to this. Let me do this. If I do console.log location dot underscore ID, yeah, that works. I don't know why this guy is not taking it. I don't know, sometimes okay, how about I do this then? I'm gonna come here, this, and then this. That works? Okay, what the heck? Okay, we should also add the form so we can actually see the onSubmit being called. So I already have a div. Let me just scroll all the way up so we can see. And I'm going to add a class name of as-full. I'm going to save it, and let's refresh this page. Okay. How about I bring this here, and I'm going to close this so we can see what's going on. I'll create main, and on small and above, I want it to have margin top of 16, like that. We'll press enter too quick. And what I will do is I'll do container. Okay, and then what I will also do is I'll say flex, and I'll do flex dash column, and then we're going to do items dash center, like that. Okay, and then I will also create a div with a grid. Okay, and then grid dash columns dash 3, and then I will also do width dash 400 pixel. Okay, I think it doesn't recognize this. So if we do 3, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to type it inside here. So what I'll do is I'll say width dash 400 pixel, and it should be dash 400 pixel. And then what we will do, we'll say small and above. I want to have a width of 700 pixel, like that. Okay, and padding dash 4, and then bg dash slate dash 300, like that. Okay, there you go. So something is coming up. Okay, and I think I should, yeah, the real estate is a problem. And then what I will do is inside of it, I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to do space dash y dash 1, small and above, justify dash self dash center. Okay, like that. I'm going to save it. Nothing yet. It's going to come now. So inside of it, let's create h4, and it's going to be flex and items dash center, like that, and text dash gray and dash 500. Okay, inside of it, let's just put entrance. Okay, so we have our first text. And to this, I would like to add an arrow. So it's going to be like an arrow right. So I'm going to do arrow, and I'm going to do right from Lucid React. And we'll give it a class name of margin right dash 2 and height dash 4 and width dash 4. Okay, and then we're just going to close it. And let's see what we get. All right, so this is what we get. If I expand it, it comes like this. If I make it small, that's mobile size, goes like that. Let's go with mobile. Okay, and so then after that, I'm gonna just hit this, and then I'll do another peak tag, and then we will make it text dash small and font dash bold. And this one, we're gonna do something like format from, let's see, are we gonna get format from data finesse? Yes. And then to this one, I'm gonna do new date. And then I'm going to copy the format from my notes. And so we will come here. I'm gonna close this, and I'm gonna do that. Let's save it. So basically what this is we're saying just create a new date, and I want it in this format with date and time. The AM means we want the AM and the PM. So that's what that is for. Now here is the full screen, I guess. Okay, and then after this div, we can come here and I can create a div with height dash 10 and self dash center and justify dash self dash center, like that. And then with this, within that, I'm going to create a separator from, let's see, you know what, I can bring this from this one. I think we're going to give it a class name of bg dash gray dash 400. Okay, and can I do orientation? Yeah, you see it won't work with this. So if I go to, I'm gonna go to shared scene UI, and I'm gonna go, what am I doing? I'm looking for a separator like that. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna copy npm this, and let's install it. Okay, with that done, let's close it, and let me just do it again. So if I do separator and it's component UI, so there you go, it's coming. And oh, okay, so let's install this separator. Okay, I think it has brought one in from this radix one. I need to get rid of that, and let's try again. Separator and components UI separator, that's what I want. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to do class name of, let me just bring this back so we can see, and we will do bg dash gray dash 400, and then orientation, I'm going to do vertical. You will see where it's being used. So that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so I have the separator. Then I need another div. So this is going to be exactly the same as this, so I don't need to type it. But what I will do for this one is we're going to call it exit. And I am going to take this from here and put it here. Let's save it. So for this one, yeah, the arrow is just here. So if I come here, that's what we see. Okay, I think the placement is a bit weird. Okay, so let's see. Should be margin left on this one. Okay, for this one, we're gonna do end time. End time. There you go. So the idea is we are entering on October 4 at 2:30 a.m. and then we are exiting on this. So I think the arrows are a bit messed up. Let's figure this out. So the arrow should be above the exit. So let me see. Okay, so one mistake I see, this should be this. This should be like that. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. So as you can see, we're entering, we're exiting. Yep, that makes more sense. Okay, so with that, let's continue on downwards. And after we have done this, so we can create the form, and we're gonna do form, and it's gonna be component UI form, and then we're gonna spread the form on it like that. Okay, then within it, I'm going to create this form, and then we're going to do on submit, and it's going to be form dot handle submit, and we created that on submit, so we can use that one. And then for class name, what I will do is I'm not going to type it, but basically, I don't need to do this. But basically, what we're saying is background white, width of 400, small and above is the border, and blah blah blah. You guys know this by now. And what I will do is we'll go to the next line and close this off. Cool, so this guy's not complaining. Let me do this. Okay, we'll save it. So there you go. That's the form coming in. I'm gonna go here. Okay, and then what I will do is I'm going to create a div, and then within this we will say if we have the location, then basically we create a class name, and we say font dash bold, and we say text dash XL, and then what we do is I'm gonna do like this, and I will say get street from address, and we'll do location dot address. Let me save it, and there you go. So that's coming like that. Okay, so that's for that. Then I will come here and I'll do div dash flex, and flex dash column, and bg dash slate dash 100, padding dash 4, gap dash y dash 2, and rounded. Okay, and then I'll do another div flex justify. We will do between, and we will do text dash sm, and font dash bold like that. And this one I will do hourly rate. So let's see how that looks. That looks like that. And then inside of this other p tag, what I will do is if we have a location, we close this. Okay, then what we will do, we say format amount for display, and I'm going to do location dot price dot hourly like that, and then we're going to pass in the currency. So whatever currency you have, you can pass that. Otherwise, what we do, since we have a ternary, we just do this. So there you go. So it's 15 bucks if you want to park here. Okay, so next, since this is the same as this one, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. And for this one, we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to do diff. Remember that we created this, so it's going to be diff. And then we're going to do hours. Okay, let's save it. So there you go. So 2 hours. And then what we can do is basically you just do diff in hours and you multiply by the number of hours you're parking. And let's save it and let's see. So you're parked for 2 hours and it's $15, so 30 in total. Makes sense? Now after all this, then what we can do is we can create this form field. It's coming from here, and let me close this off because it's self-closing. So for this one, I'm gonna do control. It's gonna be form.control, and then name is going to be plate number, like that, and then render. Okay, what we will do is we will say the prop is field, that's the prop. Okay, and then you're gonna do this. Let me get rid of all that, and then it's gonna be a form item, and then within that I'm gonna do a form label. Okay, and then for label I'm gonna do plate number. So there you go, your form is coming. Should I move this on one line? I'll just leave it. Okay, and then what we need is the form control, and then I'm gonna give it an input. So it's gonna be this input, and we will do class name, class name, and then uppercase. We want them to type the thing in uppercase, the plate number. Okay, and then placeholder, let's just guide the user. It's gonna be A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and for on this one, then you're going to spread the field like that. Let's close this. Oh, there you go. So if I type something, it's all uppercase. All right, so that's coming cool. And then after this, I'm going to do a form description. Okay, and for this one, I don't need to type this. So what I'll do is I'll just paste this, and it says make sure your last plate matches the vehicle you parked to avoid parking ticket or towing. Okay, so that's that. And then last but not least, of course, you want to add the button. So we will say loading loader from Lucy React. Okay, should be like this. Otherwise, what we do is we do a button from components like that, and then we do proceed to payment. Save it. There you go. So you have your button, and then I think we have been doing this footer whatever, so let's use that. So I'm going to create a section, and I'm going to create a class name. Maybe we'll call it absolute with dash full and small bottom dash 0. Okay, and then let's just bring it in. Footer component, this is the one we created. Let's save it and see what happens. Yay, there you go. So that completes this one. If we do this, yeah, it looks very nice, and like that. So if let's say if I do this, plate number is required, so that's good. If I just come to inspect, go to console. So remember to this one we added that console.log. So let's see if that will actually work. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do, let's say A, B, C, C, 1, 2, 3, 4, proceed. Let's see if we got. Okay, that's amazing. So it's coming out blank. So okay, I think one thing you have to do, I think you can do like this. Okay, so this one works. So I guess we can just simply do like this. fd.get, and let's just do address. And if I hit this, so there you go. So the address is coming. So that means we're hitting this and it's printing that. So I think what we can do now at this point is start looking into how we can do checkout. So that means we need to do checkout, and for that we need to do Stripe setup. And what we can do is come here, and let's see. I'm gonna clear this, and we need to install a couple of packages. So I'm gonna do npm install. I'm sure you're not new to this, so we need to install these, so let's install them. Okay, so they're installed, and let's go back to this. Okay, so where were we? So we need to create that. So I'm going to go to actions. We're going to create a new file, and we are going to come here, and we're going to call it stripe.ts like that. And then we are going to do export async, and we're going to do function, and that's the name of the function, create checkout session. Data is going to take form data, and it's going to return a promise. Let me close this, and it's going to be void like that. Now this one you have to use server because it's a server thingy, and I will also import Stripe from, and it's going to be at lib and Stripe. It's going to be at lib Stripe like that. So now you must be asking, well, what is at lib Stripe? Well, we need to create that. So if we go here and go to lib right here, and then what I will do is I'll create a file here, and I'm going to call it stripe.ts. Then within this I'm going to do export const, and stripe is equal to new stripe. Okay, so now it doesn't know what stripe is, so we will do import stripe from stripe. Okay, it's still not recognizing. And by the way, one thing we will do is we will do import server only like that. Okay, why is it not recognizing Stripe? Let's see. Because I forgot one thing. We also need to install npm install Stripe like this, just Stripe. I'm gonna hit enter. Okay, looks like that went well. And then what I will do is, let's see, so that works. And I'm gonna do Stripe. And then what we will do is we will do process.end.stripe. Okay, it's going to be secret key. Okay, we're just going to do this. And then API version, I'm going to set it to 22. Okay, and then I'm going to save it. So that's our Stripe. So now you must be asking, well, what is this API key? So for this, what we can do is I'm going to go over to, let's close this, and then let's go to Stripe dev API key. Okay, I'm going to sign in. Okay, so here I am logged in to the dashboard, and as you can see, I'm in the test mode. And what you have to do is then find your API key. So click on developers and then API keys, and then you can just find your publishable key and then the secret key. So that's that. So I'm going to go back here, and then so I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go to my end file. Okay, so here I'm in my end file. So what I'll do, I'll say stripe, I'll do this, and then I'll say equal. So this will be my Stripe secret key. And then what you also need is a application ID, and then you can just paste that here. So this application ID, the pk underscore test, that's actually this one. And then the secret key is this one. So that's that. Okay, so now that we have those in, I'm going to save it. We're going to close this. And then we're going to come back to our app. So let's close this. We don't need this anymore. And so there you go. Now Stripe is coming in. We can close this one. So what we can do is we're going to do const now is equal to new date. Let's get the current date. And then what we'll also do is check if user is logged in when we do the authentication. And we will connect to the database first, our database. And then we will do basically, because the things will be passed to us in the form data. So we can do, let's say, booking date. And this is going to be data.get. And it's going to be booking date. Like that. And I'm going to copy this line. And then I'm going to do start time. Let's do end time. And then this is going to be start time, and that's going to be end time. So these values, when we did the booking, let me close this, we don't need this, and let me close this one, and let's close this one, let's close this one, whole bunch of stuff we need to close. So I guess when we did this one, so it's these values basically I'm getting the booking date, start time, end time. That's all I'm doing. And you know what, while I'm here, I can do a wait checkout. I think it's create checkout session. What is this? Create checkout session, and it's taking the FD, which is the form data. So cool. So now we are actually calling this. So that's amazing. Okay, so now once you have those, then we can do result is equal to await, and we're going to do booking model and create. So this is, let's say the payment is done. At this point, we can create a well, we're gonna start the booking process actually, right? And then what we can do is we can set the location ID, and then it's going to be data.get location ID like that. So I don't need to type the other ones because all we're doing is booking date, and it's going to be just the okay, this is going to be booking. Whoa. I'm going to do booking date like this. So booking date, and then we need the start time. We're just going to create a new date and then get the start time, the end time, the amount. The time offset is just as I said before in previous video, if you want to do this globally, you want to get the offset so you can calculate the time correctly, and then the plate number, and then the user ID. So the user ID we don't have at this point. So what I will do is at this point I'm going to say do this, and we will just leave it blank. Now the booking date is complaining, and let's see why. If I go to booking model, and if I look at booking date, yeah, so we have a booking date. So let's see why. I'm gonna go back, and that's because we don't have a comma, I think. Okay, so this will create a booking for us. And remember, when we create this booking, this is in a pending state yet. So that means we still haven't confirmed the payment. So what I will do is I'll say const checkout session, okay, and we will do stripe, okay, dot, and we'll say checkout dot session like that. And then we're going to do await and stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create. So at this point we're going to create the checkout session, okay, and then we're going to do the mode is payment. We're taking a payment. Let's scroll up, and then submit type is going to be book, and then metadata, okay, booking ID. I'm going to do result dot ID like that. Don't need this. Okay, and then line items. So, and the checkout page you want to show to the user. So I'm going to do quantity is 1, and then price data. Okay, and then what we'll do, we'll say currency, CAD, Canadian, and product data. I'm gonna do name name. So let's start with this. We'll say parking at, okay, and then you're gonna do data.get, and then you're gonna do address like that, and I'm gonna do as string. Okay, so we get the data like that, and then finally after this I'm gonna do unit amount, and we're gonna do format amount for stripe. So we need to create a function amount for stripe. So now you must be thinking, where is this function? So we're gonna go to our utils. Let's see here. So we created this function format amount for display, and I'm thinking we can just put it right below it like that. So let's see. Okay, let me do this. Okay, so format amount for stripe is what we're gonna call it. Okay, so this function is gonna be basically taking amount. Okay, it's going to be a number, and it's going to be taking a currency that's going to be string. Okay, and it will return to us a number like that. Okay, and then what we can do is we can do number. So you know what, it's the same thing as this one. So what I'll do is I'll copy this. I'm gonna do number format. Okay, and then we have currency, and then the symbol, And then after that, what I will do is I'm going to do const parts, and then I'm going to do number format dot format to parts. Okay, like that, and it's going to be the amount like that. And then what you do is you say 0 decimal currency, and I'm going to do boolean, and it's going to be true. And then finally we'll do for let part of parts, and let me scroll up, and then we're going to do if part dot type decimal. Then basically what you do is you do false. Okay, and then finally you're going to do return. We're going to do this one, and we'll say give me the amount, otherwise math.round and amount into 100. Okay, so basically just taking care of the decimal and stuff. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to go back here, and let's see if we can bring this. Yep, I'm going to close this. Let's scroll up. Okay, and then what we will do is to this one I'm going to do number, and then I'm going to do data.get, and let's just do amount, and after this one let's just do CID. So that's gonna do the unit amount, and then finally after this what I will do is I'll say success URL, and we need something here, and then we need the cancel URL here like that. So for the cancel URL, that's easy. All we have to do, we're going to do headers, next headers, and we're going to do .get, and let's just do origin. Just go back to the origin. Usually that should be the home page. And so I'm going to save that. And then for the other one, which is the success, so you know what, we copy this whole thing like this. Okay, so we still do the origin, but to that we basically append something, and it's going to be book checkout, and we give it the result. Okay, and then you want to give it the session ID, and that's going to be checkout, to be session ID. Okay, so we just call the book checkout. We haven't created that path yet, but we're gonna do book checkout, and then we're gonna give it the session ID of the whatever this guy returned to us. So if that all is good, then we should redirect from next navigation. So it's going to be, so you get this URL from Stripe, so we use that URL. Okay, and let's just do this. Let's save it. Okay, so now let's say if I come here and I do proceed to payment. Okay, I need to give it the plate number. So if everything went well, we should go to Stripe checkout page. All right, there you go. So parking at 32 Spadina, and it's for 30 bucks. That's pretty cool, actually. I think I'm going to fill this, and let's see if we can create a booking. I think it's going to fail because we don't have that checkout thing yet, but let's see. So I'm going to quickly fill this. All right, cool. So the payment went through, looks like. As you can see, I got the 404 because we were trying to go to this checkout result. And as I said, that doesn't exist. We're going to create it. So let's check out the MongoDB and see if the record is created. Okay, so here I am in my MongoDB. I'm going to go to bookings. And look at this. So as you can see, that was the plate I entered. And then the date, which is October 4th. And then the time. And as you can see, the status is pending payment yet. So we're going to now finish the rest of it. After the payment, we need to go to the page that kind of confirms that the payment has been done, and maybe we can start send an email to the person that, hey, your booking is done. All right, so let's start, and we're gonna go to the guest booking, right? And what we will do is So under the book, we're going to create a new folder and we're going to call it checkout, like that. And then within that, I'm going to create a new folder and we're going to call it result. And then we're going to create a page.tsx. Okay, so if I come here, so we're trying to follow this one. So we're saying book and then checkout and then result. So that's what I'm doing here. All right, so I'm going to close this and then immediately we are going to get cracking. So what I will do is I'll create a function and I'm going to be making it async and we're going to say booking checkout result page, like that. Nice and descriptive. Okay, it's going to take search params and then what I will do is I'm going to say search params is it's going to be taking session ID and that's going to be passed to us by let's say Stripe. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll say session ID is equal to search params dot session ID, like that. And then we also need to get the user. So when we do the authentication, we're going to get that. And then I'm going to do if not session ID. So let's say somebody just landed on this page, we should throw an error. You shouldn't be coming here without a session ID. So I'm going to say invalid session ID. Okay, so then what we also will do is we're going to do a checkout session, and it's going to be of type Stripe, like that. And then checkout, whoop, not charge, checkout dot, it's going to be session, like that. And I'm going to do await Stripe. So it's coming from the lib that we did, and I'm going to do checkout, and it's going to be sessions dot and retrieve. We're going to call the retrieve function on it, and you're going to pass it the session ID. Okay, and then we're going to do expand it, like that. And let's just expand the payment intent. Okay, what was the intent? Okay, after that we will do const payment intent is equal to is equal to checkout session dot payment intent as Stripe dot payment intent. We're going to do the casting, and then I'm going to do payment status equal to payment intent dot status. Okay, if it is triple equal succeeded, then we're going to do payment successful. Otherwise we're going to say payment failed, like that. So we're going to then define a couple of variables, so the address, date, arriving on. So let's start by saying if payment intent dot status is equal to succeeded. Okay, so then what we do is we say metadata is equal to checkout. It's going to be checkout session dot metadata as metadata. Okay, and this should be coming from Stripe. Do we have that? Interesting. Okay, so I think I'm going to bring it from, I'm going to say import metadata data from at lib. Do we have it? I'm going to do, we're going to do from, and we're going to do at Stripe. It's going to be from Stripe.js, like that. Okay, metadata, it is like this. I think that's why it wasn't coming. Maybe that was the problem. Metadata, there you go. And then what I will also do is I'm going to do booking ID is equal to metadata, and I'm going to do booking ID. So that's that. Okay, and then what I will do after this, I'm going to connect to DB, connect to database, and we're going to do const booking is equal to await booking model. So at this point the booking is already in the database, so we just need to find it by ID, and I'm going to cast it to booking. Okay, and I'm gonna do booking ID, populate. Okay, we're gonna populate the path, the location. Remember, every booking is for a certain location, so we have the location ID. It's kind of like a foreign key. So we're gonna grab that, and we're gonna say the model is parking location model, like that. So this is gonna give us the location also. And then if we found a booking, well, we should at this point. So then what we're going to do is we're going to basically just fill in the address. So we're going to get it from the booking and then the parking location. I don't want to type this because it's just assigning a bunch of stuff. And then we're going to format the date. So that's from date FNS. And then we just format it to, you guys have seen this before, to month, and a nice format. Arriving on, leaving on, plate number, we'll get all this from the booking. And then within this, what we do is we say if, and then we do if booking dot status is equal to booking status dot pending, because remember it's going to go into pending state. So then we basically do booking status is equal to what? Man, booking status dot, we're going to say booked. Okay, because the payment is done, we're all good, and we can just do that. And then also I'm gonna do the Stripe session ID and session ID. So this, you want to save this in case there's some kind of a dispute, so you want to do that. And then we're going to do booking dot save. Let's save this booking, and then await. We're going to do send confirmation email. Okay, so now we're going to do the booking ID. So now you must be asking, well, what is send confirmation email? I'm going to get to that. We're going to do this resend thingy. So let's just do to do, so that we have this here. And let's scroll up. And then let me just do this. And then what you want to do is you want to do return. Okay, like that. And let's do the fragment like that. Okay, let's do this. Okay, and then I'm going to do payment intent dot. We're going to do status. This one. Okay, and we're going to do succeeded. Okay, and I'm going to do main. Okay, otherwise we are going to basically do payment, not intent, payment status. We like fail because we're setting it up here. Okay, let's see, why is this one giving me error? So I'm going to minimize this, and one thing we should do, we should export this, by the way. Export default booking, default checkout page, like that. So we can save it, and let's see. Okay, and one thing we need to do is also import React from React. Don't forget to do your import React, kids, because it's not going to recognize this. Okay, so with that done, then let's come here and let's finish this quickly. So to this main, I'm going to add this class name, and basically it's just a container, flex column, item center, and just padding type. By this point, you guys should be pros at this. And then what I also need is I'm going to add a checkout circle. Why is it? I think it's called check circle. Yes, from Lucid React. And then size, we're going to give it a nice big size of 64. And then a class name of, we're going to do text-green-500. How is that? Okay, self-closing, like that. Cool. And then what I will do is I'm going to create a p tag, and this one I'm going to say thank you, like that. And to this one we're going to add this class name, which is basically just some padding y and text and this and that. Nothing fancy schmancy going on here. And then I will also add one h1 tag. So I mean, this is a pretty generic thank you page. There's nothing honestly fancy going on. Just another margin top of 2, text 3XL, text center, tracking type, blah, blah, blah. And then we can say your booking has been confirmed like that. And then we add another p tag, and let's just organize this. And we're saying here's your booking details. So again, small on small screen above, text base. We give it a zinc color, and then padding Y and that. So nothing fancy here. Then after that, I'm going to create a div. It's going to be flex dash column, and then padding dash 1, and then small and above padding dash 0, like that. Okay, and then another div. It's going to be a grid this time, and grid dash columns dash 2, place items center. Okay, and small and above place, and we're going to do items start, like that. Okay, and then finally we're going to do another p tag zinc, and then this is going to be 700, like that. And then we're going to do parking at. Okay, let's save it. I'm going to add the 2 dots. And then basically what we're trying to do is display to the user the details of their booking. That's all. And then for this one, I'm going to do text dash zinc dash 700 and place, and I'm going to do self start, like that. And for this one, I'm just going to simply do address, right? And then that's it. Okay, and then all you have to do now is we need to just rinse and repeat this basically. So it's just because we have a grid, and then we have grid columns too. So all you do is we're going to take all this and we're going to do this, just repeat it. So the next one will be arriving on. Okay, arriving on, and then it's going to be date, and then it's going to be arriving on, and then this one will be leaving on. Okay, and then it's going to be date and leaving on, like that. Let me just separate this. Let's save it. Finally, we're going to also display the plate number. Let's just duplicate this, organize it a bit, and then we're going to do plate number, and it's going to be plate dot to uppercase. And then after all this, what we will do is we're going to come here, we're going to do a p tag, margin top, small and above, text dash base, and then we're going to do text dash zinc dash 500, padding Y dash 16, and we're going to do text dash XL. Okay, and then we are going to say we have sent you an email with the details. Okay, and we're going to get to that, so we're going to save it. All right, so we prepared all this nice thingy, and let's just make sure we are parking at, arriving on, leaving on, and plate number. So now let's time to check this out. So how about I go here, and let's go to our home page. I'm gonna do a refresh, and let's take this all the way to the end. So let's say I'm gonna pick 38 Spadina Avenue. So I'm gonna pick, let's say, next Saturday. So just remember, guys. And then say I'm gonna do from 10 a.m. to, I don't know, 12 p.m. I'm parking for 2 hours on October 12th at this location. Let's see if we can find a parking spot. Okay, so let's say I'm gonna park at, so, oh, by the way, so this one displays the closest to you. So of course I'm gonna pick the closest one. We have 4 spots available. I'm gonna say book, and I'm gonna do my plate number. I'm gonna say XCC. I'm gonna do whatever, XXX123. How cool is that? Let's go proceed to payment. Okay, let's do. All right, there you go. So this is the page we just built. So your booking has been confirmed. Here's your booking details. We're parking at this 32 Spadina because that's closest to our destination on October 12th from 10 to 12. And here's our plate number, and here's the message. I think that looks beautiful. And if we go mobile, it looks like this on mobile. Splendid. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to well, first of all, we need to go check if this booking is in the database, and then we're going to do the email. So let's go to here, click on bookings. I'm going to have to relog in. All right, I'm all logged in, and as you can see, that's from the booking from the first booking we did, and then this is the booking we just did for October 12th, and then let's see. So yeah, XXX123, and as you can see, it's booked. So for email, we'll be using something called resend. So let's come here and do resend email. I'm going to log in. Okay, once you're logged in, then you're just going to go to the API keys. And basically, I've already created one, but here's your API key. You're just going to grab it from here, and then we're going to go to the end file and set it up. And okay, so here I'm in my end file, and I've just pasted the API key, and I would suggest you guys do the same. I'm going to save this, close this, and then what we can do is you need to come here, and let me just zoom in. We're going to do npm. Let me clear this out. We're going to do npm install resend. Booyah. All right, so this is installed. Let's close this. Let's go to a little bit manageable size. And then so what we need to do is we need to create the email templates that then we can use to send emails to the user. Okay, so one thing we have to do is we have to install React Email because it makes composing emails super easy. So if I come to docs, and then they have docs for pretty much all the languages, but what you want to do is if you go to email and then go to email templates right here, then see how it says React Email makes it easy to create email templates, and then you can just do whatever you want with them. But anyway, so I'm going to copy this, and we need to do this first. And let's go ahead and see here. I'm going to paste it, and let's just do. I want to cancel this. Okay, I'm going to clear this out. But what I will do instead is I'm going to do install React Email. That's the one I'm going to install, and we're going to hit. Okay, once that is installed, let's just minimize this a bit, and then we're gonna go ahead and now do the templates. But what basically they have is they already have all these nice templates for us that you can, I guess, copy. And let's see, so you don't have to actually honestly start one from scratch. So if I come here, here's the email template, and the best part is that you can come here and click on the code view, and they will actually tell you the code behind it. So you can literally just copy this and use it in your code, and that's exactly what I did. So as you can see, they basically have HTML, head, preview, AWS, blah blah blah, and body. So we're gonna be using something similar to this. So what I will do is I don't know why this is like this. Let's close everything for now so we can have a nice slate. Let's close everything. Okay, and then what you want to do is I'm going to close this. I'm going to come to components, and we're going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it email-template.tsx like that. And then we're going to do RFCE, and I'm going to do email template. Okay, and we're going to hit tabs. Okay, so it's going to take props, and I'm going to do email template template props like that. So you must be wondering, well, what is email template props? Email template props is just an interface where we're passing in the first name, the booking date, basically the details of the person that did the is done the booking, right? And then what I will do is I'm going to come here, and I'm going to do, let me close this. Okay, and I'm going to do first name, and then we're basically just taking all this, and we're going to read it from the past in this one, the props, and I'm going to do props. Okay, so of course This is the problem here. So let me clean this quickly. Okay, so now that I have this, then we can go ahead and compose the template. So as you can see here, they're starting off with HTML, and basically you just do the same thing. I'm going to come here and do HTML like that. And I'm going to clean this. And now HTML, where does it come from? So as you can see, it's bringing all these from React email components. So why don't I go ahead, just copy this all, and then I can just paste it here. And of course it's complaining. So let's see, at React email. Okay, was not coming. So let's go ahead, check our package.json and see if React email was indeed installed. Why I don't see, I see React email. There you go. So it is here. So what's going on? Okay, so guys, one thing I think made a mistake, and I'm just showing you guys so you guys don't do the same mistake, is I was supposed to do this command. So I did already install resend, but I think you're supposed to do React email component. So why don't we go ahead? I'm gonna let's do this, and let me close this, and let me clear this out. So I need to uninstall React email. Okay. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to do npm install like that. I think that makes more sense. Okay, with that done, let's close this, and we're going to do this. Oh, there you go. Now it's working. How cool is that? So we're going to go back to here, and as you can see, I'm going to do the head. So yeah, this one, there's no magic to it. All I'm doing is just taking this and changing it to the way I want it. Okay, so the next one, I have a preview text. So you know when you get an email and you don't open it, there's that preview. That's what it is. Then I have the body, so I'm going to do body. Now it's saying main, so you must be asking, well, what is main? So we need to define that. Okay, so this main class, so actually if you come here in their template sample, so all these classes are actually defined here. So main, container, h1, and all of them here. So you can change them to your liking. There's no magic to it, and that's exactly what I've done. I'm going to take all the classes and I'll just come and put them at the bottom of this page, because just like how they've done it, you can put it in a different page, but it's better to just keep it in the same page. Anyway, so I'm going to save this, and that's the whole idea. We're just going to use this template and make it our own. Okay, the next thing after this, we have a container like that, and then within the container, you're going to put the heading. Let's see. So we have, let me just organize this. Okay, so we have the heading, right? And the heading is basically Gateless parking, and then the body starts, and then it basically says, hi, first name, thank you for booking a spot with us, and then parking at. So after the container, within the container, then what you do is you're going to start with different section, and as you can see, they have these sections right here. So we're just going to split it into different section, and I'm going to do section, and then style for this one, we're going to use track.container like that, and I'm going to do like this. So then what we're going to do, we're going to put a row here. Let me organize this. So we're going to put a row here, and that row is actually okay, we need to bring in the row. So let's see, can I just do row like that? And then I also need to bring in the column. Column like that. Okay, so I brought in these. So what we have is that we have a row, and then we have two columns within it, and then basically all we are saying is the booking date and then the booking date. So this is kind of similar thing we did on the page after the payment confirmation. So we're just repeating that here. So I'm not going to bore you guys with just typing the same thing over and over again. Let me maximize this. I'm just going to finish the rest of it, and I'm going to show you guys. Okay, let me organize this, and basically what I did is just kind of repeating the same pattern over and over, and I'm just saying booking date, arriving on, leaving on, and then plate number, and then at the end we have the we give the user a link where they can actually go and take a look at their bookings. So you can do things like canceling your booking, for example. I don't think so we have that yet. We're going to create that. And then finally, at the end, what you can do is, there's like a privacy policy and this and that. So I'm kind of doing the same thing here. So for that, I'll just create a new section and let me see. So what we are saying is, web version, privacy policy, you can put that here. Please contact if you have any questions and blah, blah, blah. And then with the trademark and stuff. So that's my email template basically. And if you guys remember where we had this, let's see, where we did this, I think we left a comment. Yes. So we need to now call this. We're gonna do this. Oh, actually, this is an action. So we need to create this. So we need to go to actions. And within the actions, what I'll do is I will come here and we're going to do export async. Let's close this. And then we're going to do function and I'm going to do send confirmation email like that. And we're going to pass in the booking ID and it's going to be a string. And then it's going to return a promise and that's going to be action response like that. So action response is just our response and that's something we're going to define in the types. So I'm going to come to types and we're just going to paste it. Basically we return a code, a message, any data we have and any error, and that's how, just a simple response. So I'm going to do response like that and there we go. So I guess I need to do this. Okay, so we're gonna come here and I'm gonna do try, and then what we can do is I'm gonna connect to DB. Let's see. Whoop. Okay, I think one thing we should do is we need to get the user, right? Because that'll be useful. I think I should also catch the error, and I'm gonna console log it. What we can do is after we connect to the database, I'm going to do booking is equal to await booking model. Let's find this booking and we're going to do find by ID. Okay, and it's going to be of type booking. Okay, like that. And let's just also do, okay, I need to pass in I'm just getting ahead of myself. So we need to populate, not polygon. I guess I'm just tired. And then what we can do is I'm gonna do path. So this is the same as what we did when we finished the payment. And I'm gonna do parking location model. And let's lean this out to remove all the unwanted fields like that. So let's scroll up. And then we do if booking. Okay, if we have the booking, then basically what you do is data error. Okay, and then we do await. Okay, so here I'm going to use resend, and let's see why is this not coming, because we haven't defined it yet. So at this point I can do const resend is equal to new resend. Okay, why is it going like this? So let's do import and we're gonna do resend from, and let's just do resend. Okay, that works. And then to this, you need to pass in the environment key, which is the resend API key like that. And then over here, let's see. I'm going to do resend.emails. There we go. Now we're getting it. Send. Okay. And then from, I'm going to do Gateless parking. And let's just do booking at, this is just a fictitious email. Okay. So that's from, and then to, and then to will be the user that's logged in. So, well, we can't do this at this point. Because we don't have the user, but I'm going to just do this for now. And then subject is going to be your booking has been confirmed like that. And then react. Okay, so this is where we're going to use that email template. There you go. And to this one we need to pass in the data. So no need to type it. We're just passing the first name, the booking date. So this is coming from Data Finesse. Okay, Data Finesse. Now again, as I said, this is coming from the username. So I'm gonna do this for now. But once we hook up the user and all that, then we can do it from there. Okay, so once we have that, then we're gonna do if error. If so, remember we're still here. So if we have an error, so let's first of all console log that. Okay, and then return code of 1 and message failed to send email. And then error is going to be error like that. Okay, so that's that. And if we, let's say, didn't hit this, that means thing went okay. So I can copy this and I can basically return just a code of 0, and we can say email sent like that. And let's see, we need to satisfy this because this thing is gonna still complain. So I guess we can just do a generic code of 1, and we can just say if you got to here means something went wrong. Something went wrong like that. So let's save it, and now if I come here, let's see, will this work? Yes. Okay, so this now works. I'm going to remove this. Now mind you, it still is not going to send email because we don't have the user yet. So what we need to do now is set up, I guess, clerk authentication, and then we can actually start seeing the emails. So for clerk, what we can do is we're gonna go here to clerk.com. I'm gonna sign in. Okay, so I'm here inside the clerk, and what we can do is, so this is the project, you can create new application. So what I'm gonna do is configure your application, and then here I guess you can see the what we have done is the email address that's required, and then a password that's required. But we're gonna go to the API keys, and then here you can get the API keys that we will need to set up into the environment.js file. So what I will do is I'm going to take these and put them into the environment.js file. Okay, so here I am in the .n file, and I'm going to just paste the keys. So what you want is the public key, the next public clerk that's used on the client side, and that's this one. And then the clerk secret, that's the one you want to hide. And then you also need to set up these two environment variables. So one is the sign in URL and one is the sign up URL. So you want to set these up. I'm gonna hit save on this and I'm gonna close it. And we're not done yet. Now we need to install the packages. So what we will do is we're gonna come here and we're simply gonna just clear this out like that. And I'm going to say npm install nextclerk.js. Okay, so with that installed, and let's minimize this a bit, and then we need to set up the project a little bit for clerk. So here I am on the clerk docs, quick start, Next.js documentation, and they basically tell you everything you need. So to get started using clerk with Next.js, add the SDK to your project, and we did the environment variable. And then the next thing they want you to do is set up a middleware, right? So this is the one that's going to grant you access to user authentication throughout the application. So this is one we need to set up. So what we need to do is create this middleware.ts file, and this file you want to place it at the root basically. So I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna create this file like that. Okay, so we have created this file, and then we need to add the clerk provider, and yeah, we're gonna get to that, and then of course that's just then you are on your way. So this is their file, which is pretty minimal to get you started, but we're gonna kind of modify it for our need, because remember we have an admin dashboard, so we need to kind of protect those routes. So let's get to it. So what I will do is I'm gonna do const, let me close this and let's maximize this, and I will do is protected route is equal to create, okay, route, and then we're going to do route matcher. Okay, so now it is not bringing that, so what we can do is we can do import, and let's just do create route matcher. Okay, and you bring that from at clerk NextJS server, like that. While we're here, we should also bring in the clerk middleware, like that, so we're going to be needing it. Okay, so what you want to do is inside of this route matcher is we're going to put all the routes that we want to protect, right? So definitely, well, it's a string, so definitely my bookings, okay, and anything of that sort. That's one. And then also when we want to book, we want to make sure that the user is logged in. Okay, so I need to do this and I need to do this, right? So that's now any route you want to protect, you're going to put it here. Then the other thing we want to do is we're going to do is admin route. Okay, we want to check if it's an admin route, so we're going to do for that create route matcher, and then for that I will simply do dashboard, and then what I will do is do this. Okay, so this means we're going to check if it's an admin route or not. And then finally, let's start this clerk middleware, like that. And then to this, we're going to do auth, and then the next request, like that. And then I will do like this. Okay, and then what you want to get is the user ID first, and then redirect to sign in, and then session claims. Okay, I'm gonna explain how the session claims work. It's pretty powerful, and you gotta understand how you can control the app. Okay, and so if not user ID, let's say if the user is not logged in or is protected route, whoops, request. Okay, and then basically we do this, and let me just do is admin route. Okay, request, like that. Okay, then return redirect to sign in, and then return back URL is just going to be request.url. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to redirect to sign in, and then the return back URL is going to be wherever we came from. So that's where we do the request.url. So if we do have a user ID, right, and is admin route request, okay, so then what do we do? If session claims dot metadata dot role is equal to admin, I'm going to show you guys how you can set this. So it's an optional, I think. So I'm going to do return next response, okay, and it's going to be next, like that. Otherwise, I'm going to do else return new response, and we're going to do you are not authorized. Okay, and then we're going to do status, we're going to do 401. So 401 is basically, you know what, you're not supposed to be here. Okay, and then finally at the end, to make things flowing normal, I guess, we're going to do next response and next. So just continue. Okay, so now this is giving us this error because it doesn't know what the metadata role is. So you need to do supplement this. And the way you're going to do this is you come here to types, and you're going to create a new file. You're going to do global dot d.ts. Then within this file, you do export just an empty object, and then also declare global. Then I'm going to do an interface, and I'm going to do custom JWT session claims. Okay, and then metadata, and then we're going to do role, and it's going to be admin or guest, like that. And there you go. As you can see, that error went away. So we're kind of supplementing this. So now you must be asking, where is this coming from? And if I click on it, basically it's inside the I think it's inside the clerk. Yeah, inside the clerk and exists. So we're just kind of adding this to it, admin or guest role. So that's where this is coming from. So now we're not done yet. We need to go ahead now on the clerk side, the dashboard, and configure some stuff. Okay, so here I am on the clerk dashboard, and the way it works is like this. When a regular user they sign up, by default they're gonna be just guest. But when you have an admin, let's say they sign up, you're not gonna have too many admins. So you have to come here and change that for them and make them like admin. I'm gonna show you guys how that's done. All right, so let's start from here. So as you guys remember, we created this metadata dot role, right? So now how is that useful to us? Okay, so if I come here to configure your application, okay, and then we're gonna go over and look at well, first of all, you're gonna go to roles and permissions, and as you can see, we have an admin role, and then we have a member role. So if you don't have an admin, you can basically just go ahead and create that. Just say create new role, and then give it a name and then permission. So you can do that through here. Then the other thing you want to do is if I go to sessions, okay, and then you can basically come here and do customize session token. I'm going to hit edit. And as you can see in here, I'm adding a metadata. That's the metadata that we have right here. Okay, and then I'm going to add the user.public metadata. Okay, so what I'm going to show you guys where's that coming from. So now that you are supplementing your data with this metadata, I'm going to close this. So let's say I have a user, and let's say that's the admin. If I scroll down, and as you can see, to this one we're giving a user data, and we are saying the role is admin. And that's exactly what we're reading here. We're saying role is admin. I'm going to show you a user that's not an admin. So this is the other user that's not an admin, and as you can see, by default the user role is just blank. So by default they're going to be guest. So I can hit edit, and we can add whatever you want. You can add more things to it, but that's one way of doing your controlling the admin versus the guest. Okay, with that out of the way, now we need to configure the sign in and sign up pages. So I'm going to close all of this, and for that we're going to come in the app, and then in the app what I will do is I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to not sing, sign-in, like that, and then within that I'm going to create something like this, sign-in, and then double brackets, like that. Then within that I'm going to create a new page .tsx. Okay, I meant to say tsx. Is we just come here and basically import sign from clerk, use search parent from next navigation, and then what we do is this is just redirect URL if you want it, but this is all from clerk, so we're just putting the sign in component, and that's how simple it is. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to close this. I'm going to come with an app again, and now we're going to create a sign up. Okay, then within that I'm going to create the sign up. Okay, and then within that I'm going to create page.tsx, like that. And sign up is actually much simpler. All you were doing is just putting the sign up component like that. So I'm going to save it, and then we're going to close this. Okay, then what you want to do, you want to go to your layer.tsx file, and now we can actually just wrap the whole thing in clerk provider, like that. So let me take everything. So that. So that basically the whole app is provided with the clerk stuff. And then the other thing you want to do is in here, I'm going to do clerk loaded. Okay, we want to make sure clerk is loaded before we can start loading the children and stuff. Let me do this, and then we're going to do this, and I'm going to save it. And then what we can do is, let's see if we can now modify. Because remember, if I go back here, oh, already the clerk, because we're not logged in, so clerk is actually taking care of that. So why don't we log in? And what I will do is I'm just going to do sign up. Okay, and I'm going to give it my info. So I'm going to do John Rambo, and let's just do the email. You want to provide a correct email because I think you get a confirmation email. Okay, now we're going to give it a password. So I'm going to do Gateless. Okay, now we're going to give it a password. I'm just going to say Gateless parking 123. I hope I remember this. Gateless parking 123. Okay, cool. So now she's gonna send you an email. So I'm gonna go in my email and grab the code. It's 893062. Okay, cool. So there you go. So okay, so we landed here because that was the page we were on, I guess. So I'm gonna go to Gateless parking, and let's change this for now because it looks ugly. So let's fix the banner. So if I come here to, I'm gonna close this, and if you come here to the banner, yes, oh, there you go. So now we had this sign in, sign out. So now what we can do is we can do something like signed. If I'm signed out, then it's going to show me the sign in button. That's what I like about clerk. It's pretty straightforward. And then the other thing is if I am signed in, okay, then we'll just show the user button, and after sign in, let's see, user button after sign. Okay, so I guess they removed that. What are they saying? Full URL path to navigate after sign out is, okay, so it's deprecated. After sign out URL is a global configuration either in or in await clerk.load. Okay, so I guess we need to now do it different way. So I'm gonna do like this. And so let's see. So there you go. So that's coming. Now the user button is here, and I guess one thing I do see is there you go. So because this person is not admin, so we're also getting the protection. That's pretty intense. If I go to my bookings, let's see what happens. Well, we haven't created that yet, so that's not working. So already out of the box, we're getting some pretty neat stuff. Okay, so if I now go back to, let's say where I'm trying to remember, yes, remember, send a confirmation email. We need to get the email address. So let's do that. And at this point, what I can do is I'm going to get rid of this. And now we can just tie the things together. And I'm going to do await current user. So it's coming from server, I believe. Let's see. Yes, because this is a use server, so we want to get it from that. And once you have the user, and one thing we should do is before we even do anything, if not user, okay, and throw new error, and we just say you must be logged in. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so now we can start using this user thing. So let's see, it takes a string or a string array. So can I just do like user dot primary email address dot email address? Would that work? Why is it complaining? Let's see. The string undefined is not assignable to blah blah blah. Can I just do this? Okay, that works. And then we need to get the first name. So what I can do is I can say user dot first name. Let's just do that. So at this point, if we send an book a parking, and send an email, we should get an email. So you know what? Let's try that. So I'm going to refresh this. I'm already logged in, so that's good. And let's just quickly find a parking spot. Okay, it says we have also sent you an email with the details. So let me see if the email comes through. Okay, as you can see, there is an error. And why is there an error? Name validation error, status code for invalid from field. Huh. Okay. Oh, this has to be a valid email. So actually, let me see. I actually registered an email using my domain. I'm going to save it. You need to register this email with, by the way, resend. Otherwise, this won't work. So can I just refresh this page? Oh, one thing the problem is I'm missing this. Yeah, you need to do this. So I'm going to save it. And if I come here, can I just refresh this and let's see if that will send the email. And as you can see, here's the email that I got. So it's from booking@grabsoft.com. And then it says, "Hi, John. Thank you for booking a spot with us." And then booking date, October 7, 1 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. That's a weird time for John. But anyways, the plate numbers here. And then, so there you go. So the email is coming through. And now what we need to do is we need to go and create this page, my bookings, so we can actually go and cancel or see our bookings. So let's do that. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to come in the guest, and then what I will do is I'm going to create a new folder and we're going to call it my bookings, and then we're going to create a page.tsx like we have been doing. And then I'm going to do this, and let's just call it my booking page, and there you have it. Okay, so this is a server component. So what we can do is I'm going to do cons user ID, and we're going to get this from our clerk. So I'm going to do auth from NextJS server, and then I'm going to say if not user ID, then we basically just do auth dot, and I'm going to do a redirect to sign in, and let's just do return back URL, and I'm going to do my bookings like that. Okay, and let's see, I think this needs to be sync like that. Then so let's say if I'm logged in, I'm gonna do connect to DB like that, and then finally I will come here and let me close this, scroll up, and we're gonna do bookings is gonna give us an array of booking. Okay, and then what I will do is I'm gonna do await booking model, not this, booking model, and I'm going to do find, and then we will do user ID. So what we're saying is give me all the bookings for this user, and that's that. And then I will also populate. Okay, and then we're going to do path location ID, and then model will be parking location model like that. Okay, so that's going to return this. And then what we need to do here is we need to change this to give the user the option to delete or cancel their bookings. So I'm going to create a class. I'm going to margin top of -16 and then padding -4 like that. Okay, and then I'm going to create another div. Then it's going to be a container bg gray, and then it's going to be 50, and then we're going to do a shadow like that. And then within this I'm going to create a header, and then it's going to be text dash to XL, and then small and above text dash for XL, and then text dash center, and then width dash full, and padding -4. And within this I'm just gonna put my bookings. Okay, I'm going to save this. So let's try from this email that we had, and we should be able to hit this now. I'm going to go to my bookings. Okay, so it's asking us to sign in. So because the session expired, so let me quickly sign in. Okay, so here is the, let me move this. So here is the My Bookings page, and that's what we're working on. So now what I will do is, let's continue here. We'll create a horizontal ruler like that, and that's just this. You can see it. Okay, and so what I will do at this point is we're going to go through the bookings. I'm going to do map booking, and then it's going to be basically div. Well, for this one, I'm going to do key is equal to, and it's going to be the booking.id like so. Okay, I need to close this div like that. Okay, and then what I will do is I'm going to create a grid dash columns dash 1 and small and above grid dash columns dash 2 and gap dash 4, and then padding top dash 4, and then padding dash 2, then items dash center like that. Okay, let's save it. And then what we will do also is I'm going to do a div flex and flex dash column, and then space dash y dash 1 1, and then items start like that. And then finally we should show the some text, I guess. It's going to be text sm and text dash slate dash 400, and within this I'm going to put the booking dot status like that. Okay, let's save it. So as you can see, it's showing nothing, and the problem is when we did our bookings, the user was not actually logged in at that point. So let's go to MongoDB and take a look. Okay, so here I am in MongoDB, and let's see. So we don't have the user yeah, there you go. So I think we have the user ID, but when we did these bookings, actually the ID didn't come through. So what I can do is we're going to delete these, and I am going to do, am I deleting them? Because that's funny. Okay, so now that we don't have any bookings, I'm going to go to the app. Okay, and let's see. Okay, so I'm logged in at this point, and let's do a booking and see now if that user ID is popular. So let's go through this quick. Okay, as you can see, the booking has been confirmed. And now if I go to my bookings, well, before I do that, let's go here and to our MongoDB, do a refresh. And okay, so user ID is still coming in null. So let's go ahead and see why is it. I'm probably thinking when we did the, so that's the confirmation email. And I guess, I don't know which point it was. Oh, maybe when we did the book checkout and the result page. Yes. Yeah, you see we left this. So I think we need to get the user, and probably we need to fill this here. Actually, probably not here. Let's see. There was an action that we did when we, yes, now I remember when we did the checkout session. So let's see, we did, okay, let's do it like this. So if I go to location ID and here, so as you can see, we did the create checkout session. I'm going to click here, and it's right here. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, right here. So we need to add this here. So let's do this. I'm going to do like const user is equal to await, and we're going to do current user. Okay, and let's also just say at this point, if not user, then you want to throw an error, because if you got here and you're not logged in, something is not right. So we just say you must be logged in. Okay, so that's that. And then right here, that's what we're not getting, the user ID. I can do user.id Beautiful. So this will take care of that. The other thing we should also do is get rid of this. I think this one is okay. I think here we should also check that if the user is logged in or not. So right here I can do, for example, something like const user is equal to await, and I'm going to do current user like that. And besides checking the session, we should also check if not user, then I can do throw new error, and we should say you must be logged in. So this to seal the application is what we're trying to do. Okay, so I guess what we have to do is we need to this still won't show the thing because the user ID is blank. So we have to come, hey, what if I just did this? Let's see if that will just recreate it. Yeah, no. So we need to do the whole thing again. So let me go through this quick. Okay, the booking has been confirmed. So let's see, ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4, 32 Spadina, and 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. So if I go to my bookings now, there you go. So it's saying booked. And if I go to refresh, yes, the user ID is coming through. Perfect. So that's what I'm talking about. So now I can come here and we can get cracking at this. So you just kind of go jump back and forth. That's how development works, to connect the different pieces together. And then once I have the booking status, then we can come here and I can create another p tag. It's going to be text-xl and font-bold. And within this one, I'm going to do get street from address, and then what I will do is I'm going to pass it booking dot, and we're going to do location ID. We're going to pass that. And here's the thing, you need to do this weird trick to get the address from it, right? Because that's what we need to pass to it. So the way it works is like this. You take this, okay, and then you do like unknown, okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say parking location like that. So I'm going to do this. Then you need to close this. And then here you're going to do dot address. And finally, let's close this off. I think that should work. Let's save it and see what happens. Yes. Okay, that's coming. And then what we also need after this is I need to, let me bring this on the next line so you guys can see what's going on. And what I also need is I'm going to put a text-sm. And in this one, I'm going to put the date. So let's just do format from date FNS. Let's see. Yep. Format. Actually, I just want to do format like this without the E. Okay. So here, that's what I want. And I'm going to do booking dot, and it's going to be booking date. Okay. And the format I want is this DDYYY like that. Let's save it and see what we got. So October this, and then I'm going to add one line for the time. So basically it's the same thing. We're doing the start time, the end time. I'm going to save it. So there you go. That's your time. And after this, if booking dot status, okay, and if it is equal to booking status dot booked, okay, so if it is booked, so you can only cancel or edit something that has been booked. If it's pending, then well, you cannot do anything with it. So I'm going to do flex, and then I'm going to do flex dash column, and small and above I'm going to do space dash y dash 2, and I'm going to do items dash end. Okay, and so what we need here is, this is a server component, right? So one way of doing this is you have a server component, but you want to throw in some client components. So what you can do is create them separately and just add them here. So what we need is a cancel button, okay, and we need an edit button. Okay, I'm gonna close these. I'm gonna save it. So we need to add these now to cancel and edit the booking. Let's start with the cancel button. What I will do is I'm gonna come here to components and we're gonna do cancel and we're gonna do booking button.tsx. We're gonna do this and I'm gonna do cancel booking button like that. And then before I forget, I'm gonna make this a client like that. So let's close this. Actually, while we're here, we should also copy this and I'm gonna call this let's see, edit booking button, because we will be needing this. And I'm gonna delete this, and to this one I'm just gonna do cancel. That's gonna be edit booking. Let's do this, let's do this. So when we do it, it's gonna be ready. So okay, let's go to cancel booking button and let's close this. So first things first, it's gonna be taking a param, and then the param is of type string like so, and then I'm gonna do booking ID is equal to param dot param, and then what I will do is const is pending and start transition. Okay, so this is coming from React. So while you're doing some UI stuff, you can use transition. It's pretty powerful. And what I will do is I'm going to also add open, set open. And what we will do is I'm going to do use state, and let's set this to false for now, and then bring use state. So let's bring it. And then finally, I'm going to do path name, and that's going to be use path name like that. Okay. Okay, so that's that. I'm going to save it. Then I'm gonna go back to, let's see here, and we will do cancel booking button, and the param will be like the booking ID. So we're gonna do booking dot ID like that. So there you go. So now that's coming. So by the way, we can't just pass it like this, the booking ID. What you have to do is you have to do JSON dot, and we're gonna do JSON.parse. Let me close this like this, and then what I will do is JSON.stringify, and I'm gonna do like this. Okay, cool. So you have to do it like this. So let's go over here and finish this. Okay, we need a couple of handlers. So first one will be, actually we need two handlers. So I'm gonna just type add them here. So the first one, the handle cancel booking. So all this does is set open to true. At the other hand, confirm, we're going to show confirmation thingy. And so it's going to do the same thing. And it's going to start a transition. This is the one we imported from React. And it's going to start the cancel booking process. So now what is cancel booking? Cancel booking is an action that we need to write. So let's come here and at the end, whoops. And we're going to do export async function cancel booking, and it's going to take a booking ID, and it's going to take a path like that. And let's just define these. So booking ID is of type string, path is of type string, like that. Okay, you will see why we are passing the path. So let's try with try catch. I'm gonna do catch error, and let's console the error so we can see what's going on. And we're just gonna do throw error like that. Okay, let's connect to the database, connect to DB first of all, and let's get the booking. Okay, so it's going to be await booking model dot find by ID and delete. That's the one. And it's going to be booking ID. And then what we will also do is status should be booking status dot cancel. Okay, and actually I should update. Why am I deleting? So what we're trying to do is when somebody cancels the booking, we don't actually delete it. We do something called like a soft delete, right? So you want to keep track of this at the end of the day. Let's say you want to do an audit and see how many were canceled at the end of year or something. Then you can permanently delete them. We're going to set the amount to 0. And the reason is that you don't want to show this in the financial report because it's canceled, right? So that's what we're doing this. Okay, and then if not booking, then basically what we do is we just return an object code of one and message of something like booking not found. Okay, and then I can come here. So let's say if we didn't hit this, that means things went well. So what we need to do is we need to revalidate the path, and it's going to be the path. So it's just going to refresh the page. And then what we should do is we're going to do code of 0 and message should be something like booking cancel. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do. So I'm going to save it, and let's come here and let's see if this will work. Cancel booking, yes. Cool, so that's that. Now the only thing missing is we just need to beautify this a bit, and the way we're going to do this is let's just get rid of this for now, and then what I will do is I'm going to do is pending. So let's say this UI stuff is happening. I'm going to do canceling. Okay, and otherwise what we can do is create a button from UI button. Okay, and then class name, I'm gonna give it a width dash 100 pixel like that. Okay, and variant is going to be outline. Okay, and let's just call it cancel this thing. So there you go, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, and then what I will do is let's add a ban icon from Lucy React. Let's see. There you go, that's what I'm talking about. Looks kind of ugly. So let's fix it. Let's close this main. Text dash red dash how about 500, margin right dash 2, height dash 4, width dash 4. All right, that's what I'm talking about. And then for the button, what we should do is, where is it? When someone clicks on it, we should, handle cancel booking. So we're going to call that. And then after this, we're going to do a confirmation dialog. Okay. And let's do this. And then I'm going to do a message of something like by continuing. I'm not going to type this because I am super tired. And open is equal to open. And then for the on close, I'm going to do set open to false like that. And then on confirm, I'm going to do handle confirm. Like so. So let's see, why is there an error? I know why. I think it should be like this. Okay, let's just organize this a bit. So let's save this, and what if I hit cancel? What happens? That is so cool. So are you absolutely sure by continue you're going to cancel? So I'm gonna do, let's just do okay, but before I do that, I wanna record the amount. So the amount is $30. Okay, so let's say continue, and there you go. So it's canceled. And if I refresh, okay, there you go, it's canceled. So anyway, so let's just so you can play around with this. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do booked update, and let's come here and do a refresh. Cool, so we're back in action. And now we're going to do the edit button. The edit button is a little bit involved. So let's cancel. And so for the edit button, the first thing we should do is, we're kind of doing the same thing where we were doing the booking. Just kind of repeating that. So I'm going to create a form schema, and I'm going to do import Z from Zod. Okay. So yeah, no need to type this. Okay, so let's just do like this. Okay, then we're gonna come here and I will do const path name is equal to use path name like that. And then we're gonna do, so we'll be using a sheet for this, so that's why I'm gonna do set open and then that, and I'm gonna do use state, and it's gonna be false like that. Okay, then we're gonna do form is equal to use form, and then we're gonna do z.infer. That's gonna be type of form schema like that. Okay, and then inside of it, I'm gonna do resolver, and it's going to be Zod resolver, and it's going to be form schema. Okay, and I think I forgot to put the comma like that, and then default values. Okay, and then this is gonna be arriving on, and it's going to be new date. Okay, and then it's going to be booking dot booking date. Okay, so now where's that coming from? That's from here, so I'm going to do booking. Okay, and then booking is going to be booking. Okay, I think we need to just bring the schema. So that's that, and then the other one is arriving time, and this is going to be format. The format is coming from datafns like that, and then we're going to do booking dot start time, and that's going to be hour, minute, and then finally we need the leaving time, and then the same thing format, and then this is going to be booking dot end time, and then hour, minute. Cool. So that's our form, and then let's move on here, and then we're going to do the submit function. So it's going to be basically just the way we did before on submit, and then form data we're passing, and then what we will do is we'll say const response and is equal to await, so update. Okay, update. So what we do is we just update the existing booking, right? That's all we're trying to do, because when you're here, that means you've already found the booking and you're just trying to update it. So this is an action that we need to, of course, create. So we're going to get to that, but I'm just going to pass the form data here, and the form data will be like this, and then also we need to pass in the path name so we can do the refresh. So now let's go ahead and create this. So if I go to come here, and I'm going to go to, let's just minimize these, I'll go to actions, and then we're going to come here and close this. I'm going to do export async. We're going to do function, and it's going to be update booking like that. Self ID, I'm going to do string. So this is the existing booking date, and then start time. Okay, it's going to be a string, end time is going to be a string, and then path is the string. So this is the path name that I was talking about. Let's see. Yes, I think that's the problem. And then, whoop. Okay, and then what we will do in this function is just like always we do a try catch, and I'm going to do catch error, and I'm going to do console.log error like that, and then maybe we can do throw error like that. Okay, and the first thing I should do is connect to the database like that, and then what I'll do is I'll try to get the date. Okay, so that's coming from datafns, so let's find it right here. So we get we take this data and format it into something that we have in our database, and then we get the start time, the end time, and we format it into this format like that, and then we find the original booking, right? Original booking, and then we say await booking model dot, we say find by ID, okay, and then we self ID, right? So that's the existing booking. We try to find it. Let's just be consistent here, so I'm going to do that. Okay, and then we say if not original booking. Let's say we couldn't find it, then we basically just throw an error and we say a booking not found, like that. Scroll up. Okay, so then after that, what I will do is I'll say parking location is equal to await, and then we say parking location model dot find by ID. Okay, and then original booking dot, and then we say location ID. Okay, and I'm gonna lean this out. I think I should put this on a new line like this. I'm making so many mistakes. Okay, and then this is going to be a parking location like that, and then original, I'll do original start time. Original start time is, this is going to be original booking dot start time, and then const original, and I'm going to do end time is equal to original dot end time, right? Because we will be updating this, so I'm going to do const and let us prepare the conditions that we will be using to update the query. So I'm going to do any. Okay, so then let's do something like this. If compare ascending, okay, so this is a function from datafns, start time, okay, to original start time, okay, and we say does not equal to 0, and compare ascending end time, original end time, like that, does not equal to 0. So we want to see if the person basically changed the start time or the end time, or they change start time and they change the end time, right? So that's what we're trying to do here. It basically compare the past tense start time to the original start time, and then compare the end time to the original end time. And if they're both changed, then what we do is we do this. We say condition, and you do start time, okay, is equal to, and then you do like this, end time, and then we do condition end time is equal to greater than start time. So we prepare this condition because, so let's say we're trying to edit this appointment, let's say this parking, but we can't just go blindly and update the start and end time. We need to find any existing let's say bookings that won't collide with this one. So we're just basically doing a collision check. That's what we're trying to do here. So I'm just going to put a comment here, check for collisions with existing booking. So that's what we're trying to see if there's there's going to be any collision with any existing booking. So then what I'll do, but let's say now if we change maybe just the start time, the end time was same. So I'm going to do this. Is equal to 0. Okay, so what I will do is, in this case, is I will do condition, okay, and we will do start time is equal to less than start time, and then what we'll do is a condition, and I will do end time is equal to bracket $sign greater than start time. Okay, so let's say we just changed the start time, but the so let's say the end time is the same, but the start time was changed. So then we find any other booking that basically doesn't collide with the start time. Okay, and then finally else if we do compare, and then we do end time and original end time, like that, does not equal to 0. I mean, there's we found one, so we do condition, and then I will do start time is equal to less than end time, and now do condition and time. Okay, like that. Oops. Greater than, equal to, end time, like that. Okay, so that's our conditions. I think this should be less than equal to. Okay, so I thought I will explain this with a diagram because it'll make more sense. So let's say I have these bookings already in the database. So somebody did this booking, and then I'm doing this new booking right here. Okay, so how would this work? So let's say we're doing the first condition where we change the start time and the end time. So now what we're trying to say here is find other bookings where the start time, let's say this one, is less than the end time of this, and then the end time of the already booked booking is greater than the start time, right? So this one. So if that's the thing, then that means there's a collision between this one. So let's go through it. So let's say I'm going to go through the bookings, and it's going to encounter this one, let's say. So is the start time less than the end time? Yes. Is the end time greater than the start time? So that's the end time is greater than start time. Yes. So as you can see, this colliding right here, right? So then it's going to go to the next booking, and then the next booking is, you will see, is the start time less than the end time? So that's the start time is greater than the end time. So it's going to not look at this one. Then we look at this one. As you can see, for this one, the start time of this one is less than the end time, and then the end time of this, right, is greater than the start time. So it's colliding with this one. Then it's going to look at this one. As you can see, again, the start time of this is less than the end time. No, it's greater. So don't count this. Again, we're going to come to this one. So this is same as this one, and it's going to basically say that for this one we have 1, 2, 3 bookings. So that means these, let's say the space available is 4, right? The total number of spots. So we can book this one and we can place this one here. So that's how basically this one is working. And then the same applies to this one, where we only change the start time, and then the same applies to this one, the end time. So I hope it's clear. Okay, and then after that, what we will do is we'll say cause bookings is equal to await booking model, and we'll do find, and we're going to do ID. Let me scroll up. Okay, scroll up. And then I'll do not equals to, and we'll do self ID. So what we're saying is find any booking who is not this. So let's just find other bookings, and location ID original booking dot location ID. So we're saying for this location, and status is booking status dot booked. So find other bookings for this location, and with, of course, this condition. And we need to do this. Okay. So then what we do is we say if bookings, right, dot length. So let's say if we found other bookings, and we'll do parking location dot number of spots. Okay, like that. So what we're saying is if we found other bookings and the total number of those bookings is less than the number of spots, then that means we can actually we can update this booking, right? So that's what we're trying to do. So we will do original booking dot booking date is equal to date, and then we say original booking dot start time is equal to st, and original booking dot end time is equal to et end time, like that. And then we do await, and we say original booking dot save. We save it. Okay, and then we say revalidate the path, and we do path, like that. And finally we just do return. We're going to do code of 0, and we say message booking updated, like that. And I'm going to copy this. So let's say if we didn't come inside here, that means we couldn't find other booking. That means everything is booked, and we say fail to update booking. I'm going to get rid of this, like that. Okay, so let me save this, and then let's go back here and let's see update booking. So that's the function that we just used. Okay, booking ID. Why is it saying it's a string? So I don't get it. Can I just do a string? And that fixes that. Okay, so once we have that, and then we can do something like code what message, and we can do response. We can get it from that, and we say if code is equal to 0, then we do set open to false. That means just close the sheet, and then we we just show a message like that. So now what we need to do here is we need to just come in here and then work on the UI stuff. So let's see, did we bring in a sheet? Yes. Okay, so UI sheet open is equal to open, and then on open change I'm going to do set open like that. Okay, and then sheet trigger for this one would just do as child because we are controlling it, and then we're gonna add a button from UI button, and then class name, it's gonna be a width of 100 pixel like that, and then variant is going to be outline. Okay, and then pencil icon. Okay, and we're going to give it a class name, and we will say like this. So it's just honestly just blue width height that, and it's going to be edit. Whoop, just edit like that. So let me save it, and let me just do organize this. Okay, so after sheet trigger, we need the sheet content. Okay, and then we need the sheet header. Okay, and then we need the sheet title like that, and then we're going to do edit booking within it. I'm going to save it, and let's see if I refresh this. I think we haven't hooked this up yet, so let's hook this up. So if I come here, yeah, I see just edit button. So how about we say edit booking, and I think we should be passing in the same stuff. So let me do that. Okay, why is it not was it booking? Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna save it. Okay, I think we should be passing just the booking. There you go. So now we have this. So if I hit edit, perfect. As you can see, the thing is coming, the edit button, and then here's the, we're gonna fix that, but that's opening. So let's go ahead and do the rest of it. Let's see here. Okay, so what I will do after the sheet title, I'm going to create a div, and then within this I'm going to do a form, and within that we're going to spread this guy like so, and then what I will do is inside of here we're going to do a form, and then on submit I'm going to do form dot handle submit, and we're going to do on submit on that. And to this one I'll give it this class name, basically just beautifying the form, and let me save it. So let's open this and see. Okay, so far nothing, but it'll come. Okay, so I'll do a form field and self-closing, and we need to do the field. So the control. So the control will be form.control, and then name is equal to arriving on. Okay, arriving on, not one. Okay, so we need to fix that, and then what I will do is render is equal to field. We're gonna do like this, and let's do like that, and then it's gonna be form item like so, and its class name is going to be grid. Okay, and then I'm gonna do form label. Okay, and it's gonna be arriving on. Let's see. Okay, what happened? Get field state at its null. So okay, we'll fix that. Let me just finish this. And then what I'll do is I'll say date input. So that's the one we created. Remember, was it date input or date control? Let me see. If I come here to components and you see date select, sorry, date select, yes. And to this one field, I'm going to pass in the field. And then finally, I'm going to do form message like that. Okay, it's complaining about something. So if I go here, I think we have this disable date. So let's go here and I'm going to do disable dates to true. So this guy is happy. Okay, so let's see why are we getting this error. So get field state as it is null. Okay, I think, let me see, one problem is that, yeah, this form, it brought it from this use form. We want to bring it from the ShatCN, yeah, UI form. That's the one. Let me save it and let's see. All right, that's what I'm talking about. So as you can see, it's coming pretty good. And it was for October 12th, so it's actually selecting that date for us. How cool is that? All right, so let's go and do the other one. Let me do this. I'm gonna copy this and let's see. So let's organize this. And then this one will be arriving time like that. And for this one, I will do time select like that. We don't need this. Okay, actually, what we need to do is, what we need to say is on change. We're going to do field dot on change. Okay, and then default value, I'm going to do field dot value like that. Okay, so I don't need this. Let's save it, and there you go. So it's 1 a.m. It's 1 a.m. And then let's do, okay, let's organize this, and this will be leaving time, and then we're gonna do leaving on. Let's see, there you go. So 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. leaving on. Beautiful. As you can see, the time is selected, so that's working. And finally, after all this, let's add the button save. So I'm gonna save it, and that's that. Okay, so that takes care of the editing. So let's edit this. So if I come here, I'm gonna change this to, let's say that time doesn't work for me. I'm gonna switch this to 5 a.m. and then I'm gonna change this to, I don't know, 7 a.m. So 5 to 7, let's save it. And there you go. So booking updated, and we are now 5 to 7. How about I choose 19th? Okay, I'm gonna save it. Booking updated. Perfect. So the booking is getting updated, and that's all working pretty nicely actually. And so now if I go here, and let's do one thing. So that was for the 19th, right? So if I go to my bookings, so what I'll do is I'm going to do it for the 12th. Okay, and I'm going to save it. So now let's say 12th, and let's just change the time to something like more manageable. So let's say there's some event happening in this place. It's going to start at 4 p.m. It's going to go till like, I don't know. Let's see, 5 p.m. I'm going to hit save. So let's say 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Okay. So we have for this area, I think 4 spots. So now let's go ahead, and I'm going to do 36 Spadina Avenue, Toronto. I'm going to pick the same date, which is 12, and I'm going to pick, let's say, same time, 4 p.m. and then end time I'm going to pick 5. Submit. So as you can see, this is showing now the number of spots available is 3. So I'm going to do book. Okay, and I'm going to do AAA, FA1, 2, 3, whatever. So let's do this. Let me quickly fill this. Okay, so booking has been confirmed. And if I go to my bookings, now I have 2 bookings showing up. And let's try and see if we can book another one. So I'm going to do the same for October 12th, and we're going to do the same around same amount of time. So let's say I'm going to do now 38 split time. So I'm going to submit. See, now it's 2 spots available. Let me book this one also. Okay, so that's also confirmed. So let's go to my bookings. So let's say, I mean, in real life, it's going to be in different people, but we're just doing it so we can see. So now I'm going to do, let's see, so as you can see, we only have 1 spot available. How cool is that? So basically what I'm trying to show is as we keep booking, it's subtracting from this. All right, so we actually finished the cancel edit, and we covered a lot, and the next one is going to be more exciting because you will see some pretty cool feature I'm going to add to the admin section. Alright guys, so we are back, and let's just finish this admin portion, and I think we should be done. So what we can do is, as you guys can see, this is the admin portion that we did, and we did the locations, and then here's the booking thing, here's the revenue. So the booking one is a little bit complicated, but it's very interesting. So let's do the revenue first, and then we can go over to that one. So I'm going to close everything, and then I'm going to close the guest because we're done. We're going to go to dashboard, we're going to go to revenue, and this is where we left off. So inside of here, what I will do is I'm going to do cons. Let me close this one, and I'll say locations is equal to await, and we're going to do parking location model, and like this one, and I will do aggregate, right? I'm going to run the aggregate function on it. Now it's going to complain because we need to do the async like that. So let me just expand this so we can see what's going on. And then what I will do is we're going to write this kind of nice query. So I will try my best to explain it, but you know, we're not doing simple queries here. We do the real deal. Anyway, so what we need to do is we're going to do a lookup, okay, and we're going to do it from bookings. And then what we will do is I'm going to specify the local field, and it's going to be ID, and then I'll say the foreign field that I want to grab is location ID, right? Because we want to see, for the idea is for each location, see how much money we made, how many bookings we got, and how many were canceled, and that. And I'm going to call it as bookings. And then once I have that, I can then come over here, and then what we will do is I'm going to add another, I guess you can say, curly braces, and I'm going to say add fields. And then what we will do is I'm going to say total amount. Okay, so I need the total amount, and then we're going to do a sum operation. Okay, and it's going to be dollar booking. So every time you do this dollar bookings, you're kind of referencing this. So that's what we're trying to do. So I'm going to do dot amount. So remember, when we did the booking, every booking has an amount. So we're trying to grab that. We're going to do a sum operation on it. Okay, and then what I will do is I'm going to say booked count. Okay, so we're trying to get the book count, and then what I'll do is I'm going to do size. Okay, and we're going to do a filter. So what you want to do here is grab all the bookings which has the status of booked. So that's why we're doing the filter. All right, so I'm going to do input, and the input will be booking. So that's what you want to feed into the filter, and I'm going to call it booking to this one. And the condition that I want to have is dollar equals, and we will do dollar booking dot status. Okay, and it's going to be booked. So when we say dollar, I'm referencing this one. So we're saying give me all the bookings which are the status of, sorry, it's got to be a comma, of booked. Okay, so that's that, and then we will come here, that closes that, and then I'm going to do, whoops, canceled count like that, and then same kind of deal, I'm going to do the size. Okay, and then I'm going to do filter, and then we will do input, and then it's going to be, again, I don't want to type it, so I'm going to do bookings like that. Okay, I'm going to move this up. Actually, I'll just copy this whole thing, and then we'll come here, we're gonna paste it. And for this one, all I'm gonna do is we're gonna do cancel. Okay, and once you have all this, then what you can do is come here, and now we need to do the projection. So projection is basically what fields you want to grab. So I want to grab the address, definitely. So I'm gonna do 1, and then total amount, and I want to grab that. So you must be asking, where's this name coming from? This name is right here. So that's what we're trying to grab. Okay, and then what I will do is also booked spots. Okay, and that's going to be 1, and then booked count. Okay, I want to grab that, and then cancel count. It's going to be 1. So that's the one we named it here. All right, cool. So once we have that, and then I'm just going to come here and okay, so we're gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna bring this on the next line. Okay, by this time I'm not gonna type the class name because you guys must be pros at this point. So we're just doing a grade, columns, and all of that. And then what I will do is I'm gonna just rip through the locations, and I'll grab a location, and then okay, that was a mistake. Okay, and then what I will do, I'm gonna do like this. And then I will create a card, and it's going to be from components UI card. Key will be location.id, and then class name is I will do width dash full, and I'm going to do large and above width dash. It's going to be 350 pixel, like that. So we're going to close this here, and I'm going to save it, and let's see if we get anything. Something is coming right here. Well, we're going to fill it, and then I'm going to do a card header. Okay, and then within that I'm going to do a card title, like that. Okay, so this one I'm going to put get street from address, and this is going to be location dot address, like that. So let's save it and see what we get. Boom, there you go. So if you guys remember from the previous video, we did 3 bookings, and that's exactly what we're getting. So beautiful, that's coming nice. So let's come here and do like this. Okay, let's scroll up. After the card title, we're gonna do a card description, and let's see, let me close this, and in this one I'm going to do booked, and whoops, okay, and then I'm going to do location dot, let's see if it's gonna give me that. Okay, so I'm gonna do book count. Let's do that. So there you go. So for this one I have for this location we have 3 bookings. That's correct. And then I'm going to copy this, and okay, that's not what I wanted. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it, and then we're going to do canceled, and for this one we're going to do cancel count, and let's save it. We don't have any cancellation. We're going to try one and we'll see. Okay, and then what I will do to the booked one, I'll add this class name, and then I'm going to do the same, but instead it's going to be a red. Okay, let's save it, and that's what we are getting. So as you can see, we're trying to, make a nice UI here. Okay, and then after the card header, what we need is a card content. And then within this one, I'm going to create a div. And to this div, I'll give this class name. I'll just create a grid. And then we're just aligning the items. And then within this, I'm going to create another div. And it's going to be like this, just a space of y of 2. And then I'm going to create a p tag, text large, font dash medium. And then I'm going to do leading dot none, like that. And then revenue. Let's see how does that look like. There you go, revenue is coming. And then for this one, I'll do format amount. Okay, format amount. I don't know what we call it. Yeah, there you go, amount for display. And then we're gonna do location dot total amount, and then it's going to be Canadian. Let's see. So from this location, we made $67.50, and then these locations there's no booking, so that's why they're not showing anything. So that's basically your honesty revenue. It's that simple. So let's go ahead and try to see if we can cancel one and maybe do a booking here and see if this gets updated. So as you can see, I've opened another browser and I'm logged in as a guest. So this is the admin. So I have them side by side. This is, by the way, running in Safari. So let's go ahead to my bookings. And as you can see, I have the 32 Spadina and blah, blah, blah. And then this one has 3. So that's for this one, all 32 Spadina. And I'm going to go cancel this one. Boom, that one is canceled. Let's refresh. And there you go. So I've got 1 cancellation and then 2 bookings, and this one is gone. So how about we go back here, and I'm going to try to book one at 35 Spadina Avenue. Okay, so as you can see, I got this. So 35 Spadina, I'm going to go with this one. I'll say book. Okay, so the booking has been confirmed at 35 Spadina. I'm going to go to my bookings first of all. And by the way, I got the email, and here's the 35 Spadina. So if I go as an admin and let's say I refresh this, there you go. So I am actually here. Oh wow, $225, and I'm booking here at 35 Spadina. This one is too full. So this thing is working. The admin, the revenue. And now let's go ahead and see the bookings, how we can see, build a nice scheduler. All right, so here I'm gonna go to the bookings, and at this point it's just gonna say bookings. So let's close this. We're gonna come here and let me close this revenue. We did this. Gonna go to bookings right here. So what I will do is I'm going to create a component. I'm gonna call this components. So these are components just for this one. And then with these components, we will create, where did I go? I will create a file called booked.tsx, and I will also create a cancelled.tsx file. So what I will do is I will do this and I'll say booked. We'll save it, and then for this one, I'll do canceled like that. So we have these in place. So I'm going to close these, and then what I will do within let's say this page. So let's start working on this page. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to get rid of this, and then what we will do is I'm going to give it a class name, and let's just do padding of 0. So we're going to get a nice and tight padding. And then what I will do is I'm going to create h2 class, and it's going to be text.2xl, and we're going to do text-gray. It's going to be -800, and then padding -2, and we're going to say bookings like that. So let's close this and see. Okay, we got bookings. That's cool. And then what I will do is I'm going to create a separator from this one, and class name, I'm gonna give it bg-gray, and we will call it 300 with -full, and then margin bottom -4 like that. So there you go. So it's a nice clean separator. And then now what we need is the booking list. So what for that I will do is I'm going to come here and I'll create a new file, and we will call it bookings. We'll call it list.tsx like that. And then for this one, I will just do booking, and we'll say list. And let's save it, and immediately I'll come here and I'll do booking list like so. Let's see. Okay, there we go. That's coming. So this one is done actually. I'm going to close this, and we're going to start here. Okay, so for this booking list, let me minimize this. So what I will start off with is a form schema. I honestly don't want to type this because it's very simple. Let me import this from Zod. Okay, so we have this filter params. You're going to see how we're going to use this. And then we have form schema, and that's basically if the admin needs to filter stuff like by date or by location. So that's what we need to have that. So that's what we're using that. And then what I will do is I'm going to come here and let's minimize this. And what we will bring to this one is, let me do this. So there you go. Okay, so this one I'm going to do const params. We're going to do set params, and then Okay, we're gonna use state now. So this has to be a, by the way, use client because we're using the you know, it's a client component. That's it. So let's bring use state, and then what I will do, I'll say filter params, and then I will do date. It's going to be new date. Okay, and then ID is just going to be blank for beginning. So I'm gonna scroll up. Okay, there was a flash of death. I don't know what that was for, but I don't know. And then anyway, so then what I will do is I'm going to do form is equal to. Now you guys have seen me doing this a million times, so I'm not going to type it again, but basically we're just creating a use form from React hooked form. Let's do this. Yeah, React hooked form, and then we need a ZOD resolver like that. So all we're just doing is giving this guy a default value, the form. That's it. So that's that, and then we will create a use effect. Okay, to affect some stuff, and then it's going to be an async self-calling function, and like that, and then it's going to be calling itself. And let's also not forget the dependencies, and I will do result is equal to await. It's going to be get parking, and we're going to get parking locations. Let's see, and I'm going to do set locations. Okay, I'm going to do set locations, and we don't have that, so why don't we create that? So I can come here and I can do const location set locations, and it's going to be use state. Okay, and it's going to be parking location. It's an array, and then it's going to be blank like that. So then what I can do, I can set that locations result. Okay, like that. Now this guy's complaining, and let's see why this guy complaining. Actually we created this for something else. Yes, that's not the one we want. So what I will do, I'm gonna copy this one, and we're gonna basically call it set parking locations. And then what I will do, I'll go back here and I'll say set parking locations. And then what I will do in here is we are not going to pass it anything because we're grabbing all the locations. So let me do that, and let's see why is okay. So then what I will do is I don't need to pass this. I think if you pass an empty, it's going to give you all the locations. So I'm just going to do then find. Okay, and let's see. So parking location model dot find and JSON our park location. Beautiful. That's it. We don't have to do much. So if I come here, okay, this guy's also happy. Perfect. Okay, and then here we have the submit form. I'm not going to waste time on this again because all we're trying to do is when the form is submitted, we make sure the form data is okay. Otherwise, we just do a toast and we set the params, and that's all. Okay, so let's do this. The reason why I'm going through this very quick because it's just we have repeated this so many times, and let's get to the meat of this, which is the exciting part. So I'm going to get rid of this. Let's do that, and then I'm going to create a form. Want to make sure I get the right form, and I'm going to spread the form on it like that, and then I will do form, and then on submit we're going to do handle form dot handle submit, and then we're going to say our submit. Okay, and then I'm going to pass it this class name. So again, let me just bring it here, just some flex. We have used this a million times before. And then I'm going to create a form field. Okay, and then on this one, let me just do this. I'm going to give it a control. It's going to be form dot control. Typing too fast today. And then name is going to be date. Okay, whoops, don't need that. And then render is equal to field. We're gonna do that, and then I will do basically a form item, like so, and we're gonna give it a class name, and let's just say with dash full, and then large and above with okay, we're gonna do large with dash. We will do to 50 pixel. Okay, and it's going to be a grid like so, and then I'm going to do a form label, and it's going to be a date. Okay, and then for this one I'm going to do a date select. So if you guys remember, we built this. Okay, I'm going to do field will be field, and then disable dates. So for this one, the disable dates is false because as an admin I should be able to go check previous dates, right, and see, check my bookings. So I'm going to save this, and let's see. Oh wow, look at that. So that's coming cool. That's on, I guess, mobile, and then that's desktop. As you can see, that's coming nicely. Okay, so let's come here and let's continue. Okay, so after, let's see this form field, what I will do is we're going to create another form field like that. I'm going to close it like this, and then for this one, control again, form.control, and then what we'll do is this is going to be name is location, and then render, okay, field, and then within this. So now what we need to do is, remember we grabbed all these locations, so we need to now fill in all the locations that we have actually. So I will do form item, okay, and again the class name, I'm going to do the same thing which I did here. So I'm going to copy this and let's just paste it here. Okay, and then what I will do is I'll create a select. Okay, it's coming from UI select, and on value change, what we will do is we'll say field dot on change. Okay, and default value should be field dot value. Okay, so that's that, and then what we need is form control like that. Yeah, from that, and then we need a select trigger, and that's going to be coming from here, and then select, I'm going to do value. Oh, I think I got it from the wrong place. Select value is coming from here, and placeholder, I'm going to say select a location. Okay, so that will be that. I think this self-closing. Let me see. Yeah, we can do like that. And then after the form control, now we need to put in the content here. So we'll do select content and this one, and then now you can just like iterate through it, and there you go. So now that's coming, and then what we will do is I'm going to do locations.map location, and then what you want to do is just say select item, this one, and then key will be equal to location dot, I'm going to do ID, okay, and then value, okay, is going to be location dot underscore ID like that. All right, so I'm gonna just do this. I'm gonna do this. How about this string? Okay, so for this one, I will also do a string, and let's save it, and let's see, good. So that's good. And then within the body of this, we're going to do location.address. Okay, let's save it and see what we get. Perfect. So these are the addresses that we have, the parking location that we own, and as you can see, they are coming up nicely. Cool. So let's put this here, and let's move on now to the next one, and let's see. Okay, so there you go. So that's mobile, and then what we need to do after is we need to come here, and then we're gonna put a button, and it's going to be a button, and then type is equal to submit. I think by default it's submit, but I'm gonna just do search. So yes, so the button need to be coming from here. Let's see, save, and Beautiful. There you go. So that's happening. Okay, and then what we will do is after the form, what we can do is we're going to do tabs. Okay, so we haven't installed tabs. Let's go to no tabs. We're going to go and then tabs. So that's what I'm talking about. We're going to install and use these. I'm going to copy and let's just. Okay, so tabs are installed and let's see tabs. Yay. Okay, so tabs are coming. So default value is going to be booked. Okay, and then class name, I'm not going to type it, it's just going to be this. Okay, so there you go. So let's go back here and see what's going on. Nothing is going on. It's all right. Okay, and then I'm going to do tab list, and that's coming from here, and then we're going to do tabs trigger. Okay, and then value, the first one will be booked, and then it's going to be called booked. Okay, like so. Let's see, and then I'm going to create another one. I'm going to copy this one, and then we're going to paste it, and this will be called cancel, and it's going to be canceled like that. So let's see. So there you go. So now we have our tabs, and let's see on big screen, small screen. Okay, and then now we need to set up the tab content. So we're going to do tab content, okay, like that, and value for booked one. Okay, we're gonna basically show the booked. We're gonna do booked. Remember, we created this. That's what we have now. And then I'm going to copy this one, and then I'll come here and paste it, and this one cancel, and it's going to be cancel. So it's coming from here. I'm going to save it. So let's see. There you go. So booked, cancel, booked, cancel. Okay, so now let's go ahead and fix this. So I will go over to booked, and for this one, the first thing I will do is pass in the params. So it's going to take location, the date and the location ID, and then the date is going to be simple date, and then the location ID is a string like that. So I think we should go back here and input these. So what I will do is I'm going to come here and I'll just say date, basically. So remember, we have our params, right? Right here, right? So params, so it's just the date, and then the location ID is param.id. So that's what we have. And how are we setting them? Remember, when we do the form submission, that's when we're setting them. So when we set these, it's gonna get basically pass them over there, and that thing is gonna give us what we want. And then the same thing for this one. I'm gonna pass these. Okay, I'm gonna save it, and let's go to booked. What I will do is I'm going to copy these params, and I will go to the cancel one, and I will paste them here. Okay, and there you go. Now everybody is in sync. So that's that. So let me close this one, and let's go to booked and work on this one. Okay, so what we need is first organize this, and then what we will do is we're going to create a state, and we're going to do bookings. We're going to do set bookings, and then we're going to do use state, and it's going to come from React. Okay, and then it's going to be of type booking array, and then it's going to be empty for starters. And then the other thing I will do is I will do loading while we are loading the let's say the bookings. So we need some sort of state. Okay, and then boolean, and it's going to be false. All right, what I will do after that is I'm going to create a use effect. Okay, and then for this one I'll say if I have a location ID, okay, and I have a date, then what I will do is I'm going to create this function, and what I will do inside of this function is set loading to true, and then what I will do is I'm going to do const result is equal to await, and then we'll say get bookings. Okay, and now you must be asking, well, where is that coming from? So we're going to write this out. It's just a state, sorry, an action. So I have the location ID, and then to this one, we're going to say booking status dot booked. Okay. So we're going to go and I'm going to copy this. Okay. And we're going to go to our actions and let's just scroll all the way to the bottom. And I'm going to do export async function and like that. Okay, and then date is of type, whoops, date. Okay, I'm going to bring this on the next line. Location ID is string, and then the other one, that's the status. Okay, I should have done this status. Okay, status is just booking status like so. And then what I will do is come here and we're going to do a try catch, and let's just do catch error, and we'll do throw error like that. So when you throw error like that, you would want basically your the reason why you don't want to console log the error here, because you want whoever's calling, you want them to catch this. So that's why every time you see me throw error, that's how I do it. Okay, so you can then raise a toast or whatever you want to do in the calling from the calling side. So anyway, so then what I will do is I'll say const bookings is equal to await, and we'll say booking model, and I'm going to do find and status. Okay, status will be status if supplied to us, or booking status dot book. That's the default. And then location is location ID like that. And then we need to write this expression. And then what we will do in the expression is we're going to do equals. Okay, and then I'm going to do like this, and then I'll say date to string. Okay, and then what I will do within that, I'll say format, and I will do this format. So what I'll do is %y dash %m dash %d. So that's that, and date will be booking date. Okay, so when we put this dollar, we're basically referencing a field within the booking model. If I go here, there's a booking date, that's the one. So that's why I'm doing it like this. Let me go back. That's why I'm saying the booking date, because I'm referencing that. Okay, so once you have that, and then what you can do is after this, we're going to do a format, and then we're going to do date, and I'm going to do year, month, dd. Okay, so we're basically, remember, we're getting bookings for a certain date, right? So what we're saying is we're getting the booking date, okay, converting it to this format, and then comparing it to passing parameter. That's what we're trying to do. So we're getting the bookings for that. And then what you want to do is you want to do a populate, and the path is going to be location ID. Okay, and then model, because we want to get the location, parking location model like so. And finally we're going to do a lean. So on this channel you get the real deal. Okay, we don't make simple queries, we make complex queries that you can use in real life. So once that is all good, then what I will do is I'm going to do return, and let's just do code of 0, mean everything is good, and message well, nothing. And data, I'm going to do JSON dot parse, and then I'm going to do JSON dot stringify, and then I will do bookings. Okay, so that's that. And why is it not? Yeah, it should be here. Let me bring this here, and let's just see if we can just make this a little bit manageable. So that's what I had in mind. Let's see if I organize this. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so now that we have that, let's see if this will come. Yay. So that's good. Then what I will do after that is I will come here, now as I said, bookings, and then we're going to do result data as booking. We're just going to cast it, and then I will do set loading what ding to false. Okay, so that's that. And then this let's see, use effect should, yeah, we should trigger this if we want any one of these change, right? So now let's come over here and I'm going to do this. I'm going to turn this to into a fragment, and then what I will do is I'm going to just format this a bit, and then what we will do inside of here is I'll say if loading, then we just do a loader like that. Okay, otherwise we will see if we got any bookings. If it's greater than 0, then we do another what do you call it, ternary operator. And if we don't have any bookings, then what I will do is I'll just come here and then I will do, sorry, I'm going to come here and I will do this, and I'm just going to say no booking. So that's going to be that, and we're going to save it, and let's just refresh this. Okay, so no bookings, so that's what we're getting that. And then I'm going to bring this here, and then I'm going to give it a class name. It's going to be relative, and then overflow x auto, because as you guys will see, we'll be scrolling this horizontally. So I'm going to save this, nothing will happen. So now what we need to do is we need to create these timeline and timeline ticks. So if I go to my components, and here I'm going to create timeline and then tsx, and then we're going to do timeline like that. And then I will come here and I will do timeline. Let's save it and let's see. Well, okay, it's not going to come because if I select, let's say, remember we did bookings for 12th and then it was for this location. If I do search, so there you go. So you see timeline is coming. So let's go ahead and do this one. So I'm going to close this, and then inside of here, the first thing I'll do a format time. Okay, and then I'm going to do hour, it's a number, and then I'm going to do minutes, and it's also a number. And then what we will do is also let period is equal to am. Okay, and I'll say if hour, okay, is greater than or equal to 12, then period is equal to PM. And then we do if hour is greater than 12, then we do hour minus equal 12. So you basically subtract 12 from it. So if it's like in military time, which kind of bring it back to regular time. And then I do if hour is equal to 0, then hour is equal to 12. So let's say if it's midnight, so I don't want to show the 00, we just show 12. And then I'll do const, I'll do formatted minutes is equal to minutes. Minutes, if it's less than 10, then what I do is I do 0, and then we do minute. Okay, otherwise minutes. So let's say if I have the time, if the minute is 5, I don't want to show 5, I'm gonna do 05. So it's just there's different ways of doing it, but that's one of them. And then what I'll do return, and then I'll do hour, and then we're gonna do formatted minutes like that, and then we're gonna do period. Okay, so the AM PM. Okay, so that's that. And then we need to also, let me save this, we also need to then do generate time slots. So I'll do generate time slots, and this is going to be a function, and inside of it I will create an array. Okay, like that, and then I'll do for let hour. Okay, then I'll do let hour is equal to 0, hour is less than 24, hour plus plus, and then I'll do time slots dot push, and then we will do format time, and then we'll give it hour, and then we'll just pass in 0. And then once I'm done with this, I will just do time slots. It's going to return the time slots. And then finally, I'll come here and I'll say const time slots equal to generate time slots, like that. Okay, so now let's come here. I will turn this basically, let's see, give it an absolute, and then just a BG color, nothing fancy here. Let's save it. Okay, so there you go, something happened. So what I will do, I'll say time slots dot map. Okay, and then I'm going to do time index, and then what we will do here is I'm going to create a div. Okay, let's come here. Key will be index, like that, and then class name is going to be absolute, like that, and then style, what I will do is left. Okay, so for this one, let me just bring it over on the next line. Okay, I didn't mean to do that, but what I will do is I'm going to put the ticks, and then I'm going to do the $, and then this, and we will do 60 times index. Okay, so let's see, I'm going to save this. So 60 is 1 minute, that's what it is. And then what we do inside of is I'm going to do text dash md, and then rotate dash 45. Okay, and okay, pressed this too early, so let's put time inside and see. So and then I'm going to do width dash. Okay, we need to do this pixel. I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to do left dash 4, and then absolute. Mistake I made, this should be time slots, and then here should be time slots. So that's one mistake we made. Okay, so currently we're seeing nothing, but if I come here, inspect, and let's see, if I click on this one, then I go to elements, and then here, as you can see, these are actually here. So see 12 AM, and then I have this other 1 AM. Anyway, so it's here, just not showing, because remember, we're using this absolute and all that. So what we need to do is I'm going to come here to booked, and we need to add something here to fix this. So I'll create a div. Okay, and let's come here, and then the class name of this one will be relative, like that. Okay, and then I'm going to give this a style, and then the style will be height. We need to give it a height. Okay, and then I'm going to do the ticks, and then it's going to be bookings dot length, and then I will just times it by 60 and pixel. Let's save it, and there you go. So now, as you can see, I can scroll, and this is what we actually build. So if I go full screen, so there you go. So this is actually the time, and whoop, okay. Let's select the location, search, there you go. So as you can see, it's from 12, actually just the full screen. So 12 AM to 11 PM, right? So that's displaying. So let's go back. And now we need to display the appointments. You know, how to give them like a visual indication of the appointments. For that, what we need to do is we're going to come here to components, and then I'll create a new file, and I'm going to say timeline. Okay, and then we're going to do ticks.tsx, ticks, like that, and then we're going to do timeline ticks. And then what I will do is I'm going to come and put it right here. Let's see, so I'll save it. So there you go. So timeline ticks is right here. Okay, so let's come here, and then for this one, what I'll do is, first of all, let's just organize it. I'll do markers is equal to an empty array, and then I'm going to do increment, and the increment I will do 30, right? So in this, the increment in minutes, And then I'll do total markers is equal to 23.5 into 60 divided by increment. So total markers in 24 hours, basically that's what it is. And then what I'll do, I'll say for let I is equal to 0, I is less than or equal to total markers, I plus plus. And then we will do cons is our marker is equal to I modulus 2 is equal to 0. And then I'll do cons left position is equal to I into, you guys will see when we display it, you will see how it's going to look like. So this is if there's like a 30 pixel gap between the markers, so that's that number. So that's what we're doing it like that. And then I will do markers dot push. Okay. And then what we do is we're going to do a div key will be equal to I, and then class name will be equal to, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do width dash 1. Okay, and then we'll do is our marker, and then height dash 8, bg dash gray dash 500. Okay, otherwise we'll do height dash 4, and then we're going to do bg dash gray dash 400. Okay, just a difference in the color. So let me bring this on the next line. So this will be this, and then I'm going to do close it off like that. And then to this one I will also add a style, and I will do left, and then I'm going to do this, the ticks, and then the dollar sign, and then we're going to do left position. Okay, and then all you do is pixel like that. Okay, so now let's use it, and it's going to be pretty simple. All we do, we say markers. Okay, let me save it, and then what I will do here, I'm going to give it a class name. We'll do flex, padding top of 32, relative, and then items dash center. So save it, and these are the markers that I was talking about, as you can see. So these are like the ticks, and let's see. And one thing we need to put, you see how they're like kind of squeezed in together, is we need to come here and we need to also give it a, let's see, I think I can just go here and do absolute. That's what I'm talking about. So as you can see now is how the hour one is like nice and thick, and then 30-minute mark is like this nice thin kind of marker. So that's why we're doing it this way. And as you can see, I can scroll and everything is nice. Okay, so now we have the timeline ticks. And one thing we could do this, put this in a say like a use callback or something. And the way I would do this is pretty easy. What I will do is I'll say const markers, okay, is equal to, and I'll do use callback, and then we will do like this. Okay, didn't bring it in. Let me see. Yeah, I brought it in. Okay, so because it's complaining because we already have markers, so I'm gonna get rid of this one, and now that fixes that. And then this one's saying, but yeah, I need arguments and stuff, so we're gonna add give that to it. So what I will do is I'm going to take all of this, and let's just put it here. And then what I will do is I'll say okay, I think we need to do this. Okay, and then in the end I will just return markers like that, and I think that should be as simple as it is, and you have to just do this. So let's save it, and yeah, so there you go. So now we improve the performance. Instead of doing unnecessary re-renders, we can use the use callback. Let's refresh and make sure it works. So October 12th, this one, search, boom, that works. And then also, if I remember, we did this timeline. Let's see, maybe we can do the same here. So remember, we're using this time slot, so all you do is just copy this. I'm going to do const time slot is equal to is equal to use callback, okay, and then give it that empty array, the dependency thingy. And then what I can do is I can take all of this, let's see, all the way, and then we can put it here, and then I will do return this, and then we'll do time slots dot map, boom. So if I save it, there you go. So now this one also is improved very quickly. Okay, so let's close this one, and then let's focus on this, and let's show now the appointments in a nice format. So let's come here. Remember, we added this div. So within this, we're going to now show the booking. So I'm going to do bookings dot sort. We want to sort them by I guess their length. We're going to do the sort comparer, and then this sort comparer is basically like a function. You could put in the utils. You know what, let's just put in the utils. So let's go to our lib utils, and then at the bottom I will do export function, and we're going to do sort comparer, and I will do the first booking, and then S2, the second booking, okay, and then what we will do is, actually I should call it B1 and B2. That makes more sense. So this is booking like that, and then all you do is you do compare ascending, and we'll do B1 dot start time, B2 dot start time. Okay, so let's go back to where we were here. Let me close this one. So now if I try sort compare like that, yep, that works. And then we will do map. Okay, we'll go over them, and we'll do booking dot we're gonna do map, and then we're gonna do booking, and then the index like so, and then let's just do this, and then let's create a div. The key will be index, okay, and then we're gonna give it a style, but before that let's just do this so this thing is happy. Okay, and then what I will do is I'm going to do a style, and then the width, okay, we need to give it something here, and then we also need to give it a left. Okay, let me just put this here, and then top. Okay, we need to also do that. So the top is easy. All we need to do is we're gonna do index plus 1 like that, and let me put this in parentheses, and then I'm gonna times it by 36. Okay, and then we're gonna do pixel like that. Okay, so that's one thing. So now what is width and what is left? Okay, so the width is like a function we need to create. So we're gonna go to utils, and then I'll come here to the bottom, and we're gonna create this function. It's called block length. Okay, so how long is one actually block? Okay, we're gonna do start time is a date, and then we're gonna do end time is also a date like that. So let's see, export function like so. Okay, and then what you do is you say diff in minutes is equal to difference in minutes from dateFNS, and then we're going to do end time and then start time, and all you do is actually just return. You can just do return this. So now it's a little bit, I guess, an overkill to create just a function for this, but in case you are using this anywhere in your app, you can do this. Okay, let's save it, and there's another one we need, and that's the block position. And the reason this function is like how far the block should be from its left side, right? Or depending on the time. So you guys will see when we see it in action. So all we need is the start time. It's going to be a date. Okay, and then what first thing I'll do, get the hours. So I'll say get hours from start time. These pop-ups are so annoying. And then I'll do minutes. Minutes is equal to get minutes, and then start time. Okay, got messed up. So all you do then is return. We do h into 60, so 60 minutes in 1 hour, and then we do minutes. Okay, so let's say we got the block position and block length. So now we can go back here, and then I can do like this. So I can do block length, and then booking dot start time, booking dot end time, and then at the end we're gonna slap that pixels. It's not gonna show up yet, so we need to now specify the block position. We're going to do block position, and then to this one I'm just going to pass in booking dot start time, because that's all you want to know, where does it start. So let's save it, and let's see if there's anything. Well, there's nothing yet, so we need to also remember fill in this here. So we're gonna do format, because you need to add some data to it. Let's see, format. Yeah, that's the one I want. So I'm gonna do booking dot start time. Okay, and then hour, and then minute, like that. So that's that, and then I will do, you want to do that start and end time. That's why we're doing this format, and then we're going to do booking dot end time, hour, minute, like that. So let's save it, and there you go. So we're seeing this, and of course this will need a little bit of beautification. So what we will do is, for this one I'm gonna put this in a p tag. Let's see, can I take this, and then I'm going to put it here. Okay, so to this div, I'm going to give a class name. So height dash 8. Okay, and then bg dash blue dash 500, like that. So as you can see, we're trying to like beautify this. If I move this, that's what we're trying to do. It's gonna look good once we're done. Let me move this here so we can see what's going on. And then text dash white, like that. And then what we will text, okay, let's save it, there you go. And then also absolute, so this is important, there you go. And then rounded dash md, let's see, so where is it? So there you go. So it's starting at, you see, 3:30, right? So 3:30, and it goes up till 5, and then this one is from 4 o'clock to 5, so that's why it's coming like this. So if I expand this, there you go. So that's your appointment, and you have a visual indicator now. How cool is that? And then what we will do also is, on this p tag we're gonna add also some class name. So I'm gonna do text dash sm. Let me save it. Let's grab our appointment, there you go. And then padding dash 1, like so. And then I'm going to do overflow hidden, so we see that. And then, well, I'm going to do overflow, where is that ellipsis? I'm going to do ellipsis, so that's that. And then what we will also do is white space, no wrap. Okay, so that's why you need to do this, so you can see, show this one. Okay, and then finally, I think that's it. We don't need to do anything finally. So there you go. So this is your that. And what we can do now is, I'm going to book another appointment for, let's say, oh, remember we had one for 35 banana. Let's check that out. So if I search, so there you go. That's the 35 banana from 11 to 4:30 and 11 to 4:30. This is pretty awesome actually. And how about we do another one for this one, and let's see if I can do from, I don't know, same time, 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. Let's try that. Okay, so that's confirmed. Let's come here and do a search. There you go. So the other booking is coming, is from 12 to 3 right here, and this is your booking now. So if I go search here, if I go to cancel, we haven't done this, so let's finish this one also. Okay, so I'm just gonna get rid of this, and then the cancel one is very straightforward. There's not much action going on. So here is the canceled one. So what we need to do is we're gonna do bookings is equal to use state, and then it's going to be an array of booking. Okay, and then what we'll also do, I'm going to do const loading set loading, and we're going to be use state, and it's going to be false like that, and then const path name is equal to use path name like that. Okay, then what we'll do is we're going to do const, and I'm going to do populate bookings, and then it's going to be an async function, and let's just do set loading to true, and then const result is equal to await, and then I'm going to do get booking. So that's the function we created, and I'm going to pass it in date, location ID, and then booking status dot cancelled. Okay, that's not right. Booking status dot cancelled. Okay, so we're going to pass that, and then we're going to do bookings to result. Let me expand this so we can see this better, and then after that I think we need to do data as booking, an array of booking like that. Okay, and then I'm going to do set loading to false. Okay, so that's your that, and then after this I will come here and do a use effect. Okay, and then within this I will do date or location. These are my dependencies, and then if date and location ID, then basically we just call populate bookings like so. Let's see, I'm gonna do this. I think I messed up this one, so this should be this. Cool, so that works. And then also what we will do is I'm going to do const. So let's say as an admin, because remember when a guest deletes a booking, it's a soft delete, but an admin can then permanently delete it. So I'm going to do delete booking. Okay, async ID string, and then we will do await delete booking. Okay, so we haven't created this function, we're going to create it. It's an action, delete booking. Okay, delete booking, and we're going to pass in the ID, and then we're going to repopulate the bookings. Okay, so delete booking, I'm going to go to actions, and we're just going to go to the bottom, and we'll do export async delete booking. It's going to be a function, and then we were going to give it the booking ID is a string try. Okay, and then connect to DB first, and then const booking is equal to, all I will do is booking model dot find by ID and delete. Oh man, find by ID and delete, and we're just gonna give it the booking ID. So that's how simple it is. I'm gonna save it, and then we're gonna go back here, and let's see if I do this. If I do this, delete, there you go. So that will be that. So we can come here, and then what we can do, we can just do this, and we will say loading. Okay, if we're loading, then just show the loader and like that. Otherwise, we'll just say booking dot length is greater than 0, then booking dot map, and then we're gonna do the map. We're gonna do booking. Okay, get the booking, and basically like that. And otherwise, what we will do is, let's see if we come here, we can create a p tag, and then we can say no bookings like that. So this is kind of the same as we did before. I'm going to use the same class name, and I'll do this. Okay, now we're having this error expression expected, of course. So I'm going to create a div like that, and then to this one we're going to give it a key. The key will be booking dot id, like so, and let's see, a string. I don't know, you have to do this. And then what I can do, I can create a 50. Okay, so we'll create this. So let's see, for 12, I remember we did do a cancellation. I don't know which one it was, but we did a cancellation, and we'll see. So now what I can do is I'm going to create another div, and I'll do flex, and it's going to be flex dash column and padding left dash 4 and padding dash 4, like so. Let's save it, and then we need another div, lots of divs, and to this one I will give this class, so same flex column and all. Let me bring this here. I'm going to bring this here, and then I will create another, yet another div, and space dash y dash 1, like that. Okay, and finally I'm going to create this items dash center, and then within this I'll create a p tag, text.xl, and font dash bold. Okay, and then we're gonna do get street from address, and we'll do booking dot address, booking dot location ID as unknown. So if you guys remember one of the video, we did this trick, so we're just doing that same trick again, as parking location, okay, dot address. Okay, and let me close this off, and I think I need to do this one and then this one. Let's see if that'll satisfy. No, yeah, so we just need to do, actually you need to come here and do this, and then you need to wrap this around. So that should give you that. So that's my address, and then I will come here, and then also we need to do text dash sm and then padding left dash 4. Okay, and then within this one, what I'll do, I'll say, let me close this, and we will do format. Okay, so this format is coming from DataFNS, this one, and then what I'm gonna do is a booking dot booking date, and we're gonna do month dd y, like that. Let's save it. Okay, I think we should be able to see some action. So let me see, for this one, did we did any cancellation? Let's go to, okay, so I'm going to go to these bookings. As you can see, we did one for 32 Spadina Avenue on October the 12th, and this was canceled. So 32 Spadina, and then if I go October the 12th, and if I search, okay, so for some reason it's not showing the canceled bookings, and let's see why. Maybe if I go to here, cancel. Okay, so we are calling the canceled, and oh, okay, yeah, this should be like this. Let's see if I do a search. All right, there you go. So this is our cancel booking that's showing up. Let's go to mobile view, and let's continue here. And then what I will do is I'm going to put this on this line, and let's just, so bring this here. So now we have these two p tags, and then after this I'll do a text.sm, and then within this I'll do the same thing, format, and then we're gonna do booking dot start time, and then we're gonna do hour, minute a, and then I will do dash, let me copy this one because I'm just going to replace it with end time. The end of time. Let's see. There you go. So this one was from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. This was canceled, so that's pretty good. And then finally, what we can do, we're gonna bring in a button like so, and variant is gonna be destructive. Destructive, and on click, let's just do handle delete booking, and then I'm gonna give it a booking dot ID like that as string. Okay, and then I'm gonna come here. I'm going to do a trash icon from Lucid React. Class name, I'm going to do margin right -2 and height -4, width -4, and let's just say delete. Okay, let's see. Beautiful. I mean, as an exercise, maybe you guys can do like I don't know, confirmation thing. But I'm gonna leave it at that. So let's see. There you go. So that's how it's gonna look. So how about if I come here and let's say I'm gonna cancel also the. So I had two actually, 4 to 5. How about this 3:30 to 5 p.m. So I'm gonna say cancel. Yes. Okay, so I have now 3:30 to 5. So if I do search, there you go. So 3:30 to 5, and then as you can see, they're kind of close to each other. So it'll be nice to maybe add, let's see, can we just do like a div.padding top -1? I don't know. There you go, a nice separation. So there you have it. You have a beautiful admin dashboard where you can see the bookings and a nice UI. So if let's go back here and let me just log in. Okay, so instead of cancel, I'm going to do, I don't know, booked. Okay, booked. Let's update this. And then also, I think I did another cancellation. Yes. I'm gonna do booked. I'm gonna do update, and I think we should yeah, we should do the amount. Let's just say $10. What the heck? Update, and then where's the other one? Here. Okay, we're gonna do, I don't know, $30. Update. Okay, let's come back here. If I do search, there you go. So now these are coming in here, and if I go to cancellation, no more cancellation. And then we have our revenue. There you go. And then we have our location. So that's, I think, it. One thing I will do is remember this user button. Let's fix that. So if we come to, let me minimize this. So if we come here to our components, we created a sidebar. And yeah, there you go. So what we can do now is I can say simply user button. Let's save it and see what we get. Okay, it's refreshing. There you go. So we're getting this nice user button now. But the only thing left now is the writing the machine vision part. That'll be kind of simulating a car driving through the gates, and it's going to send in an email to the enforcement officer about violations. So we're gonna go to that one now. All right, guys. So here we are. This is the final stretch, and we are going to build the machine vision part, and we're going to essentially build a simulator that's going to mimic as if you have a camera that's in an underground parking lot, and it's going to scan the license plate. We'll be scanning the actual license plates from pictures, and that's going to send the notification over to the server. And we're going to make sure the notification is secure. So we're going to have a camera for each location, and that's how we're going to figure out which location the camera trigger is coming from. Now, before we do that, we need to create an API on the, I guess, server side. You can say on the client side, so that the machine vision part can call that, and that's how the two are going to communicate. So let's get started. So if you guys remember, we created this API. So now I'm gonna close this. We're gonna come here, and under the API, I'm gonna create a new folder, and I'm going to call it plate. And then within plate, I'm going to create a route.ts like that. Okay, cool. So I'm going to close this, and we are going to do this is not a React function. So I'm going to do export async function post. Okay, and then it's going to take a request like that. Okay, we're gonna capture the whole thing in a try catch because we want to make sure we grab any errors. So let me do this. And if there are any errors, we're just gonna log them, and that's that. Okay, so what we can do here is I'm gonna come and I'm gonna say body is equal to await request.body. So grab the body, and then what we will do is we're going to do const auth header, and it's going to be request.headers.get, and it's going to be authorization like that, and then we will do if not auth header. So let's say request came from somebody just trying to like hack us or something. There's no auth header. Then we return a response and basically say, you know what, not allowed. So that's gonna do that. So I'm gonna just grab it like that. Then we come here and we do token. Token is equal to auth header, and we're going to do dot split. Okay, and we're going to split it by the because it comes like this, authorization and then space, and then you're going to have your token. So we're going to grab it like that, and then we do if token does not equal to process dot env dot app key. So remember, since we are in control of the app, the machine vision part, and then the client side, so we will have to create a token that the two are going to share, and you don't share that with anyone. And if you want to be more robust, you can actually rotate that every week or every month so that you're more secure. And then basically, if let's say the token is not the same as the one we have in the environment file, then we just say wrong credentials. So now we need to go ahead and create this. So I'm going to go over to my end file. Okay, so here in my end file, basically all I did is just I used some kind of a hash generator and generated this app key. So that's the one we will be using. I'm going to close this, and I'm going to close this. We're going to save this. And once we have passed all these, that means everything looks good, and that means the request is coming from a trusted party. And then we're going to do plate, and we're going to do address, and then the timestamp. So the machine vision part is going to send us these three things: the plate, the address, and the timestamp. Okay, and then what we will do is I'm going to do const booking is equal to await, and then what we will do now is we're going to go ahead and find the booking by this plate number to see if that exists. So let's say a car drives through the parking garage. The camera is going to capture the plate, and then immediately is going to send this over to the backend to see if this thing actually exists. So then what we'll do, we'll say, okay, so plate dot to lowercase. So we are storing the plate on the, remember in the database we did that. So now we're gonna just say, okay, find me a booking by this plate number, and then we will the status has to be booked, right? So we're gonna do booking status does booked, right? It has to be booked. Okay, I think one mistake we made. Okay, so this thing is still complaining, and sorry, one mistake I made is this should be JSON. Like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. My apologies. Anyway, so yeah, we get the plate, we get the address, we get the timestamp. So now we will say, okay, find me a booking, by this plate and with the status of booked. And then what we will do is we will say, if not booking, right? So let's say we were unable to find the booking, then let's do a console log, and we will say violation. So this will be something like you will do for your records. You will log it in a log file, and then we will do, let's say, and we'll do plate. So we'll say, this plate, there was a violation. Of course, you're going to do timestamp, but at the same time, we need to now send a violation. Let me do that. Violation email. So let's say you have some enforcement or some kind of a gatekeeper. You want to notify them either through a text message or you want to send them an email so they can go ahead and ticket the person. So we're going to give them the plate, the address, and then the timestamp on when the violation actually occurred. And if, let's say, everything went okay, means we found the booking and everything's good, then we basically just simply do console.log and we're going to do OK. And then I'll still log the plate number like that. And then in the end, you're just going to return a next response. We're going to do JSON and we'll do just message OK. So we want to notify the party that sent us the message, let's say the machine vision part, that okay, we got your response, request, and we here's a okay message for you. Okay, so this send violation email, it's going to be an action that's going to send an email. If you guys remember, we did one here when we sent the confirmation email. So now we're going to follow the same kind of deal. And actually, you know what I will do? I'm going to copy this one and I'm going to paste it. Okay, and this one I will call send violation email, right? And then let me go back and let me see if this will actually bring it. Yeah, send violation email. So it's going to take the plate, address, and timestamp. So we need to go ahead and modify in this action here. So if I come here, I need a plate and I need an address. That's going to be a string, and then we need a timestamp. That's also a string. Okay, so we have that, and let's see, that fixes that error. Good. So I'm going to save this, and let's come here now and let's see. So for this one, I don't need this one to log in user, because we don't need anyone to be logged in. We also don't need to connect to the database because all we're doing is just sending an email, right? So I also don't need this. I'm going to get rid of this. And then I also, let's see, because we're already checking the booking when we get a request from the machine vision part. So let's see, I'm going to reorder this a bit. Okay, so we're just saying resend the email that send Gateless parking. And then for this one, so I created an email. It is called violation. So you have to register these emails. So I created this. So you need to register a domain is what I'm saying. And then what I will do is to, okay, for to, I will come here and I'm going to do process.end dot, and we're going to do violation email. Okay, so you want to put this in an end file just in case. That's I guess best practice. So I'm going to put let's say do this process.end.violation email, and we're gonna do this, and then we can say violation reported. So I'm going to remove this and I will do violation reported. Okay, now for this one we need an email template, so I'm going to do violation email template. Okay, and all it will take is a plate. The plate will be plate, and let me get rid of, let me see, okay, this thing scrolls pretty fast. We need the address, and that's going to be the address, and then finally we need the timestamp, and that's going to be the timestamp. Okay, I don't need none of this, so let me see. We need to get rid of all of this. Okay, so that's that. And yeah, it's highlighted with these squiggly lines because we haven't created this, so we're going to create that. But I think the rest of it is looking good. I don't need this one, so I'm going to do this. Okay, and I think we should be good. And then what I will do is I'm going to save, well, I'm not going to save it because it's going to just error out. So what I will do is I'm going to go to components. If you guys remember, we created this email template. Now we're going to create the same one for a violation email template. Okay, so I will come here and create a new file, and we're going to do violation email and template.tsx. Let's close this. Violation email template, like that. Okay, I'm going to save it, and then what we will do immediately is I'm going to give it some props, and we need to create these props. So what we will do, we will say interface, and I'm going to do email template props. Okay, and I need plate, I need address, I need timestamp, string, like that. And then I'm going to take this, copy it, and then put it here. All right, cool. So let's go back here and let's make sure that this is coming. Cool. So this is happy, that guy's happy, everyone is happy. All right, so what we can do is I'm going to do const, and I need to plate address timestamp, and I'm going to grab this from the props, like that. It should be timestamp. Okay, and then we need to now do the same what we did in that email template. So I'm going to do HTML. This coming from React email, like that. And then this one is actually simpler than the other one we did. And then I'm going to do this. Just make sure you're bringing this from the right component, because I had a lot of headache because it came from the wrong component. And then preview. I explained this before what this means. I'm going to do violation reported at. So let's say you have this officer, enforcement officer. They can just see right away where the violation occurred. That's what we're going to put this in the preview. And then I need the body. Okay, style equal to main. Now we're going to create this. If you guys remember, I talked about what this style was in the previous tutorial. And then I'm just going to come here so the style, this is the style that's going to be applied to the email that's going to go to the officer. But we just have a background color and a font family, and I'm putting all of them because these are all like how should I say, backups. So that's what they are. And then we have the container. Anyway, so I'm going to come here after the body. Let me see, I can come here and I'm going to do container from React email, and the style is going to be a container, like that. And then I need a heading, that's this one, and as I'm going to say h1. Okay, and then I need a style. So for style, I'm honestly not typing it, but I'll show you guys. So let me see. Style basically is this. So what it is just font size, line height, color, font weight, text align center. That's all. That's all we're doing here. And then we can say violation at, and then let's just do the address, like so. And then after the heading, I'm going to do a horizontal ruler, and then I'll put a text field. And let's see, from here, and we're gonna give it a style. And then the style, let me just grab it and let me just do this. And then what I will put here is I'll say plate, and then we'll say plate. Okay, so again, font size 22, padding, line height, color, that's all. Nothing magical here. I'm going to copy this because we also need to specify the time, and we'll do basically date, and we're going to do timestamp. Okay, so I think that's it. So this is the email that's going to go out to the officer. We're going to take a look at it when we send one. So let me close this. So here we go. Send violation email is here. That's done. So this is what's going to happen. The machine vision part is going to call this API endpoint, and then it's going to pass in the plate, the address, the timestamp. If the plate is not found within the, let's say, database, and that's with the status of booked, then we just send a violation email, and that will be the end of it. If it's found, then we do nothing. There's nothing else to do. So now this is done, And now what we need to do is start the Python project so we can create the machine vision part. So before we go ahead and start that, we need to talk about how we're going to do this. So we are, first of all, let me grab this, and you're going to go to something called RoboFlow, and we're going to go ahead and you want to sign in. RoboFlow, if you don't know, basically is a place where you can build and deploy your models. So once you, let's say, train the model, build it, then you can deploy it here, and we're going to see how we can call it through an API. There's also a ton of built-in models, and you will see how we can utilize one of the built-in, because somebody has already done the work for you. They have trained it on thousands of images, so you don't have to do the work. So anyway, so if you don't have an account already, then we're gonna go ahead, create one, and then I can sign in. Okay, once you sign in, then you're gonna end up on your dashboard, and here you can basically create a new project. So you can come here and just create a new project if you don't already have one. So since I've already created a project, I can basically just use that, but this is how you would create a new project. I'm going to cancel that, and here's my project, Gateless Parking. Okay, so now I'm gonna show you guys how you can find built-in models that are already done for you, and you can utilize them. So I can come here to, I can say RoboFlow license. Let's say I want to do license plate model, so I'm gonna come here. So as you can see, these are all the basically this is where you get the model where somebody has already trained their machine vision model on the different license plate, and they have used 350 images. So you can use you can basically use this one, and let me see. So this is the universe, by the way, and in the universe you can also find all the different models that they have. And here's the license plate one. So the models that I found out was this one. Let me see if I can I find it? Yeah, so it's called license dash plate dash DAUSQ, and that's the model that I actually chose because I think they were trained on a ton of images, and I was getting actually good performance out of it. It's not perfect, but it can do the job 90% of the time. So anyways, go to this place and you know go play around with. There's so many models, like it's insane what they have. So anyway, so I'm going to close this now that we know how to get our model. And now the other thing you will need is your API key. So once you are in your dashboard, then you're going to go to the workspace settings, and here's the API keys. We're going to be calling the API, the REST API, and that's where we're going to use the private key. So I'm not going to show the key, but you know where to get it. So you're going to copy it, and we're going to use this in our machine vision project. The Python file, we're going to put this in environment file so that we don't share it with other people. Anyway, so this is where you will get the API key. Okay, so now we're going to use, before we start the Python code, I just want to talk about the virtual environment. So if you want to run Python code, it's best to create a virtual environment so that you don't pollute your global, let's say, environment, right? So let's say you want to install packages, which we will be doing. You want to install them in a virtual environment. It's like a separate container, and then everything is just enclosed in that. So it's just a good tip to do that. So I'm gonna go to my VS Code, or we're gonna do File, New Window. Okay, so then I just created a folder. I call it Gateless Parking, and basically I opened that. So what we will do is, first thing is we're gonna create a main.py file, so main.python file. Okay, so now that I'm here, then it's saying, so now, okay, so now that I've created the file, now we need to create the virtual environment. So what they're saying is to create the virtual environment VS Code. What you need is basically, open the command palette. It's the Command Shift P, I guess, on Mac, and on Windows will be Control Shift P. So I'm gonna do that, and then it's basically saying select the Python create environment, right? So that's what I'm going to do that, and we're going to select that and basically create a virtual environment in the current workspace. So I'm going to select that, and now it's going to ask you to select a Python installation. So what I will do is I have the global one, and let's see, can I, oops, Oh, actually, I clicked that one. So we're just going to select that one. And okay, so the environment is selected. So now we are running in a virtual environment. One thing you can configure is if I hit go to the terminal, you can see here that you have the .venv. That means you're running in a virtual environment. So how cool is that? So I guess first things first, let's just print something, make sure everything is, working. So I can do hello world. I guess that's the first thing you do. And I'm going to hit the play button and hello world. Beautiful. Okay, so it looks like the Python code is running. So I'm going to close this, and then what I will do is I'm going to come here and I'm going to create an environment file like that. Okay, then within the environment file, I'm going to create the app underscore key. So if you guys remember from the NextJS code, remember we created this, let me see. Here, this is the one we created. So I'm going to copy this because remember, we want to make sure that they are both authenticated. And then also need a RoboFlow underscore API underscore key. So I'm going to paste that after. And then we also need a location where, let's say, this camera is located, right? So for this one, I have picked an address that we registered on our when we did the our created the app. Remember the admin section, we had addresses. So I think there was one address that we registered, so I'm going to put that. Okay, I'm going to put my RoboFlow API key, then I'm going to close this file, and then we're gonna switch to the main.py. Okay, so the first thing we will do is let's see if we can read the environment file, and for that we will have to install something called python.env. I'm going to copy this command and we're going to come into the terminal and I'm going to paste it, and let's see. Okay, successfully installed. Okay, so that's good. So it's been installed. Okay, so once that is installed, then what you can do is, so they're telling you basically what you need to do. So we're going to do from.env. By the way, if you type .env, it's not coming up. Make sure to reload the VS Code window, and the way to do it is Command Shift P, and then just hit a reload window, then that'll work. So let's see. Okay, so that's, and I'm going to do import, and we're going to do load env like that, and then we're going to do load.env. Okay, and then now after this, what we can do is we can start to let's say if I can do print, and then I can do os dot. Oh yeah, so one thing we should do import os, and then I can do os dot, and I'm going to do get env. Okay, like that, and let's say location, because remember that's one of the environment variable we did. So if I hit play, there you go. So it's coming 32 Spadina, so beautiful. So that means we can load our environment variables. And then what I will do is I'm going to get the API key, because that's the one we will be needing when we are making a call to the backend. So I'll do get env, and then I'll do app underscore key, right? So let's just print this. I'm gonna do API key. Let's just make sure. There you go. So it's coming. So that's coming. Beautiful. Okay, so the way we're gonna do this is we're gonna just create a class, and then we're just gonna call the class, and that's gonna do the main work for us. And we're gonna create a GUI, so kind of simulate how we will. We're gonna create a GUI, and we're gonna basically load an image of a car with a license plate, as if like a camera would be taking a picture. So for that, we will need to install PyQt. And the way we do this is if I come here now, do PyQt. So if you guys don't know, PyQt is a very cool, so let me see, pretty cool library for creating GUIs pretty quick. And yeah, so I'm going to copy this command, and let's come here and we're going to do install that. Hopefully no errors. Beautiful. Let's just reload the window to make sure no errors. Okay, so that's good. So let's create the app. That's the main app, and it's going to take the Q main window like that. Okay. Whoop. Okay, and then we're going to create this kind of constructor. We're going to do init, and we're going to do self. Okay, and it's going to call super, and we're going to do init like that. Whoop. Init, and like that. And then I'm going to do self dot set window. Now, so it's gonna not bring in the thing, so we need to bring in the Qt stuff. So I'm going to do pi qt6 dot qt. Let's see, do they have widgets? They should have widgets. There you go. So we're gonna bring in the widgets. We're going to import, and I'm going to bring in the Q. I think maybe it doesn't. Let me close this one. So I'm going to do QA application. I'm going to bring in Q main window. There you go. That's gone. Q label and Q push button. And let's see. We need a button and Q. I'm going to bring V box layout and then a Q widget. Let's see like that. And then finally Q. We need something for like a file, because we'll be loading the images. Okay, so all of this. So now I can do window title. There you go. And I'm going to do gateless. Wow. Gateless parking, and we're going to do ALPR, automatic license plate recognition. There you go. That's a nice name for you. And then we will do self dot set geometry. So how big we want the window to be. So let's just do 100 by 100, and then 400 up to 400. Okay, so you can hover over and see. Yeah, then they don't tell you much definition, do they? Anyway, so you can find more about it if I, for example, come here, copy this name. Okay, so I can go pi qt set geometry. Don't have here is the Q. It's part of the Q widget widget class, by the way. So you can read more about it here. Anyways, so with that should be enough, I think, for us to show something on the screen. So let's say I come here. I'm going to do app is equal to QA application, and then what I'll do, I'll say sys.argv. Now let's see. So this is in case you need to pass in any argument. So that's that. And then I will do window is equal to app. Okay, we're gonna just initialize our class, and then I'm gonna do window dot show. So at this point we can show the window, and then we're gonna do sys dot exit. Okay, and then I'm gonna do app dot exec like that. So if everything went okay, we should be able to see a window with the title of Gateless Parking. So let's see. I'm very excited. Let's play it. All right, there you go. Let me bring it over for you guys. So there you go. This is your window into future. Okay, so I'm going to close this and let's continue. So what we will do is we're going to create a central widget, and then I'm going to create a widget. So the idea with Qt is you create these widgets, and then basically what you can do is you can start adding stuff to it. You can create box layout and all. So I'm going to show you guys how that works. So I'm going to do self dot and set central self dot set central widget, and then I'll do central widget like that, and then self dot layout. We're going to create layout. It's going to be a box layout, QV box layout. Okay, and then central widget dot set layout, and that's going to be what you got. It's going to be this layout, the one we created. Okay, and then now let's create the widget. So let's say create widgets. Okay, and then so this one I'm going to do, let's just comment it so you guys know what's going on. Layout. So you want to create a layout first. Now we're going to start creating the widgets for it, and then I'm going to do self dot upload button is equal to Q push button. By the way, once you get a hang of this Qt, it's really easy and you can create some very powerful GUIs with it. Okay, and then self.upload button and dot clicked. Okay, connect. So the idea is when somebody clicks it, you want to connect it to some kind of a handler. So that's what we're going to do. So it's going to be self dot. So what's going to happen is when the button is clicked, we want to call a function. And the way you do this is you're going to come here, you're going to do define. We're going to do upload image. Okay. And we're going to pass it self. And then I can do self dot upload image. Okay. So it's going to call this function. And what I will do for starters, I'll do print upload image. For now, we don't have the thing, but we're going to add it. But this is just so that this is working. Okay, and then what we will do is we're going to do self. So now the button is not going to appear yet. Let me prove it to you guys. So if I play this, so the button is not going to show yet because we need to add it to the layout. So that's the idea. So you create these widgets and then you add them to the layout. So I'm going to do self.layout and I'm going to do add widget dot add widget, and I'm going to do self dot upload button. Okay, let's save it and let's see what happens. I'm going to play it and there you go. So as you can see, the button is here. If I hit it, it's printing upload image. So that's pretty fantastic. So let's finish this upload image, I guess, how can I say, function. So I'm going to do file dialog is equal to q file dialog. Okay, we're going to create a file dialog, file underscore path. Okay, and then we're going to do basically file underscore dialog dot we're going to do get open file name. Okay, self, you're going to pass that. We're going to do open image. So you want to give it a title, and then after this the third item directory, and then image files. Okay, files. And then here I'm going to specify the basically all the valid file formats like JPEG, PNG, and all that. And then we're going to come to the next line, and then we're going to do if file path. Okay, then pix map is equal to q pix map. Map. I think we didn't bring this in, so let's bring this in. So we're going to do from pi qt6, we're going to do qt, it's going to be GUI. Okay, import. We're going to bring in this pixmap, this one. Also, I need q font, so I'm going to bring those two. And while we're here, what I'll also do is also bring pi qt6. I'm going to bring qt core, and I'm going to bring import qt. Like that. And then I'm going to come here and there you go. So that's working. And to this qpix map, I will pass in the file path. Okay, so this, let's say this will, if I come here, I'm going to do print file underscore path. If we came up to this far, it should let us show the file dialog and all. So I'm going to press this. And there you go. So that's coming up. Let's hit scan place. It should show us a file dialog. Beautiful. There you go. So that's coming. So let me head over and find the images. So let's say I select this one. I'm going to say open. And as you can see, it's actually telling us the path to the file. So that's it's a Camry card and it's showing us that. So that's working. So let's close this. And then what we will also do is we need to also add a label. So I'm going to do self.image underscore label is equal to q label. Okay, and it's going to be alignment. I'm going to do qt dot alignment flag, and I'm going to do align center like so, and then self dot I'm going to do layout dot add widget, and it's going to be self dot image label. Okay, so we're going to add the image label, and then another one I'm going to do self dot label. Okay, it's going to be q label, and then it's going to be load an image to scan. Okay, alignment is equal to b qt dot alignment flag dot align align center like so. And then self dot, I'm going to layout, I'm going to do add widget, self dot layout like that. Sorry, it's going to be self dot label, not layout. Label like that. Okay. And then I will do self dot label, and I'll do set font. Let's just give it a different kind of font. Q font. Okay, and it's going to be Arial, and then the font size I'm going to give it 20. And then self dot label, I'm going to do set style sheet. Okay, and let's just give it a color of white like that. So let's save it, and then I'm going to come here. So let's say we did this. I'm going to get rid of that, and now I can do self dot image underscore label, and I'm going to do set pix map. Okay, and I'm going to do pix map, and I'm going to do scaled to width. Okay, and let's just scale it to 300 like so. And then what I will do is I'm going to do car. It's going to create a variable. I'm going to do os.path dot base name. So we want to get the path to the car picture. So I'm going to do file path. So base name, when you do this with path is the path, but when you do the base name, it's going to just give you the name. Okay, and then I'm going to do self dot label dot set text. Okay, and we can do, so you know how you have string interpolation, that's how you do in Python, in case you didn't know. I'm going to do file, and then we're going to do car, car like that. And after this, we're going to call the let's say we're going to process the plate. Okay, so let's see if this works. So I'm going to play this. Okay, let me bring this here. So as you can see, load an image to scan. That's load an image to scan, 20, color white. So let's load one. Okay, as you can see, file camry.jpg, file cam.jpg. So pretty cool. So now let's do the part where we're going to call the RoboFlow API and see if we can get the plate out of this. So I'm going to close this. And then what we can do is, let's see. So I'm going to close this. I think we don't need this. Let's create another function, and what I'll do is I'm going to come here and I'll say process car image. So I'm going to grab this, bring it here, and then it's going to take self and then car like that. And then what I will do is I'm going to do car. I think I need to do this because it's not going to call the function. And then what I will do in here is we're going to do a try catch scenario here, and let's just do exception, then exception, okay, as E, and then we're just going to do print F, and then do error, and let's just print the error in case there's any. Okay, so now that we have that, what we will do is we'll say plate underscore plate number is equal to, so we're going to do scan plate. Okay, and we're going to pass in this. So now you must be asking, well, what's scan plate? So that's something we need to create, and for that we're going to come here and I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it ALPR.py. So automatic license plate recognition.py like that. And then first things first, we're going to bring import OS, and then from we're going to do .env, we're going to import load environment, and then load .env. And then now what you need to do is first of all save this, and I'm going to do scan plate, or do car. So let's just do print car. Okay, and then if I come here, now we need to bring in this here. It's not going to bring it for us, so we're going to come here and we're going to say from ALPR import scan plate. Cool. Okay, let's save it. So now if I basically, if everything went well, we should be able to call this and it should print car. So we're going to go here. I'm going to run this. Okay, here it is. So Okay, let's see cam.jpg. Beautiful. So it is calling the scan plate. That's pretty cool. Okay, so to do this license plate thingy, we need to install a couple of libraries. So first of all is CV2 library. So if I come here and also Python CV2, Python CV2, so OpenCV, probably one of the most important machine vision library. Where is the pip install? Let's see. Pip install CV. Okay, here we go. So we need to install this one. So if I come here, okay, that's installed. Let's see if we can bring it. Import CV2. Okay, so there you go. So that's bringing in the CV2 for us. The idea is when the RoboFlow scans the plate, it's going to give you the coordinates of where the plate is. So we still need to extract the from the image, right? You have the whole image. We still need to extract that exact portion, the plate portion, from the image. And the other thing we need to also install is something called Python inference HTTP client. So that's from RoboFlow. And let's see if they have a pip install for us. So I'm going to do a pip install here and inference CLI. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and let's see if, because we need to call the RoboFlow API and that's the way to do it. So they're telling you basically, you know, pip install inference CLI. But I think what we need to install is the inference SDK, not the CLI. Okay, so I'm gonna zoom in. So okay, so you need to do pip install inference SDK. So let's do that. So it's gonna run for a while. I'm going to minimize this. Okay, with that installed, so what you can do is I'm gonna come here and we're going to do from inference SDK import. We're going to do inference HTTP client. And the reason why we need to do this is so that I can do something like this. Client, actually they're telling you client, okay, is equal to, I can do inference HTTP client, okay, API URL. So you need the URL, okay, and then what you need is the API key. And then the reason, that's why we bought the OS, so I can do os.get env and I can do RoboFlow underscore API underscore key. Okay, and then the URL is https detect RoboFlow and we're going to do .com. Okay, so that's that. So this is gonna now basically, with this one now we can call the RoboFlow thingy and see if we can get the plate coordinates and all. Okay, I think we are all set. This is exciting. So what we will do is I'm going to do extracting plate. Okay, let's just spit out a message. Let me close this, and then what you want to do is I'm going to do result is equal to client. Okay, and we're going to infer and you want to do the car. Okay, and the model ID that I'll be using is, if you guys remember, I told you guys model that I'm using is this one. So this is very powerful. In case you guys are doing a human pose detection, then you can kind of use the same technique, but you know, you'll be using that model. Okay, so let me close this. So once we have that, so if we don't have any result, okay, then return none. Okay, well, because nothing worked. And then we're gonna do predictions. Predictions is equal to result, and then basically, because what you get from from inference, right? What you get is a prediction array. Okay, so we're gonna do predictions and we're gonna do 0. So let me actually show you guys what the heck is going on. So if I do print result, okay, and then, well, let's just run it and see what happens. So I'm gonna fire this up. We're gonna maximize this. Oh, sorry, I need to be in the main because that's where the Qt application is. So let me close this. Okay, and let me maximize this so you can see. So I'm gonna run this. So I'm gonna hit scan plate and then if I go to my Gateless parking, I copied the images here. So let's say I select this Honda and I'm going to say open. So now it's going to run the inference. And as you can see, you get this array and there's like the other info, but what we are interested in is in the predictions. So the prediction is basically telling you where's the x, y coordinate, the starting position, and then the height, and then the width. So I mean, from that you can just get the whole picture. And it's basically the confidence is 90%. It's 90% confident that it's a license plate. So that's pretty cool. So that's what basically you're getting from this machine vision model. Okay, so that's exciting. I don't know about you guys, but I'm super pumped right now. Okay, so now that we got the predictions, okay, let's close this. And I'm just gonna get rid of this. And so now we got the predictions. I don't need this. I'm gonna get rid of this. So then what we do is after the predictions, I'm gonna get the CX, which is the x coordinates. So remember we got, as you can see from, we got the prediction, that's the predictions array, and I'm gonna get the CX. So I will do int, and I'm gonna do predictions, okay, and then we will do x. Okay, so that's gonna give us this one, and then if, okay, then I'm gonna duplicate this, and then we need the CY, and then for this one I need the Y. As you can see, here's the Y, so I got that. And then we also need the width, and then I need the height. Okay, so the width will be, again, it's width, and then as you can see the height is here. I'm actually just going to copy it from here and paste it here. So you got the basically the CX, the Y, the width, and the height. So I got that. And then what I will do is I'll say half width is equal to int width divided by 2, okay, and then half height is equal to int height divided by 2. Okay, so we get the basically half width and half height. Then x1 is equal to cx minus half width, and then y1 is equal to cy minus half height, like that. So let me duplicate these, and then what I also need is x2, and then x2 will be cx minus half width. Let's see, sorry, this will be plus, right? So I want to get the other side, half width, and then this will be plus, this is y2, and then this will be half height. Okay, that's fine, half height. Okay, so basically I have x1, y1, and I have x2, y2, and this is basically, so what I'm trying to get at is getting a rectangle. This is the left top corner, and this is the bottom right corner. That's what I'm trying to get. So cx, cy, and then the width and the height. So I hope that makes sense. Then what we can do, we can say image is equal to cv2.imRead. So read the image. So that's the image that was passed to us. And then we're gonna what we're gonna do is we're gonna crop the plate out of it, right? So we're gonna do plate crop, and then we're gonna do image, okay? And you want to specify, you know, the crop regions, okay? So we're gonna do y1, y2, and x1 plus 5. So I just want to go a little bit 5 pixels in, because what happens sometimes we'll get grab the borders. I don't want that, so that's what I'm doing it this way, x2 minus 5. Okay, so I think I should be doing this. The reason is an image is basically an array. That's what you get from imRead. So you get this this matrix, and so that's why we have to use the square brackets. And then, so you know what? At this point, let's see if we can show plate crop. Let's see if I can show you guys the crop region. Okay, that'll be exciting. So let me run this. Oh, again, I forget. I need to run the main. I'm going to run it. And okay, it says show missing required argument mat. Oh yes, I think we're missing something. Let me see. You need to give it the title. So we'll say plate cropped. Okay. So yeah, you need to give it a title. Let's try it again. Okay, so I'm gonna bring this to the next side. All right, so as you can see, it's able to crop. That's what we did actually. We cropped the plate out of it, right? So that then you can run your further machine, whatever thing you want to do on it, you can run that. So you can hit enter. Actually, I'm going to close this one. That closed that. So let's try another one. So I'm going to come here. Okay, so as you can see, we were able to grab the license plate is Echo Savvy. Okay, savvy person. So as you can see, that's the whole idea. Let me close this. That's what we're trying to do here. We grab the predictions. From the predictions, we get the coordinates, and then we get the center of this half width, half height. So that's the center. From the center, we do that. Then we read the the image using computer vision CV library. Then we crop the plate out, and then we can just do the further stuff. So I hope that makes sense. And then what we will do after that is, if you want to do, let's say, read license plate or text recognition, it's better to remove the color from it and make them grayscale is what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to do CV2 color, and I'm going to do plate crop, and then what I will do is CV2 dot, and we're going to do color underscore BGR, and we're going to do this one. So this is going to make it black and white. And then finally, we're going to apply some blur. And the reason for that is it's going to get rid of noise, because sometimes if you have this speckles of noise in these images, so that's going to get rid of that. So we're going to use Gaussian blur for that. And I'm going to say gray, because that's the image, right? So you want to, it's like a pipeline. We just keep passing it down. And we're just going to specify a K. The K is like the kernel size, I think. So think of it like a small square that kind of moves across the image, and it's going to blur things out based on its neighbor. That's what it is. And then finally, before that, let's just show the image again so you guys can see. So I'm going to do cv2.im show. We're going to do plate, and let's just do blur. Okay. And for now, I'm just going to do just return empty. Okay, so let's just run this. Okay, so as you can see, that's the plate. And after our image processing, we blur it out, we turn it grayscale, and as you can see, we're getting this. So now it's ready for text extraction. So that's that. So let me close that, and let's come here. So after this, we'll create another file, and I'm just going to call it util.py. Like so. And in this function, what we will do is I'm going to create a function. We're going to call it read license and plate, like that. And to this one, I'm going to pass the process plate and the crop. Okay, and let's just do this. Okay, so we need something called an EasyOCR. So let's see, Python EasyOCR, and that's what we need. So if you guys come here, one thing I like about Python is there's so many libraries that it's insane. And let's just paste it and install it. Okay, cool. So that's installed. So remember in the beginning we said we need it's good to run this in virtual environment, and that's the reason, because you're installing all these libraries. You don't want to be polluting your global Python package. Anyway, so I'm going to do import EasyOCR as OCR, and then what you want to do is detections is equal to reader, and then so you must be asking, well, what is reader? So what we will do is we're going to define it. So we're going to do reader is equal to OCR.reader. So we're going to create a reader, and we're going to do English because our plates are in English. So now I can do reader dot, and we're going to do read text. Okay, and we're going to do process plate. So for the process plate, we're going to read the text. So before we forget, let's go ahead and copy this one, read license plate, and let's bring it here. But we need to first do from util import what was the read license plate, there you go. And then what I will do is I'm going to do plate text is equal to that, and to this one we need to pass in the process plate, which is blur, and then I'm gonna pass in the plate crop. Okay, and then now I can do plate text. I'm gonna return this back to the main guy. Anyway, so come to util, and then in here I'm going to do if not detections. Okay, if there's no detection, we're just going to do print. Okay, and then I'm going to do im2, so image. I'm going to do process plate dot copy. We're going to make a copy of the original plate. Then I'm going to do height, width, and then I'm going to do plate. We're going to dot shape. So when you do dot shape, we're trying to get the style. You would just so as I said, it's a matrix, right? So when you say shape, you're getting access to like the height and width. So that's what we're trying to do. And then I'm going to do main box rect, okay, is equal to height into width. Okay, whoops, width. And then height into width. Okay. And then we will do cv2 dot rectangle. So of course we need to bring in cv2, so we'll do cv2. Okay, we're going to do cv2 rectangle im2, and starting at 0 0, and width and height and 0, so that's the color 0 0. So is I think they in OpenCV, I don't know if it goes the other way, it's like red, green, blue, or BGR. I'm not sure, but there's one way we'll find out. And we'll just give it line thickness like that. And then we're going to do final. So this is like the final array. So what we're trying to do here is, so let's say we got all these detections, right? And now we're gonna, the OCR is going to detect each and individual letter, and we're trying to now go through it and make sense of it. Basically, that's the whole idea. So what we do is we're basically going to draw, let's say, bounding boxes around each element, and then I'm going to do for detections. Okay, for detection in detections, so go through the detection bounding box, okay, and text, and we're going to do a detection. Okay, so we're going to get that, and then x1 y1 is equal to bounding box, it's going to be 0. I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to do x2 y2, and that's going to be 2. Okay, so what we will do then is I'm going to do width is equal to abs. I'm going to do x1 minus x2. Okay, and then height is equal to absolute y1 minus y2. Okay, like that. And then area is equal to width into height, and then ratio is equal to area divided by main box rect. Okay, so we're just gonna get the ratio of each box to its so let's say if the whole license plate is like a rectangle, and then you want to get the ratio of each bounding box to it. Okay, then we're going to do if ratio is greater than 0.15, then we're going to do cleaned string is equal to so we're going to have to come here, and we're going to do import re, so it's a regular expression thingy. So we're going to come here, and I'm going to do re.sub, and then I'm going to do pattern. Okay, and this one, and I'm going to do text. So you must be asking, well, what's pattern? So a pattern is basically all the valid characters from A to Z, and then all the valid numbers. So basically that's what we're saying. So we're trying to remove everything that's not a valid number, and that's what we're trying to do. So sometimes these plates can have, like, let's say a dot here, a period here. We want to get rid of those things, right? And then I'm going to do final dot append, and we will do cleaned string dot upper. Okay, and then once you're done with all this, then we are going to do return. We're going to do dot John. So this is one way of taking an array and just converting it into a string. final. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna save it. So one thing I can do is, let me see if I can do cv2.im show, and let's just say plate, and we're gonna do im2. We're gonna save it. I'm gonna come back here. Let's run it. Okay, here's the app. Let's scan. Okay, it's so by the way, we're getting one thing error, too many values to unpack. So that's one problem. I don't know why. We'll get to that, and we're not getting the boxes around the plate. So I'm gonna close it, and okay, we're getting this error, too many values to unpack. One thing I think we should do is, you usually get a score, but we're not using the score, so what I'll do is just put the underscore, and that should take care of it. And by the way, we don't need this one, so I just commented out. And then what I've done here is, for the plate crop that we passed, that's the color image. We're just gonna put a rectangle kind of around the area where the plate data is. So let's go ahead and run this, and let's see what happens. Okay, we're gonna process it, and there you go. So as you can see, all right, here the plate number came Sangoku, and as you can see also, we have a bounding box kind of around where the plate is. So I think this is working amazing. So that's pretty cool. So we are able to, let me just get rid of this. We don't need it, and we also don't need this. I'm going to save it, and if I go back here, so now we are able to read the plate. So now the last thing to do is to now send this off, call our API. So I'm gonna get rid of this, and what we will do is, we will do if plate number. Okay, then what we can do, we can say response is equal to, and requests, we need to import request, so we will do requests, okay, to make HTTP calls. Let's see, we're going to do request dot post, okay, and then HTTP, this will be our API endpoint, localhost, and then 3000. And if you guys remember, the API endpoint we created was plate, so that's what we're putting here. And then we're going to pass in JSON, and then we're going to put plate. If you guys remember, this is what how we structure our JSON, the address, and then this is going to be os.get, not this, get env, and it's going to be location, and then finally the timestamp. So let's say when this event occurred, we're going to do date time dot date time. I think we need to import date time. Why it doesn't import by itself, I don't know. Date time, like that, and then I can do date time dot now, and we're going to do ISO format. Okay, like this, like, man, like this. Okay, so with that done, then we are also going to pass in the authorization token, authorization, and then it's going to be token, and we're going to do API underscore key. We got that at the top, if you guys remember. And if that all went well, then what we will do is, I need to bring this here, and then let's just print the response. Okay, so that's that. Okay, and otherwise else, what we will do, we're just going to do self.label, and we're going to do set text, and just say not detected. Okay, so that's that. So now let's actually take this for a test bin. All right, so now what we can do is, let's see. So this is the machine vision part, and close this one. This is our API, the plate. So let's see if we come here. Let's say if I can do plate, and then address, and then timestamp. So let's see if we can print this on the server, or console.log. I was thinking in Python. Okay, console.log. Man. Okay, so let me bring in this guy. Okay, there's a lot of errors, but what the heck. So here it is. Let's run it. And okay, so there you go. So it looks like this guy. I don't know why it's not showing the image yet, but as you can see, it actually came through Echo Savvy 32 Spadina, and it's on 10 at 3 p.m. That's amazing. So the one problem we're having is MongoDB. For some reason we timed out. Booking.find one. Okay, so that's a different problem. But what's happening is that this guy is actually now calling our API and is passing in the plate. So that's amazing. So we just need to now figure out why we can't get to the database, and why we can't find it. So I'm gonna move this to my other screen. Okay, we know this is working. I'm gonna move that, and then I'm gonna close this. So let's go back here. Let's refresh this. And can I go to my bookings? Okay, it looks like I am connected to the database. So why is it that this is not working? So let's try this again now. Okay, we're gonna undo at this point, and there you go. So as you can see, okay, there you go. So the plate, okay, where is my screen? Here it is. So as you can see, the plate was recognized. It's XLLN999. That's the plate. And we are now calling the backend. So yeah, it's saying violation because this plate doesn't exist. XLLN999. So okay, and now this is the email. Okay, yeah. So we need to, because remember we were supposed to send the violation email. So we're missing the 2 in the environment file. So let's fix that. So this is amazing. So I'm gonna put this here. We're gonna bring this here. Lots of windows. And what I can do, I need to go to the environment file. If you guys remember, we actually have to send an email, right? Let me just actually walk you guys through. So send violation email. If I go here, then you see 2. We were supposed to put in an email here. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put this in the environment file. Okay, so I punched in the email in the environment file, and now we're gonna try again. So this plate doesn't exist in the database because we were putting all the garbage plate numbers. So let's do again, and I'm going to do, let's say this Honda. We're gonna process it, and let's see. And okay, so I got an email. It's a violation. There you go, XLL9. I'm gonna show you guys the email. Right, so as you guys can see, it says violation at grepsouth.com, and it's a violation reported, and there you go. So violation at 32 Spadina Avenue, blah blah blah, excellent access 9, and stuff like that. All right, so what I will do now is I'm gonna go back here, and now I'm going to register with this plate, and then we're gonna try this again, or maybe another plate. Let's find another plate. So if I go, let's see, do I have another plate? Okay, I have another one, CXJP929. So let's say I'm going to do enter location. I'm going to do 32 Spadina. And then what I will do is I'm going to put the CXJP, and it's going to be 929. That's from one of my examples pictures that I have. So I'm going to do proceed to payment. Let me quickly just fill this. All right, so there you go. So we registered with the CXJP929, and I got an email. Let me show you guys that. Okay, so as you guys can see, here's the email. It says that, and then here's the license plate, CXJP929. And now what we will do is we're going to, let's say I go on this date and I'm driving through the camera, and the camera is going to scan my plate. So let's open it, and there you go. So CXJP929. So I still got a violation for this CXJP929, and let's see what we actually put. So I'm gonna go to my database, browse collections, and then bookings. So let's see, what do we have? CXJP space 929. And let's see, what did this guy get? CXJP. Oh, yes, one thing we have to do is when we are storing these plates, I think we should remove any spaces. So that's one of the problem we, okay. So let's find out. I'm gonna close this and let's see when we do a booking. So let's see, send violation email, update booking, get booking, delete booking. So we need to figure out where we're doing the booking. We need to do this, that's important. So let's say book, location ID page. Okay, so I think when we create the checkout session, you guys remember, yeah, right here. So what we need to do is we need to, oh, I can't do it like this. So what I need to do is I'm going to do as string, and then I'm going to do replace, just to replace all, and any space, just remove it. So it's going to replace all the spaces, and hopefully this will fix our problem. So yeah, I found out when I went to the database, as you can see, CXJP space 929. I mean, if you're putting this using this system, usually you won't do that. But anyway, so let's do that again. So I'm going to do, let's say I'm going to do 32 Spadina Avenue, Toronto. Okay, this time I'm going to do, let's say CX or XLLN 999. Okay, so let's see, this time I put a space and we'll see how this goes. So I'm going to do that. Okay, there you go. So there you go. The space has been removed, as you can see. And I got an email. Let's refresh the database. So if I come here, there you go, XLLN 999. Okay, so now we're gonna go here and we're gonna scan the plate, and this should not be should be a violation. So this is a Honda. Let's open it. One thing would be nice to improve this machine vision and see if we can detect the car make by reading the logo. Maybe that's another project. But you see, there you go, OK, XLN9. So that's why for this one we're not getting a violation. So I guess, all right, so I guess that's it. This wraps up this entire series. We have created a smart parking or gateless parking where people can drive in. There's no gates. You book online, you pay online, and then there's camera that will detect your license plate, and then it's gonna report violators, and it calls for a smooth system. And by removing gates, I mean having no gates, you save a lot of money in maintenance and hardware. So I guess you guys like this series. I'm going to continue to do more machine vision projects because I'm really getting into this and I'm really liking this. And if you guys have any ideas, suggestions, just let me know and I'll make those kind of videos. So that'll be it for now. Bye.